Hello, hello. Need headphones. All right. So I better do this before it goes away. At the very least. So... Oh, yeah. This is the one where I really just want to work this in, but I don't... Ah, but it makes me have to run Cycle, Angs, North Pole Gates, Water Skin. And, like, this is a decent deck because it has so much removal, like, already. So it would kind of nerf the deck. Guru can fetch up Shrine and 2 lessons. Ah, screw it. I did not come here to do the right thing. Let's go. Okay, so this comes in, this comes in, this comes in. Actually, Water Skin or Cycle? No, we want Cycle because it'll get us 2 islands. And we put 2 islands in the deck. Okay, 1, 2... Blue. Oh, I hate this. Okay. Why did they switch it? I'm so pissed. Okay, so... Origin, airbending. This on 4. Here. Need merchant. No real reason to run the fan in this one. Except that it's a 2-drop, which is good, but... Appa, then? Appa, keep this. Good Guru? $14, $15. Oops, hey. Come back. I didn't mean to cut that. Okay. And I'm gonna run 41 cards, because I'm lazy. But let's look at this. This is 9 sources of white, 8 sources of green, 4 sources of blue, plus Aang's Journey, Cabbage Merchant, Cycle of Renewal. And do I run Water Skin? Sigh. uh. We don't even go that wide overall. This might not be worth it. Could just put all in on this. The other deck's more consistent. But this one can cast Wan Shitong. Alright, let's try this. Just run through it quickly, hopefully. And then get to limited first looks, etc. Alright. Oh, we got an opponent. Still have to figure out this Buster Sword thing. Okay. Well, I have 2 blue sources already. Hello? Arena? Arena? Hello? Okay, I can still hold full control, but I can't do anything here. Are you still with me, chat? Alright, you're still with me, but I can't actually do anything at this point. Except for move that. Alright, so I'm gonna restart Arena. That sucks. Might lose a turn here in the beginning. This really sucks. Good job, Arena. Jesus. Wait, I put that on the bottom. I just put that on the bottom! Arena! What the shit? Path is really not a combo with this. But I don't want to take the 2 here. It's going to be another turn before I can play one of these. I'm going to be able to play this next turn, but I just put that on the bottom! After all that mess, I just put that on the bottom. Oh, God. What if this is the start to the night? Maybe we should just go right into the thing. Quality program. God, this gives them back all of these, but I can't not, right? I just play this is not good enough. Or I could do this. Two plus a scry. Now let's just do this. All right. So Arena borked us a bit. I don't. Yeah. I don't think we're necessarily winning against this draw from OP, but we might have been faring better. Sleep well, Larazel! Jeez. Fast Don't Lie Gaming, welcome, welcome! I hope your stream is lovely. I don't seem to be able to play Magic here. Because we don't seem to be getting green. We do have the arena to provide it, but it's very slow, and obviously keeping the second wall top was very bad. Guess my best play is just another one of these. Unfortunately, I can't double spell because, again, no green. I could play one Shitong, but I can't do it. Hey, System Magic! Welcome, welcome to both of you. Hope your streams are going well, or went well, rather. The secret to magic is not playing. Yeah. But welcome, Raiders. We're in the middle of a traditional draft that I'm just trying to finish off before we go into our first look, continue our first look limited for the commons and uncommons. So, but it's not starting off well here. We actually, Arena froze while we were scrying with the Rumble Arena, and we wanted to put away a second wall top sentry so we could try and find a green source. But unfortunately completely froze, so I had to restart the program, and unfortunately, when I was able to put it on the bottom, it timed out, so... Good times. Opponent has a really nice curve, though. With kind of perfect mana. Okay. Well, there's a green source, so I can now double spell. And in this case, I can actually triple if I want to. The question is whether I want to fetch up a land with a cabbage merchant. I don't think that's correct here. Obviously, it wouldn't be blocking the Trampler. That would be very bad. But they still have 4 cards in hand. Oh, Lord. All right, our best draw... Is it one Shitong still? It might be Badger Mole just for a big creature plus a small creature. Go a little wider. And a little taller. We have 2 Badger Moles to draw. Earth Kingdom General is not awful either for 2 creatures and at least gaining 2. Airbending lesson, and we had 3 paths to redemption still, those as far as removal. And then, of course, there's Wan Shi Tongue, but I don't know that that's a big enough hit at this point, because it would only be 3 counters, so it'd be only a 4/4. Hmm. Hmm. I do think I block here. All right. They just don't run out of gas, do they? Aha. Hmm. If they can play another ally, the Earth King's Lieutenant's got to be double blocked. I think we just leave it at this and not equip the Koshi. We've been on the back of the foot the entire game, so this is a little rough. I don't know that we come back from this. It would have to be crazy draws. It's conceivable that airbending lesson the rebellious captives was correct, even though it puts another counter on the Earth King's Lieutenant, just so that it couldn't do the 6 this turn, and plus the mountain. They do have only the 6, so they can't attack with the mountain this turn, which is nice. Do. Okay, we get to eat the Earth King, Lieutenant. Rather, exchange it for, like, one of the rebellious or healer. Do I need double green for anything? Not really. So I guess we fetch up the blue. Okay, that's a good one. Still just trying to hold on. Ugh. But now if we draw Wan Shi-Tong, it is a real threat. Ah, oh, man. Suck. Alright. Suppose I can airbend my own badger mole. Next turn if I'm not dead. So the question is whether to double block the captives or block each of the lands, and I think it's each of the lands. Oops. Jesus. I mean, that land does let me do the, you know... Oh, no. Come on. That's the worst. All right. That land did let me do this, bounce this, and replay it. Damn. But better. Just anything to do. We had another Badger Mole. We have Wandering Musicians that can block the captives. We have Earth Kingdom General that provides 2 things. We want Shi-Tong, of course. We have Path to Redemption times 3. That is rough. Too bad. My only option here, and frankly, if they have enough to, like, tap out of, you know, everything but 5 mana right now, we're in deep doo-doo. Anyway, but my only hope is to airbend the path. Yeah, unfortunately, it won't work. So... I guess we do this. Oh, 1 turn off? Come on! That's miserable. Alright, we're very dead. So if I'd kept that land on top, I would have been able to airbend this and put this back into play. I don't know that it would have been enough, but then drawing the water skin would probably still have killed us because the Death Toucher would still be coming in. Hmm. I still lose here. One, two, three, four, five. Huzzah! I did damage! I'm winning! Alright. Yeah. That was a whole mess of, like, Arena messing with us in the beginning. And then also, some sad draws. And again, like I said, we're having to run a few subpar cards because of the Wan Shi Tong, but wanting to be able to cast that reliably. I don't really... Yeah, okay. We have no real sideboard as such, I think. We could put the moose in there, but I don't think that's correct. But let's hope that Arena doesn't bork on the first early turns, etc. Alright. Good hand. Start with the healer. They did have perfect Naya mana with no fixing last time, which was a thing. All right. Yeah, okay. Musical. I don't like leaving the musicians online, but I like the reinforcements even less. Only land. Okay. No, I knew they had to have that. That was just like, of course they're gonna have that in their deck if they're doing that. And we're just gonna draw fucking lands. All right. How do I play this game? Could I draw my things in order, like Badger Moles and... Could we just also draw Wan Shi Tong once? I like built this around it. All right, we've got 3 Paths to Redemption to take care of Toph if we can do that prior, but like this is really rough. Oh, man. I think we pass. Unfortunately, they're going to get more value out of Toph. I probably have to sacrifice the gates. And draw a card. Which does suck. That or I can get rid of their little 1/1. And draw a card. For now, that might be better. Oh, come the fuck. How many lands in a row was that? How many lands in a row was that? Jesus Christ. Okay, I mean, I think we might have to go to the first look, because this is misery. This is fucking misery. Are you kidding me? 10 mana, 26 cards left. 4 actual cards. Unbelievable. And they're just like, I'm drawing all my rares again. Cool. Yeah. Four cards, 11 land. 4 cards, 12 fucking land. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Do not know why I play this game sometimes. Arena's amazing. Okay. We even had 41 cards. Alright. Let's go. I just cut a land. I could maybe cut it. I just... Ugh, we want to get to 5. Jesus. Alright. Now you show up? You absolute schmuck. Oh god, Irina is such a fucking troll. Oh my god. Such a troll. Now we get our 2 badger moles and our Wan Shi Tong after that fucking game. That's great. I love it. She lied. They didn't use the Rioter, which is weird. Maybe they didn't know they can tap it at that point. To the ability. I need a land to play a badger mole. It would be really good. That is not a land. I think I like... No. Yeah. No, let's just play this. Really just one more land for these badger mold. One more land after last time game. I'm just like, please, no more lands forever. Huh? Okay. Yay, a land. I have to be careful about Ozai's cruelty, I think. That's the main thing. So I can't have just one Shitong and one other thing in hand, I think. My poor Earth General. They are stuck on 3 lands, so we do acknowledge that. Whoa. I might not have blocked if they... because they could have had Azulas. Now I will absolutely block the 2-3. I mean, they could still have damage post-combat, like play a red source and then do 2 damage, but I'm still gonna do this. Okay, does that change my play? Like, we can just all attack and pump? Or I can play Badger Mole and attack with the 4-4 and the Badger Mole? This is kind of gross. Really don't want to leave this. So I think we're just going to attack with the, with the Badger Mole and then hold this up. Although, if they do block, I will just mass pump, I think. Okay. I did not expect them to block there, because that was a free one, but okay. I'm fine with it. You're thinking of sacrificing the cadets to kill the badger mole or the water tribe? No? Okay. I think we could go charge. Okay. I don't think they're learning. They should double block the water tribe there. I think. Unless I am mistaken on the... No, wait, they blocked here and made like... I don't... Actually, they might have died either way. Oh man, Avatar's Wrath here is good. But we just path. And attack. Eh. This is more fun. Just win next turn. So 2 blockers, blah, blah, blah. That's 5. Charge. And I don't have to show this for game 2, which is extra nice. We have full information. That's not a card in hand. So we know they don't have the fire less than 2 damage. Okay, their deck is pretty scary despite... Like, they were having mana trouble, so that was the thing there. So they have... Is there anything I want to change up here? Not really. I'm grateful for One Shidong for showing up, but like, and being able to cast it, but like, I'm glad we didn't have to show it off, but if we never draw it this game, it's gonna be rough. Still no green. Alright, uh-oh. This is bad. Okay. No! Other planes was not what I wanted. That previous hand would have been great had we had a forest. I could have risked it for the biscuit to put the 2/2 into play and hoped that I got the chance to attack in and scry for something, for a green source. And maybe that was right, but I think mulliganing was okay. We just battle fan here. Do I want to trade the Earth Kingdom Protectors for the Zhao? Then what, we path the Mai or the Fire Nation Cadets? My hand's so slow. Well, actually, I think we do this one for now, because that gets some extra mana when it attacks. It does, I mean, I can't attack this turn with the 2/1, but I think it is correct to do so they don't gain mana there. But my hand's bad. They have no lessons yet, but they can pay 2 to pump it. And we've shown us lessons in the past. So there's no need to do my right here. We can let them invest in it to give it double strike or blah blah blah. I have another path now. Oh god, come the there's so much mana fixing. There's so much. There's a North Pole Gates. There's a Rumble Arena. There's a Cycle of Renewal. There's a Unlucky Cabbage Merchant. There's a Bender's Water Skin. There's just Jesus Christ. All right. So let's go tax. Zita, thank you so much for the tier 1. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Yeah, I mean, it figures they'd have something big to do after that. But I've got nothing. Thank you for the biddies too. No attacks. All right, well, that first hand, like I said, if I could have scryed for a forest, but again, it was just better to take the next hand, but the next hand was worse. Almost. I mean, I could still play stuff, but it was almost worse. All right. I need to draw another path, probably. Or at least a badger mole. Alright, let's make them use their mana. They have 1 card in hand, so... they could use the ability there. Interesting. Oh, that's a good draw, actually. Probably dead, but it's a good draw. I'm gonna keep this in case they have the, like, court deuter guy. Four-player ball commander. Probably not, Patty. That sounds very unlikely. It's a lot of user interface that they really would have to mess with. And I don't think it's likely to happen at least anytime soon. There's one! There's one! Let's go! So now we fear Ozai's cruelty, but we still have one land for the little corrupt court dude thing. One discard for that. You love playing Brawl? Well, they have Brawl. But you want a 4-player commander game? Well, you can do Spell Table. Oh, man. Well, wait, what? That's... okay. Oh, yeah, I guess that's the only thing in the graveyard. But wouldn't you wait for the Rhino Cavalry to die? Like, just trade with the sentries and then bring it back? This does not seem correct. Yes, I will take that trade. I think our opponent might be newer. All right. Hey, second, we're waiting on a... it's the island/blue source waiting room here is what it is. I'm trying to figure out whether I want to just airbend this right now. I think I do. I could airbend this, get another 2/2 to block, but again, that can get trampled. They just kind of haven't been doing it. Oi! Alright, badger. Yeah, I can't believe they used that Zuko's if they had a Ren and Shaw on the deck, which we knew they had, I think, because we won that first game against them. Yeah, oh, this is draft, sorry. Yeah, this is a traditional draft of Avatar. We lost the first round to mana issues and a good deck on opponent's side. We had to mull this opening and just have not found any of our fixers, of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full fix, six full fixers. Okay. Yeah. Good times. So we're just, our first hand had only 2 planes in it and no green and all the fixers. But our second hand had just green and white. And nothing else. So we have a Cycle of Renewal. We have Bender's Waterskin. We have Unlucky Cabbage Merchant. We have Aang's Journey. And we have 2 fixing lands, the Rumble Arena and the North Pole Gates. And then we have 1 more island in the deck. But they're all in the second half of the deck because we have 23 cards left. Mercifully, our opponent's been playing slightly wonky. So, not ideally. So we're still in it for some reason. Now this sucks, but there we go. I have to draw the blue source soon, otherwise I just lose. So I think we're gonna go Walltop Sentries here, Badger Mole here. This hurts. But yeah, I die if I don't draw the other Walltop or something for Ren and Shaw. Oh geez. But now they have 3 lessons in the graveyard, right? Wait, no. 1, 2. Oh, okay. 2 is not that bad. Alright. I didn't draw that, but I can't... I mean, I can slow down the Ren and Shaw for a turn. I'm just gonna play this out. I haven't seen any hand disruption from them in either game, so I have to hope. Oh, come on! What the fuck? So we had 12 land and 4 spells in the previous round. And it just fucking sucks here. We have so much fixing for this deck. That's like, we're running a bunch of slightly bad cards because we're running this. And it's just, this is so miserable. But we just keep oh, it's so brutal. Arena's been so miserable. Oh! Yes! Okay, let's go. Attack with both? They can't kill this. They take 4. The worry is they draw the lesson, the instant speed lesson that does 2 damage. Alright, that's a good trade for us. Actually, I think we just play it now. Because we probably draw one of the 2 Path to Redemptions that's left. Or a Walltop set. Is it better to try to... Because all of our interaction from here on out is not instant speed, I'm pretty sure. So it might actually be better to play this. Ah, screw it. Let's go. Let's ask them if they can answer it. God, I hope they don't get... They have access to instant speed. Oh, okay, never mind. They're just going to show us. I was gonna be worried. Now I'm not. Dee. Booyah. Okay. They could have killed us a lot sooner. I'm pretty sure they had this game. Had they remembered earlier on, like they could have made this into a 7/7 traveler a lot sooner. They actually had the mana to exhaust it. I'm pretty sure. Not certain, but I think they did. And then they should not have used Zuko's Conviction on the Zhao. There's no reason to do that there, especially when they know they have bombs in their deck. And then they draw like the Ran and Shaw like right after that. And even this is better, but like they should have attacked this turn into the Death Touch. I would have blocked it. And then they Zuko's it back, and I think we just lose because we were just drawing land. The game did take forever. Yeah, boom, baby. Yeah, I mean, they could have had any number of instant speed things to deal with it. Like for example, the Firebending Lesson, because it comes in as a 1/1 and then it puts the counters, or the Exile, or anything. Zhao's a fine 2-drop if you need an aggressive 2-drop. It's a 2/2 menace for 2, which is already fine. So like it's just fine. It's not great, but it's fine. But its other ability is less so. Like it's actual like, you know, non-basics come into play tap. All of the ones in this do anyway, so okay, good hand. Cabbage Merchant on 2. Later that same day. Okay. Opponent's probably getting tea. That would be me if I were in their place. Food. We took out the shrine, so I'm not going to wait until 4, especially against a deck that's running blue. Look, is this 5 colors? Oh no, the Iroh's gone! Oh, thank goodness. All right, good to know. So the lessons deck, potentially. So that's probably quench. Do I even just... I'm just gonna wait. Got the 2 more lands that I need. Although if I get it out of their hands, maybe they don't have it for Wan Shi Tong. So let's see if they want to quench this. Oh, okay. Never mind. My 2-drop for your 3-drop? Okay. No, my Badger Mole! Badger Mole down. Aang's Journey. Do I like the Avatar set as a limited set? Not really. There's too many, like, I win the game bombs, and it feels... I mean, but this is kind of what Limited is these days, where it just feels like if you miss a land drop or you have 2 extra lands, you're just done. I don't like my spot here, drawing all these lands now. They are Lessons deck. We have to hope they don't have, like, retrieve... Oh, that's the second Ren and Shaw in a row! What the fuck? Mother puss bucket. I'm gonna take the damage off the dragon this turn and not play the other one. I'm gonna get rid of that so that they can't, like, just exile the enchantment. Fuck this! That's also why I hate this format. Like, I absolutely fucking hate this format because there's just so many rares and opponents always have, like, all of them. This is mine! This is mine! I have 1. And the Avatar's Wrath. Like, that's it. And my opponent's like, I have 15 rares! Ha! So this is indestructible, trample, haste, blah. Yay. I'm still gonna die to the frickin' dragons. Okay. My poor Tutu. Alright, am I dead? Hey, Paladin! God, I hope they have literal nothing. Seven. They don't have literal nothing. God fucking damn it. Yeah, we just played against... They had 3 rares and mythics. That's just so dumb. And opponent's BMing. Cool. Love it. Love it. Alright. We have wall top sentries to block, maybe. But, like, this is... stupid. Alright. We just have to hope they don't get too many of their broken rares early. Because I only have 1. And it requires them not to have quite so many things there. Alright, while we're waiting, I'll be right back. Well, no, I'm probably... I'll be there. Actually, right after this, I should go change the laundry. I don't want to miss them. Yeah, okay. And play this out, it's more pressure than this. What the hell is their deck? Oh my god, okay. Oh, come on! How many broken rares do you have? This is so miserable. Fuck this. So hard. What the fuck? Oh my god. This is so bad. I hate this. Someone just handed my opponent all the bonkers rares, and I just... Another one? That's like 7 rares. What the fuck? Oh, all of me hates this. You are kidding me. That's kind of this format in a nutshell, though. Like, it just sucks sometimes. They've seen 3 rares here. Sorry, we've seen 5, 6 rares? Is it 6? It's not 7, right? It's 5? Or 6? So, Ran, Fire Nation Drill, Iroh, Ozai, Great Divide Guide, something else? I'm not even sure. They still have 5 cards in hand? What even is this? God, I hate doing this. Here comes Ozai. This, like, I'm sure they've drawn it. if my luck holds. This sucks. Oh wait, they don't have a second red. So it's Iroh. I think I'm supposed to bounce the horse. Oh, great. Oh, come on! Christ. Well, we lose, because I can't find anything to play. Alright. Off of that Dross. Alright. Well, if they can only play this, that's... I mean, Okay, what did they mill? Nope, nothing good. Shit. What the shit, dude? Oh, man. Okay, yeah. Right when we need to draw an actual spell. That's rough. Alright, they have 10 cards left. We have 22. I don't even fucking know. Yeah. Yeah, maybe if we hadn't drawn like 3 or 4 lands in a row here, we might have actually had something to do. Alright. Here we go. They're probably gonna draw another removal spell, and I'm just gonna be so fucking sad. We've seen the sold out and the punch that we saw previously. Six, 7, 8. Oh my god. Okay. That's a start. He's indestructible, so... but I don't take any damage currently. Is there a reason not to block here? I think there is, actually. No, there's not. Oh, come on! You can't be serious! Oh my god! I hate play boosters. I hate this set. I hate everything. Yeah, they let Ozai die. They're fucking up, and it doesn't matter because they just have 8 rares or whatever the fuck it is, and I'm just drawing lands. So, I mean, it was... the Wan Shi Tong was good, but, like, this is... Joke's on you, I have no more badger moles. This is the stupidest fucking set sometimes. Who passed them this? They have Iroh. That's another one of their fucking rares. I have as many like lands as they do, and they have 4 cards left. Unfucking-leavable. This is such bullshit. I just lose to the rares. Like, they even punted multiple times. But I just lose to the rares. They have Ozai, they have Fire Nation Drill, they have Great Divide Guide, they have Iroh, they have Ranon Shaw, they have Rise of Sozin. What the fuck? And I get land. Like, the fucking thing. No, it wasn't. The fuck wasn't. Go away. No. I hate play boosters. That sucked. First round mana flood against a good deck. A good deck that wasn't stupid. It was just a good deck. And then, yeah. Second round win, and then third round was that fucking bullshit. Jesus. We are supposed to be an aggressive deck, but we flood it out. Fairly aggressive. We have actual cards to play there. We just don't draw them. We draw lands. What does the store have? That was such fucking bullshit. Such bullshit. Not only did they not make the Sozin and like the Ozai indestructible, but they didn't play the 2/2. Like they just don't. It doesn't matter if you don't play with it well in this set because there's just so many fucking rares that just win the game, and then somebody passes this bullshit or they open it because it's play boosters, and it's so fucking dumb. And we're drawing like 5 lands in a row, and they're just drawing all rares. No, I'm gonna go for the review, the limited set review. Cube makes me even more furious. Cube is just pure variance, and then the fact that it's phantom and costs the same as a draft is just misery. No, and you can see that everybody has said this. Anybody who knows anything hates play boosters if they're a limited specialist. I think Prof even did a series on why it's so shit for limited. Sealed is completely ruined. Draft is just way worse with play boosters. But like Sealed is just awful these days. You can take it from Nummy. Nummy used to be like Sealed was Nummy's favorite format. Now he won't play it unless it's the direct or something. All right, let me go bring up the thing. Hello there. Hey Paladin, thanks for the follow. All right. So let me pull up all right. Boo. So, we are currently, I need to sort this. We need no rares, no mythics for now. And then we want to go for, yeah, we'll just scroll through white. All right, so we finished white last time, so we're gonna take a look at this. So this is a limited set first look. So these are my first time seeing these cards. So what we're doing here is we're going to try and prepare you for your pre-releases, because the majority of cards that we will be going through rares and mythics after this, but in general these days, unless the card looks just like really, really freaking bad, the idea is take it. For rares and mythics, it's kind of at that point with power creep that, like, yes, you're going to try and evaluate which rare is better sometimes, but that's mostly you just take the rares and mythics. There aren't a lot of commons and uncommons that compete with them. However, what we're going to be looking at here is the commons and uncommons, because that's the majority of what you're going to see in both your limited games and your pre-release sealed packs. So we want to look at those and evaluate their relative strengths and look at what synergies and interactions that we can possibly have with them. Now, there's an ad break coming up, so thank you so much for sticking around and supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. The reason that we can do the stream is that we do have the ads. That's the majority of the revenue that comes in. But I do have to go change the laundry, so it's gonna, and I have to run to the restroom, so it's gonna be about like 3 or 4 minutes before we start. And then hopefully there's a lot of cards, so hopefully we run through it pretty quickly. But I try to give you an idea of exactly, like, I'll compare it to previous cards and show you like various versions of this that have been played in the past. And you can, if you remember them, you can figure out like, okay, so that's about the strength level of the card and so on and so forth. Awesome, congratulations, get kept to the sub. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, whoever gifted that. But yeah, so I'll try and give you the best information possible, and then just give you an idea of where things are in the pick order, etc. And that gives you an idea of where they are relative to other cards in terms of whether you should include them in your sealed deck as well. So okay, I will be right back. I just have to change that laundry and go to the restroom. I will be right back. Tea. BRB. Okay, whew. Things accomplished. All right, it's 2:13, so around 3:30. We changed the laundry again. Okay. All right, so let's look at this. Huh. All right. So we have, wait, I have to go this way or which way? No, this way. Okay. Haha. All right. So we have Aquatex defenses here. We've seen stuff like this in the past. Giving hexproof until end of turn and giving a bonus. This one protects against a removal spell. The last time we saw this was in Crimson Vow, I think. So here's Cradle of Safety. I mean, I don't think it's the last time we saw it, but this is just one that I remember very recently. Cradle of Safety is 2 mana, just like this is. Instead of giving +1/+2, it gives +1/+1. And hexproof. There was a lot of the time here where you got bonuses for casting non-creature spells, because there were a lot of so there was the little 1/3 that pinged whenever you cast a non-creature spell. There was the wizard, I think, or whatever it was, that pooped out 1/1s whenever you cast a non-creature spell. So this was better in this format than it would be normally. I think we also saw something like this in like the Dominaria United set, but I'm not absolutely certain. Or something. Might also have been one or March of Machines, but this is something that we've seen in the past. It definitely has a use, and the +2 here actually is relevant. That actually I kind of like, because in general the creatures in this are fairly, lower powered, so the +2 actually really does matter. +1 matters much less, but the hexproof is really, really nice. So again, if they have their enchantment-based removal, like we've seen a bunch of in this particular set, the pacifism type effect, the banishing light type effect, the liminal hold here, then you can protect your creature against it at the same time as pumping it. And so you can also help, on the block or the attack, you can win the combat in theory. Again, having to respond before the opponent is a little bit rough. So if you're blocking with something that would die otherwise and you have to respond first, then this is difficult because, again, they get priority again and then can kill whatever you target with this. But it does have its uses. It's probably not going to be quite as strong as, Cradle of Safety was in its set, because it had so many bonuses for casting non-creature spells. So I'm gonna give it probably a C+. Perfectly playable, but not exciting. But we have to see a little bit more about what kinds of synergies it might have in this. Blossom Bind. So 2 mana, when it enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature can't become untapped and can't have counters put on it. Whoa. Huh. That's new phrasing. So we have in the past had all sorts of sleep effect. So Charm Sleep is usually the kind of thing that blue gets. For 3 mana, tap it. It doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. And that's usually it doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. That's just like what we get. It doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. This is new. Yeah, this is new. So it doesn't untap here you can see Sleep doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Now with each of these, right, the Sleep Magic, Sleep with the Fishes, Sleep Paralysis, Charm Sleep, etc., you can in fact untap the creature with any of your untap effects, and this actually does have untap effects in the set. We've seen the +2 and untap earlier here. Wow, it was a long time ago. Where'd it go? I don't even know. Somewhere in here. I'm trying not to look at that card so I don't burst out laughing. There it is. Riverguard's Reflexes. So Riverguard's Reflexes would work with these cards, Charm, Sleep, etc. And then it would at least be untapped, right? And then if you tapped it again, it wouldn't untap during your untap step. But this does not allow that. No matter what, it can't become untapped. Even if you use a spell to untap it, it won't work. That's fascinating. That's the cheapest I've seen for this type of removal in blue. 2 mana that not only taps it when it comes into play, because there were a lot of times where, you know, it would just say, you know, like the one from Avatar, right? So, there. So, Watery Grasps here, right? It doesn't tap it down. Obviously, this is 1 mana, so we wouldn't expect it. But, like, this doesn't tap it down. So, a lot of the things that we saw like that, if they were cheaper than the 3 that we expect from Sleep, right? Charm Sleep, then they wouldn't tap it down automatically, right? If the creature was already tapped, right? They would keep it tapped. But you have to wait for the creature to tap to actually have it, you know, do its thing. This taps it at 2 and means that it can never become untapped. That is fascinating. So I think this is one of the more powerful versions of this that we've had. Obviously, Watery Grasp's ability to waterbend and then shuffle it back into the library is very powerful. So this is still, I think, my preferred card. But this is a really interesting one. It also says enchanted creature can't become untapped and can't have counters put on it. So one of the things that Matt is commenting on is that that prevents people from blighting onto that creature, which frankly, if you have a creature that's locked down, blighting onto it is a great way to get value off of it. So for this to also prevent blighting is really, really nice. And we'll get to blighting later. There's going to be more of that in black and elsewhere. But yeah, that's pretty impressive. So I think this is one of the... I think they had to make the blue a little bit better here, it looks like, because, you know, blue traditionally gets tempo and an enchantment like this, right? Tempo meaning either bounce to hand, put on top or bottom of library, etc. But this is one of the things that it usually gets is the sleep effect. And the sleep effect against blight is tragically bad. So the fact that this also says you can't blight is very good. So I suspect that blue is going to highly value this. I'm going to put it at a B- for now, because I don't know what other removal we'll get in blue, but I suspect that blue is going to heavily value this card. More heavily than it would normally. Even like Watery Grass was good in the set that was in, but even more potentially than this. Now, if the creature has some sort of, you know, being on the battlefield effect, that's obviously where Watery Grasp shines, because you can put it away, get it off the battlefield. So that is one of the things that is important here. But, and it's, you know, in Lorwyn, we know that, you know, usually having more of a particular type of card, more elves, for each elf in play, you do X, Y, or Z. That can be a problem and a drawback for this card. But again, if this is the best that blue gets, I mean, it's pretty good. So I do think this is going to be like a B- for blue. So, you know, again, decent card. Glamour Gifter is 2 mana and 1/2 flash flyer. That's not bad. When it enters, choose up to one other target creature. Until end of turn, that creature has base power and toughness 4/4 and gains all creature types. So, that's pretty good. Needless to say. So number one, blue always gets, you know, spells that do this, right? Now, it can't do it to itself, notably. That's really important. But number one, we've already gotten, like, let's see. So, turns into a 4/5 from Neo. Blue, common. Did it do suit up? So blue often gets one of these things that goes, okay, until end of turn, target creature blah becomes X, right? And often says draw a card, which is a really nice mechanic because it does replace itself. But it makes something bigger, better, faster, stronger. Sometimes it makes it into a 4/4 flyer. We had other versions of the then suit up that don't draw a card, etc. That just make something different, right? Power and toughness, usually to scale up. But you could use it on opponent's giant honking thing to block with your 5/5 as well. But again, this one also in a vehicle set turned the vehicle into a creature. So that was also at surprise speed, which is pretty sweet. Now, this is a similar effect, but it's on another body, which is so cool. So a flash 2-mana 1/2 flyer is not awful anyway as just a surprise blocker. It's not great by any stretch, but it's still fine. And then it also shoots up to one other target creature until end of turn. That creature has base power and toughness 4/4 and gains all creature types. Now that's relevant as well because again, there are a lot of lords. There are things that say like fairies get +1/+1 or blah blah blah, and so this not only has the relevant creature type fairy, but whatever it makes into something, right, has all creature types. So that thing is going to get whatever bonus that you have on the board. So this is pretty sweet. I really like this. Kill opponent's bud plated thing. Yeah, I mean it's pretty sweet. I like this card. I think it's going to be a B+ /B. I think I'm gonna put it as a B+ for now because it's a really nice surprise. Because again, you can also shrink your opponent's creature. You should remember that. But note any lords on the battlefield because all of those lords will apply because again, all creature types. So I do like this quite a bit. Yeah. Okay. So moving along, Glamour Might. 3 mana 2/2 flash flyer. Okay, so so we've upgraded Windrake. Eat your heart out, Windrake. There was a time when this card was good. Look at it from Tempest and Portal. So there was a time when this was like an actually really good playable card. When I was little. So a long time ago. But even as recently as like, you know, here's Ether Revolt, right? Oh, that's Kaladesh. Yeah, there's Kaladesh. So now we have a fairy, which is again relevant creature type in this, 3 mana 2/2 flash flyer, and then also has an ETB. Tap target creature or untap target creature. Now, this is a callback. So here's Pestermite. This was the original one. So Pestermite combos. ETB means enters the battlefield. 1994 Paladin with revised. So Pestermite is a combo with things like Kiki Jiki and all sorts of other fun things, Splinter Twin, etc. And this is Glamourmite. It does the same thing, but it's a flash flying 2/2. So they just upped the power, and so so power creeped Pestermite because it has one more toughness. It is not. Oh no, it is. It is a fairy rogue. All right. Well, if you needed another combo piece, this is the one. Now, this is just a good card. A 2/2 flash flyer is nice anyway, but like, no, I'm so old. I am the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Pastamite can target any permanent, correct. This one targets only creatures. You can tap or untap creatures. This one's any permanent, so you could target lands, you could target artifacts, you could target stuff, enchantments, etc. for all the good that'll usually do you. But the relevant part of Pastamite has never been permanent for the most part. It's always been creature for the combos. But this one is going to be important in limited, just because, again, 2/2 flash fire, perfectly fine, statted, and then also tap or untap, right? So you can untap something to block when they're throwing stuff at you, or you can tap down something that they could have attacked with that turn. Or you can tap something down so that next turn you can get in for the win. This card is going to win some games, and I'm not going to be happy about it if it's not on my side of the board. I like this card. I think it's a B-. I think it is definitely above a level of a C+. It is very versatile. It is very crazy. So yeah. Okay, you win, Paladin, on that one. But yeah, I like this card. So Gravelgill Scoundrel. Also, by the way, there are some synergies. Tap target creature. So we have seen up here this encumbered Regere, right? Whenever this creature becomes tapped, while it has a -1/+1 counter on it, remove a -1/+1 counter on it. So that's actually pretty cool. So you can actually get some extra value on tapping something that, that likes being tapped, that you get a benefit from tapping with it. I think this is another one, right? No, this only attacks. I think there are a few others where, tapping gets you something. So yeah, here, like, you could gain 2 life at instant speed. So on and so forth. So again, this is also just a really interesting thing. Notably, though, remember, you cannot use this to untap something that's tapped with Blossom Bind. It just won't work, right? The creature can't become untapped. So this is one of those examples of something where this thing could untap something that was, charmed sleep, under a charmed sleep, but it cannot untap the current version. So Gravelgill Scoundrel, 2 mana, 1/3 vigilance. Whenever this creature attacks, you may tap another untapped creature you control. If you do, this creature can't be blocked this turn. That has, again, some synergies, because things that are tapped, right? We've seen things that like being tapped. And again, being unblockable is nice. We have to see, this goes up or down based on the number of things that pump, that we have that make things bigger, better, faster, stronger. And again, sometimes we have rogue synergies in certain sets, wherein if a rogue does damage to somebody, it's really good. That's been the case for Zendikar Rising. Okay, I think it was, yeah. Okay, so there was a lot in Zendikar Rising that in the common, I want the uncommon because I want to show off that particular card. So Soaring Thought Thief. So flash flying, right? Whenever one or more rogues you control attack, each opponent mills 2 cards. But there are things in the past where if you did damage with a rogue in Morningtide, I want to say, Throng. Notorious Throng, right? Nope. Yeah, Prowl. That's what it was. Okay, so there's an ability, right? You can cast this for its Prowl cost if you dealt combat damage to a player this turn with a rogue. So this being, right, able to be unblockable as a rogue would have been really interesting for this particular mechanic, and I don't know whether they brought Prowl back or anything like it, so we'll have to see. Anything that cares about rogues. So this is interesting. I mean, again, it can sometimes just do the final point of damage if you need it. It's a 1/3 vigilance to start out with as a merfolk, which means that it can attack, and then you can tap it, for example, for like this, right? You can attack, pay the 1, tap this, and tap it to tap target creature an opponent controls. Just worthy of note that the vigilance is relevant at this point. The white trick with Convoke is going to mess with you. Yeah. Being tapped out, exactly. Yep. Yeah, break a board stall, potentially, yeah. So I still think this is a C+, but it's playable, right? Perfectly playable, and it may go up in my estimation as we go along, but, like, statistically, like, again, in a set that cares about things that tap, and we haven't seen all of that yet, we've just seen the white, then, you know, this might actually do some crazy stuffs. All right, Illusion Spinners. 5 mana, 4/3 flyer. If you control another fairy, right, you can cast it as though it had flash, and it has hexproof as long as it's untapped. Huh. Give me a second. Oh, the Sphinx. So this isn't as good, but the other thing was a rare and broken. It was a Sphinx. I don't know if it was named a Sphinx. But anyway, there was a 4-mana Sphinx that had from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Obviously not Marauding Sphinx. I don't know if it was called a Sphinx or if I'm missing it. But anyway, it was. And it might be hold on, maybe it wasn't a Sphinx, and now this is going to bother me. But let's look at this. Let's look at rare. Let's look at OTJ. Search. So yeah, Stoic Sphinx. Okay, maybe I just missed it. But yeah, so 4 mana, right? Hexproof as long as you haven't cast a spell this turn, which is very different. But Flash Flying 5/3 versus Flash Flying 4/3. As long as you control a fairy, which shouldn't be too difficult. Hexproof as long as it's untapped is nice. The problem with the 3 toughness is that, again, if they had a block, the thing is, if they didn't have flyers, and flyers are at a premium in OTJ, this thing was just going to end the game. Like, there was just a lot of the time where it's just too good too quickly, and they were just not going to be able to remove it. So, but this one has to tap to attack. But one of the things that you should remember, so it doesn't have hexproof when it's tapped. So you attack with it, and then if they target it, you can flash in the Glamour Might and untap it to give it hexproof again. So that's a fun one. Little combo there. So this is an interesting card. I don't know how to value it just yet. I would assume it's a B, because I don't think you want that many of them. But it could be way better than I think. And so far, I haven't seen that many things that have 3 power as flyers. So I think I like it for now, but I'm going to put it a B, and we'll evaluate it from there. So Kulrath Mystic is a 3 mana 2/4 meh. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, this creature gets +2/+2 and gains vigilance until end of turn. So 4 or greater, and you get a 4/4 vigilance, dude, for 3. I mean, it's not awful. It's not exciting. I'm gonna go C+ on this one. So mana value 4 or greater we've seen in the past. Obviously, the most recent one was Final Fantasy. So I think I prefer Sahagin, right? Put a +1/+1 counter and can't be blocked this turn, as opposed to, okay, I played a 3 mana 2/4. I'm gonna attack with a 4/4 with vigilance. I think I prefer the Sahagin. So, oh, this was just a non-creature spell. This wasn't the 4 mana. It was a bomb, right? That was, what was it? I forget how to spell. No, that's the other one. Okay. Fine. Blazing Bomb was 1. I believe at least 4 mana +1, but then we also had like 4 mana blah. Was Sahagin 4 mana? I feel like, yeah, at least 4 mana was spent to cast it. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I prefer Sahagin to this. By far. I'm gonna put it as a C+. I think it's playable. I don't think it's exciting. Lofty Dreams. Okay. So this is Convoke. No flash, but Convoke. +2/+2 flying and draw cards. So you have to be really careful, like, that the opponent's tapped out, because of even with Convoke, a 5 mana enchantment that isn't gonna land, right? This is asking for a 2-for-1. You got to be really careful about when you cast this. I do think it's trying to sort of harken back to a Saga card. Zephyds, sorry. This one gave Shroud, but this draw a card. I think Shroud, they're staying away from Shroud these days and Hexproof. So they decided to give it Convoke instead and draw a card instead of that. But we have Enchanted Creature gets +2/+2 and has flying, and then you can Convoke this onto something. This is pretty sweet, especially with the Gravegill, right? To make this, you know, something that can actually be unblockable and an actual threat. But it's just good overall, I think. But again, you have to be very careful about when you cast it. And it wants to go in a certain deck, I think. I probably would put this as a B. It could graduate to a B+. It definitely could. I need to see how much bounce there is in the format, but I've already seen a bunch of like enchantment-based removal, which would remove both this and the creature. So, yeah, the fact that it replaces itself, again, if you cast it carefully when they're completely tapped out, then I think this is pretty good. So again, B, B+. Oh, sorry, B now, could be B+. Noggle the Mind. Okay. So in case you were not aware, some of the best flavor texts have been on Noggles. So we want blue, red, including these colors. We want Typeline Noggle. So it's always funny till someone gets hurt. Then it's hilarious. So this is the original Noggles from Eventide here. It is notably kicking out the support of a bridge that is over its own head. Noggles are not the cleverest of creatures out there. They are usually depicted with the head of an ass. Yeah. Donkey! And then we also have Noggle Ransacker from Eventide. When it comes into play, each player draws 2 cards, then discards a card at random. This is probably one of the better Noggles out there. But yeah, this is what a Noggle is. So it is interesting that this is calling back to that. So apparently when you Noggle the Mind, you make it dumb. So there we go. So this is a 2-mana flash enchant creature, and enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a colorless Noggle with base power and toughness 1/1. So this is the version that you get for this set of the sort of a combination of Unable to Scream slash, you know, businessman. Legitimate business person. I forget what that actually was called. Witness protection, I think it was. Yeah, legitimate business person. So this is the version of this that you get. It does have flash. It costs 1 more. And then gives a, you know, loses all abilities, becomes a colorless Noggle with base power and toughness 1/1. Now, I don't know how much of this set has any more Noggles or Noggle-based synergies. I would assume none. But there might be a Noggle or 2 in here. I doubt they're gonna give you a Noggle Lord. I just don't think there are enough Noggles, period, for them to print a Lord for them. However, I could be wrong. So, colorless Noggle with base power and toughness 1/1. But that's really nice at flash, because you can really blow out an attack at that. I really like this card for removal for blue. I'm going to put it as a B+ for blue. That's pretty great. And yeah, like it. I like it. That flash was really key. So like Frogify is something also that you want to sort of compare this to. 2 mana, loses all abilities, and is a blue frog creature with base power and toughness 1/1. Most notably first in at uncommon, just like this one in Throne of Eldraine, but then common and double masters. So, but the fact that this has flash means that they don't have time to realize that they shouldn't attack with it, right? Or that they shouldn't block with it necessarily, right? Or that they're going to lose access to those abilities, etc. So I really like this one. Let's move on to the next one. Omni Changeling Free Clone! Free Clone! So this is a shapeshifter, just like we've been talking about before. Changeling, it means it's all creature types, means it gets buffed by any of the lords that you have whatsoever. And you can convoke it in, meaning you can tap your creatures and help pay for its casting cost. Obviously no flash, so you're not avoiding timing restrictions here, but it can enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield, except that it's still all creature types. So you can, so I mean, I think there's some fun stuff to be done with this in my commander deck with my changeling deck, my all the things deck. We'll see, but it seems like a fine thing. Remember, this doesn't have to copy only your own creatures. A lot of the times recently they've been like, they've been doing stuff where like you have it enter as a copy of any creature you control, and if they get rid of all your last creature, right, then it's just bad. But in this case, right, you can actually target their own creature. It's actually, you're not targeting, rather. I should make that very clear. You're not targeting. So if the creature that you just choose a creature as it enters the battlefield, right? And it will enter as a copy of that creature. The thing about mirror image, right, entering as a copy of the creature is if you didn't have any creatures at all left, then they could stop you from doing anything about that. But even if they take care of your last creature here, you can copy one of theirs. If nobody has anything on the board when this enters, then you're shit out of luck. But one assumes that if you're convoking it in, you have at least one creature. And you hope they do too. So this can be pretty cool. I think it's a nice card. I think I would still put it at a B, but like this could really go up in my estimation depending. Again, the Changeling Convoke, usually for clones, you want to copy their best creature, which often comes out later. So it doesn't necessarily care about the Convoke, but that does mean that you can do other things with your creatures that turn and just keep a couple back to Convoke post-combat. So it's worth considering. Like, this card might be a little higher than a B. But yeah, could be cool. And again, it can also be free, essentially, and you can keep your mana up with a counter spell or something. If you have the 5 creatures to tap for it, including 2 blue creatures, notably, right? Convoke only cares about the color of the creature too. So 1 mana colorless or 1 mana of that creature's color. So if you tap, 5 blue creatures, you're good, or 2 blue creatures and 3 other creatures, you're fine. And again, you can leave mana open for your counter spells that way. So it's worth noting. Pestered Wellguard. So this is a 4 mana 3/2. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. Okay, so here is the huge reward for tapping your creatures. This is fantastic. This makes this little 1/3 so much better. So much better. So Gravegale Scoundrel, right? Tapping, and it also makes that really stupid tapper here, the Wanderbrine Trapper, really nice as well, right? So you can tap down their creatures and give yourself a 1/1. So this card is going to be so valuable, I believe. Obviously it's a 3/2, so it definitely has some drawbacks, right? I need to see how, to figure out exactly how valuable this card is going to be, we're going to need to see how many shocks and like -2/-2s exist in this format. So 4 mana 3/2 is really rough, right, these days. But the reward, if you can get it to work out, is pretty nice. And again, if it sticks on the board for any length of time and you have these tap synergies, it's pretty sweet. Again, you can also give it, we've seen giving it flying with the enchantment that keeps coming back. The Everstrike's Gift is really good with it because again, giving it evasion is really good because then it can just tap an attack and make that little 1/1, right? So giving it evasion is really good, etc. Protecting it is really good. Being able to, so it's pretty nice. So there's a lot of things that we've now seen that go really, really well with this. And this is a huge payoff for having things that tap down your creatures. And also just, attacking with it is really sweet and getting a flyer. This one I'm going to go B+. I think it's a really, really powerful card. Again, it does have some limitations, right? I think if they made it 3/3, it'd probably be too powerful. But yeah, here we go. And that depends on the removal in the set. But yeah, that seems a really great card. Okay. Rime Chill. 7 mana. What? Oh, Vivid. It costs 1 less to cast for each color among permanents you control. Tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on each of them. Draw a card. Okay, so Vivid we've seen already on an elemental. I feel like there's a really expensive elemental, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here. Kithkeeper. 7 mana, 3/3, a Vivid, right? Create X 1/1 green and white Kithkin creature tokens where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. I have a suspicion, so we haven't seen what enables this yet. We haven't seen anything of like the multicolored cards. So let's just assume that we have like a bunch of signpost uncommons that are multicolored. That means just let's call it a 2-color, you know, uncommon, right? And let's say, so that means that this is a 5 mana card. Ugh. Like that's Frost Breath. Or like, yeah. But draw a card as well. I have to see the rest of the set. I really have to see the rest of the set to be able to evaluate the 2 Vivid cards that we've seen so far. I really don't know where to put them because I don't know how easy it is to have, like how often you're going to have like 3 and 4 color decks. So I have to see the fixing, and I have to see how many cards are just like, I'm multicolors because reasons, right? Or I'm all colors, right? Have been cards like that. So I need to see that. I don't know how to rate this yet. For now, it's unplayable. Yeah. Especially since like tapping your opponent's creatures can give them things like this, right? So I need to see. For now, I'm going to make this, I'm going to label this C and come back to it. That's probably going to go up because I'm sure they've done something to enable Vivid. All right. Rhymekin Recluse. 3 mana, 3/2. When it enters, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. Nice. Nice. So we've got a Mana War. Man Zero. Okay. From Visions and Portal. Do you all like the Visions or the Portal better? Here it's killing a great white shark for no reason. This is Visions. But this was a super, super powerful card when it first came out. We've had many printings since then. We've had different versions too. We've had Academy Journey Mage, which was a similar idea where you paid and you return target creature and opponent controls only. This one notably can return your own as well. Up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. You don't have to. That's up to 1. So that's really important. And number 2, it can be your own creatures as well. So good points for that. These days and the Exclusion Mage. I think that was the one. Yeah. When this creature enters, return target creature and opponent controls to its owner's hand. Oh, that's sweet of you, Daisita. Yeah, so this one, a lot of the ones that they've been doing recently, if they're 3 mana and limited, they return only your creatures. Sorry, only opponent's creatures. But now they've printed this. It is a 3/2 rather than the normal 2/2 that we've seen with Exclusion Mage at 3 and Mana War at 3. But this one can also return any creature, right, to owner's hand. So that's pretty sweet. This is always a powerful card in limited. The tempo is huge. Remember that you can return your own creatures to get value out of their enter this battlefield effect, or you can pull them out from under the enchantment-based removal in this not liminal hold, but the Spiral into Solitude that white has access to, as well as the Blossom Bind that blue has access to here. As well as the Noggle Mind, if it survived, right? You can take it out from under that. So I think this card is very, very good in this format. I'm going to give it a B+. I think this is great. And I think you're going to want to pick it highly. And I love that it has great art. The shark is, the 4 mana shark is great too. Yes, I don't think it had shark in the name. Yeah, no, Lone Shark pounds. So Shore Shark also did, right? Whenever it mutated, you can return a creature an opponent controls to owner's hand. But there was there was a 4 mana one, definitely. I just can't remember what it was called. But I know exactly, and it was a great card in that format too. Yeah, Bigfin Bouncer, there it was. Shark Pirate, yeah. So that was a great one as well. But it was always in a creature opponent controls. Notably, this is very important. This is a big step up. Not only is it a 3/2 for 3, but it also, you can target your own stuff. Such a good card. I like this card a lot. Run Away Together. This is a reprint, a true reprint, but I love this one and its flavor text. It's adorable. The artwork is spectacular. I actually knew about this artwork because on social media, you can go find the artist, Annie Stagg, and you can see her put the final touches. This is an oil, like it's a painting on a wood block. Like it's so pretty. And you can see her put the finishing touches on it on social media. It's so cool. But yeah, so this is Run Away Together. We've had lots of versions of this. Notably First and Throne of Eldraine with like the idea of Frankenstein's monster and the little girl, right? But yeah, they've got this lovely flavor text on this one and gorgeous artwork. So, this is definitely Ron Spencer. Oh yeah, there we are. Yep, see the metallic? See the metallic? Sorry. Ron Spencer has been a mainstay in this. We talked about him the other day. But Quicksilver Dragon is always my most iconic of his artwork. So, and like Chrome Shell Crab, of course, but like this is such iconic artwork. But I can always tell when Ron's, like almost always, I can, so 80% of the time I'm 100% sure that it's Ron Spencer. Sorry. 95% of the time I can identify Ron Spencer artwork by just looking at it. But yeah, flying 3/3 for 6. When this creature enters, draw cards equal to the number of colors among permanents you control. Now that I like. Even at 2 colors, right? Draw 2 for a 6 mana 3/3 flying is still a fine card. I think, and if you can draw 3 already, that's getting close to the value off of like, Jace's Ingenuity. I was gonna type it, but okay. So yeah, 5 mana to draw 3 cards. Here we've got 6 mana, and if you can draw 3, they also get a flying 3/3 as well. But like a flying 3/3 usually costs you 4, so consider this paying 2 to draw 2 extra cards as well. So I really like this card. I think it's good. I don't think you want too many in your deck necessarily, because it is 6 mana. So I'm gonna give it a B, but I do think it's a fine card. Okay, Silvergill Mentor, 2 mana, 2/1. As an additional cost to cast the spell, behold a merfolk or pay 2. So to behold something here, right, you choose a merfolk that you control, like we've seen behold in Tarkir Dragonstorm. So to behold a merfolk, you choose a merfolk you control, right, on the battlefield, or you reveal a merfolk card from your hand. And then, or you could pay 2, so it either costs 4 or 2 and reveal a merfolk or show a merfolk on the board, right? When it enters, create a 1/1 white and blue merfolk creature token. So you're gonna get 2 bodies for 2 mana if you can show a merfolk somehow, right? So that is pretty cool. Now this behold is slightly better than the old version of this Silvergill Adept. Yes. That's what I want. So this is reveal a merfolk card from your hand or pay 3, right? Whereas Behold allows you to reveal a merfolk if you don't even have a hand, but you might have a merfolk on the board, right? That's an extra versatility to this mechanic. So I very much like this mechanic. I think this is a pretty good card. 2 mana for 3 power and 2 toughness over 2 bodies in a merfolk deck is usually quite strong. Because merfolk generally do go quite wide. But yeah, I like this card. I think it's a B still. It could end up being a B+. I haven't seen Mass Pump. We've only seen like Pump 2 plus 1 plus... Oh wait, no, we have. We have seen the Shield Bearer here. This Shield Bearer gives +1/+1 across the board. And then we also have seen... Yeah, we saw that like +2/+1 with the Convoke on 2 creatures only. We have seen Mass Pump on a 3/4. Where'd it go? Huh. One sec, sorry. Where'd the 3/4 go? How am I? It was a Kithkin. Duder guy. Give me 1 second. Am I making this up? Oh, there it is. I've been staring at it the entire... The fat chicken! So when this creature enters, creatures you control get plumb slow until end of turn. So that's a little bit of Mass Pump as well. That does reward going wide here and having the 2 creatures. So I do like this card. I think anything that has Behold, though, is a little bit of a potential risk. Because again, if you don't have a lot of other merfolk, then you're going to be a little bit of trouble. But I think this is still a great card. So I'm going to go with B. It could graduate to a B+. Silvergill Peddler, another wizard, merfolk citizen. 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever it comes tapped, draw a card. Then okay, loot whenever it becomes tapped. Okay, perfectly decent C+. Spell Snare. Oh, they're reprinting Spell Snare for standard. Oh boy. Okay, so counter target spell with mana value 2. Spell Snare traditionally has been a constructed card. But it does serve some purpose in limited, depending. I'm not hugely a fan of it in limited, but we have seen a lot of 2 mana cards that we would like to counter early. The problem is it has little to no use later, unless you're countering a one of the blue removal spells that we've seen so far. It has to be exactly 2, remember. It can't be less than, right? So this can counter the Noggle the Mind. It can counter the Blossom Bind. So it's good against some blue removal. It can counter Runaway Together. Some interaction in the blue. And a few things. Obviously, it can counter some creatures at 2 mana. Like, countering this would be really good. But countering something like the... Preacher, less important, right? Later on in the game. Maybe early, definitely good. And this is good to counter, but I'm not sure how much you'll be wanting to run this, just because, again, it outlives its usefulness pretty quickly. So if you get it late in your deck, that's really bad. And it's almost a dead card for the most part. So, but we'll see. I mean, there might be just enough in this set that counters, that gets countered that you might want to run it. Right now, tentatively, I'm going to give it a B-/C+. With it leaning more to C+. Because again, counters in limited are traditionally not that great, because if they're good if you are at parity or ahead, they're very bad if you're behind. And this being so conditional is difficult to justify. So, because even a null in its set, which had a ton of enchantments and artifacts or whatever it was, then it counters an enchantment or artifact, was still not run that much in limited. So this, I think, is a reprint for standard. This is probably what they needed to answer like Badger Mole Cub and things like that, and like stuffs. So again, I don't recommend highly putting it in your deck, but it does have some use. All right. Stratosaurer, 5 mana, 3/5 flyer. When it enters, target creature gains flying until end of turn, but it has basic land cycling. Okay, basic land cyclers used to be amazing. Used to be absolutely amazing. More recently, they have been less impressive, just because the formats are now so fast that they're just too slow. So unless you have reanimation, right? So for example, if we go for the crawler, in the most recent set, the Avatar Lost the Airbender set, right? The Swamp Cycling 2, right, is nice, but notice that this has to be cycled for blue to find basic land. So it can't even fetch the land, like, unless you already have the blue, it can't fetch its own color, right? Like, so, like, these are these tend to be just a lot slower than they used to be. It used to be very good to have basic land cyclers. But you know, they've gotten a lot, you know, too slow for to some extent. You did want them, and you may still want them to fix your mana. But good luck, Daisy. But yeah, so it is always based on the set where you figure out whether they're decent or not. So for example, in the Final Fantasy set, a couple of the land cyclers like T-Rexor were very good. This card was very good, but the red one was pretty crap. And the blue one was kind of meh as well. The black one was okay. This one was okay. The white one wasn't very good either, the Moogle. So again, you have to evaluate it based on the context of the set. And this one was just powerful enough on its own to play. And if you had to force, like, and this set also had a lot of recursion. So, and again, the Duskmourn had the reanimation, so the white-black ones were quite good because you could reanimate them. We need to see how much reanimation this has, and again, we need to see how slow the format is to figure out whether this is, you know, really good or just like, oh, can't take the time to do that. And obviously, basic land cycling being colorless is so important, right? Usually, but this is recently we've gotten the colorless, and then it cycles for a particular type of land. Notably, this is any basic land, and that's why they made it cost an actual color. But that can bite you in the butt to some degree. So again, I'm gonna put this at a C+, and I think it could graduate to a B- depending on the set. I think it's playable, but I think you have to, you know, figure out the other stuff. I haven't seen anything that eats it as far as a flyer goes so far. The 5 toughness seems to be quite relevant in this set currently as far as flyers go. But again, we'll rate it like that for now and then come back and figure it out. But Summit Sentinel, 2 mana, 1/3. When this creature dies, draw a card. We've had a lot of those in OTJ. We had a white one. So it had lifelink, I think. What? No, come back. I don't think it registered the set. There we go. So Outlaw Medic here. When it dies, draw a card, a 1/3 lifelinker. So this one is just an elemental soldier that pays 2 to this. So this is the whole thing about this is it's meant for a controlling shell. It's meant to buy time so that you can get your more impactful spells online and going. Usually it's not that great. Usually it's not that great. So I'm going to put this as a C/C+. But like I think it some decks that are very controlling want it. If you have a lot of flyers, you might want it too, to just hold the ground for a little while. But yeah. Swat Away. 4 mana, costs 2 less to attack if a creature is attacking you. The owner of target spell or creature puts on the choice of the top or bottom of their library. Okay, so this is our normal Griptide that we usually get. So this is like the sort of original version of this. Target creature on top of its owner's library. The cool thing about Griptide was that your opponents didn't get the choice of whether to put it on the top or bottom. So you could blank their next draw. So you could be like, okay, now you're going to draw this 1/1, right? Even if you didn't want to put away something large, right? So since then, though, they've always made it like, you know, since like fairly recently, they've like in the last few years, they've only ever made it a choice. No, it's not usually 5 cost. There have been versions that are 5 cost, but it's not usually 5 cost. So like Vanish. So Vanish from sight, 4 mana, target non-land permanent's owner puts it on top or bottom of the library, surveil 1. So this is Duskmourn. So We like blue almost always gets some version of this. This is one of the things that it gives us, is this sort of tempo play. But this, it almost always gives a choice from the opponent. This one at least surveilled one as well, and is at instant speed. This is an instant speed, no surveil, but it can have a discount, which is nice. But that's part of why they're making it cost double blue. Be more of a commitment to blue that you can't splash it in something. That it's difficult to splash it in something. So 2 less to cast if a creature is attacking you, meaning you can just pay 2 blue to put it on top of the bottom of their library. I really like this card. I think this is fantastic. I think this is a B+. I think this is a fantastic card. This is exactly what blue wants to do. Yes, it's more of a commitment to blue than usually this does cost, but it can be discounted, and that's normally when you're going to be casting it anyway. Is when somebody's attacking you, just put it on top of their library, or bottom. Obviously, they get the choice. But I really like this card. This is so nice. Very, very nice. The art is a little wonky, but there we are. But yeah, I love that card. That's so good. Tanufel Rhyme Speaker. 4 mana 2/4. Whenever you cast a spell with 4 okay. All right. So the elementals have the cast 4 greater draw card here. This is a great card. If you can get this early, you absolutely want it. Now, 4 mana 2/4 is not a good ROI. It's not a good return on your investment, but this ability is so key. And I need to see about the removal in the set, how frequently something can be removed that has 4 toughness. But I think that 4 is very relevant, I suspect. I suspect that 3 is where you like have the threshold. But I have to see. This card is fantastic. If you can get it to work, if you can build around it. So early, this is going to be like a B+. Later, if you don't have the stuffs, right, it might go down for you, but in ranking. But great artwork, great card. I really like this card. Again, yeah, got to make it work, but we're gonna see how many times we can do it. Now, one of the things about a Final Fantasy with this bomb, right, and the Sahagin, is that a lot of the cards were modal, right? You could pick, and they scaled, and that was really important. So for example, right, you could pay the 6, right, which would be good, but you could also just pay the 1, right, or the 3. That was really important because that made it, you know, these cards that could be very expensive, playable, and make this work. We have to see whether they have any modal spells like that, because that running too many 4 and greater cards in a limited deck is a great way to lose a game. So the fact that these were like all scalable, right? That the spells that this had access to that wanted to pay 4 or more were all scalable was so important. Because in desperation, right, you go, or if it was necessary for the game, you could play the smaller version of the card and not lose out on tempo, etc. So again, this is I have to, like, my instinct at first is just to go, yes, take this. It's a B+, but yeah, the Convoke cards will be one of them, right? The Convoke cards, as long as you have other creatures, but the problem is you have to play lots of cheap creatures in order to Convoke. So that's it's a problem. But yeah, the discount here too. Yeah, these two go very nicely together, but they're both uncommon. So how often are you going to get that to work? We'll see. But again, I want to give it a B+ here. Sorry, I want to give it a B+, but again, I have to see the rest of the thing to see whether that actually works out. Temporal Cleansing, 4 mana. What? It's another Griptide. Okay. With Convoke. The owner of target but it's only sorcery. Ew. Fine. I'm gonna give it a C+. It could be a B-. I mean, blue might need access to it because it's common, and if you don't get one of these or 2 of these, you know, you might have to run it, or some of the other enchantment room base removal. But it does have Convoke, and Convoke is actually relevant. Remember, a lot of things care about being tapped. So, like, if you have temporal, like, if you have this card up here, where'd it go? This guy. Like, if you need this, right? If you already have this and you have like a couple of them, then you may actually just want to like add a couple of these to the deck because it allows you to Convoke and tap down without having to attack. So you want to weigh that when you're taking these cards. All right, Thirst for Identity. This is another in the Thirst series. So, whoa. Okay. Anyway, Thirst for Discovery, right? Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 unless you discard a basic land card. Thirst for Knowledge. Draw 3 unless discard an artifact card. Thirst for Meaning. This is the enchantment version. So now we have the creature version, which is pretty cool because it's mostly a creature-based set. Usually, at least if it's continuing the Lorwyn theme. But yeah, there we go. Unexpected Assistance. So this one, I think I'm probably going to... I need to see this. The value of this increases based on how much recursion we have, because if you're just discarding creatures, then if we have any reanimation, that's great. But it might just be worth it anyway, because creatures are the most of what you play in Limited. It might be better than most of what we see as far as the other Thirst versions. So yeah, seems decent to me. I think I wouldn't put this as a B to start with, but it could be a B plus. Just because that's like, wait, what? Yeah. So draw 3 and discard 1, not so bad. So I think I'm gonna give it a B plus actually, because it's so often that you have extra creatures to discard. I think I still prefer discarding a basic land, Thirst for Discovery, but yeah. Anyway, I think that's still better. All right, Unexpected Assistance is 5 mana, Convoke, draw 3 cards, then discard a card. Okay, all right. So the Convoke I think really matters here. I think this is a fine card. Obviously, Jace's Ingenuity is pay for 5 here, Convoke, draw without the Convoke, draw 3 cards, and don't have to discard a card, right? Which we saw previously, right? Draw 3 cards for at instant speed for 5. But this one has the ability to Convoke, and I think that's actually really, really important, because you can play this on turn 2. So play a creature on 1, play a creature on 2, and then on 3 you can play this, and you can get value out of having played creatures that care about attack, like being tapped. So I actually think this is quite good. I think it's a C+ / B-. And I think it really enables some synergies and does some cool stuffs. And that artwork's pretty cool. Unwelcome Sprite. Fairy Rogue. 2 mana, 2/1 flyer. That's already nice. That's already nice. I like it. I like it a lot. So already a 2/1 flyer, right? We've had 2/1 flyers a lot of the time, which like can block only creatures with flying, and then eventually we got 2/1 flyers with various other abilities. But mainly it's 2/1 flyer is good enough on its own. But now we also get, whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, Surveil 2. That is epically valuable. I really like this card. This one's a B+ for me. It's really sweet. Wanderwine Distract, and has, of course, relevant type fairy, and maybe we'll see whether they do this prowl thing with rogue. I'm not sure. Wanderwine Distractor. 4 mana, 4/3. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-0 until end of turn. Okay, you can definitely do some tricks with that. Obviously 4/3 is a little bit rough for 4 mana, but I think I kind of like this because of the sheer number of Convoke instants that we have. I think that could be really actually quite powerful in the attack. So I think this is a C+. I think it's perfectly playable. It might even be more exciting than that. I'm not sure. I have a suspicion. It depends on... I really need to see the black removal. I really need to see whether it has something like -3/-3 or so on and so forth. So, but I think this is actually pretty sweet. So we've seen various versions of this. Like, it's a frog, like there was advanced. So type line frog, blue, search. Yeah, like Befuddler and other things like this that give -2 or -1. There's been fairies that do it, or rather rogues that do it. from Zendikar Rising, gives -2 when it flashes in, etc. Or, you know, when something attacks, it gives -2. There's also like a couple, I think, from more recent sets that were like humanoid as well. But like, this is a cool effect and makes it difficult for opponent to profitably block. In addition to, you know, something that they have to consider if you can convoke and get an instant speed thing going. But yeah, so C+ for now. Perfectly playable. Might actually be exciting. Who knows? All right, Wanderwine Farewell. 7 mana convoke. Return 1 or 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hand. Then if you control a merfolk, create a 1/1 white and blue merfolk creature token for each permanent return to its... Okay, this is great. Okay, so in Amonkhet, we had, I think it said river something. Boo-doo-boo. There's been a lot of river somethings. Wow. Okay. Okay, there's a lot of river somethings. I'm gonna go find it. Okay. Let's just save time here. For blue, I think. No. Okay, my keyword's going fun. All right. For blue, and then common search. Actually, just put Amonkhet. So yeah, Floodwaters. Floodwaters was fun because you could cycle it, but if you didn't need it early. But return up to 2 card creatures to your hand has been particularly good. There was also there was an uncommon one from Theros, Beyond Death, I think. There was 6 mana, return 2. But those effects tend to be quite strong and limited. Bounce 2 things. But this one has Convoke. So not only is it's only 1 mana more expensive, right? But it has Convoke, and then it does this, right? It adds creatures to your board, which I actually really think is kind of crazy. Because frankly, you know, once you get to a certain... Yeah, I like this card quite a bit. God's Revenge, Sea God's Revenge. Yeah, this was 3. That was dumb. And then you could scry. But this can nominally be like, you know, tap down 3 lands and 3 creatures and then play something else, right? Sorry, 4 lands, 3 creatures, and then play something else, and then get these 2 buggers. Like, I kind of like it. I think it's pretty good. I don't think you want that many in your deck, of course. So I'm gonna give it a B/B+. But that was fun. Wild Unraveling. So 2 mana as an additional cost to cast a spell, Blight 2 or pay 1. So here's that Blight that we're talking about. So Blight is a new mechanic. It says here what it is. To Blight 2, put 2 -1 counters, -1 counters on a creature you control. It has to be a creature you control. It cannot be a distribution of those counters over 2 creatures. Only on 1 creature. So if you Blight, you're putting whatever number of counters on 1 creature. So 1 creature. So that's really important. Like if you have 2 2/2s in play, you can't go 1/1, right? It has to be one of those is dying. So this is a cancel. It's a cancel at its base. So when Wizards figured out that running actual counterspell was too freaking cheap and limited, right? Period. They started giving you things, variations on cancel. Counter target spell, or they would do like counter target spell and exile it, right? Do all sorts of things, but they're always 3, right? For the most part. You could get discounts on it by improvising here, right? This is essentially artifact convoke, right? On various counter type spells, right? This is a mana leak, but and you can get a discount on it. But there's various different versions of this, but like counter spells traditionally cost 3, and you can get discounts on them somehow. This is no different. This is a cancel at its heart, but if you blight 2, it's a pure counterspell. Now, blighting 2, as we've seen, isn't always a guaranteed bad thing. So take a look again at that wonderful tree folk that we saw. This tree folk is, in my opinion, epically good. Enters with a -1/-1 counter on it, and you get to remove counters from it to draw cards at sorcery speed. That is so nice. So if you have a number of things where those counters matter, like you can actually guaranteed run this and want to run this on and actually blight. So and sometimes, you know, because sometimes things happen for removing counters. It's pretty sweet. So this is definitely a card to consider running. The other thing that I noted, so I have seen, I do actually really want to bring this up. I have seen a couple of the rares with champion. So in the old Lorwyn, oh boy, I may not be able to find it that quickly using this particular method. Here we go. There were old things where you said champion a blah, right? This is different. This is the current version of the Lorwyn Eclipsed. But there were, in fact, here, give me 1 second. Advanced. I want red. I want Lorwyn. And I want a rare. Really? Oh, there it is. Nova Chaser. Okay. So, one of the things in the past in Lorwyn, and this is what's harkening back to this, is that you had these cards where they said champion a blah, right? And all that was when this creature comes into play, right? It's gonna die unless you remove another of that particular type from the game, right? And then whenever this left play, you would get that thing back. But the idea is you'd pay a low cost for something really impactful, and then you'd have to remove another thing from the battlefield, but you'd get it back. Now, this is different. This is the new version of that. They call them champions now. It doesn't have champion as a mechanic. It has behold, which is both stronger and weaker, and here's why. Behold an elf and exile it. As we mentioned, behold is really nice because you don't have to have the elf in play. With the Nova Chaser, you had to have the elemental in play at the time, right? So, if they removed that elemental in response, you had to sacrifice this. If you only had one other elemental. Usually you had multiple other elementals and it was perfectly fine. But that was the key. With this one, though, this is an additional cost. So that's really important. So you would get a 4-mana 6/6 that whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card, right? Which is a really nice return on investment for 4 mana and reveal an elf from your hand, right? Sorry, exile an elf from your hand, right? Or an elf card from the grave, the battlefield, right? You get a tiny little 1/1 elvish mystic that's doing nothing for you anymore, right? And you exile that and then put this into play, draw a card whenever you cast a creature spell, and you get your mystic back when this leaves the battlefield. The problem with these, the absolute issue with these, is if they get countered. So note Wild Unraveling. If they try to play a champion and you counter it, that card is staying exiled. The card that they beheld will be exiled permanently. So countering these is a guaranteed 2-for-1. Countering this isn't a guaranteed 2-for-1. All you do is you counter a 4-mana creature, right? because it's only when this enters the battlefield that you have to sacrifice, right? So this card is a lot better against counter spells and not a lot better against removal, right? It's actually quite weak against removal if you have only one elemental. Obviously, again, the kindred types in this are gonna have a lot of different... You're probably gonna have more than one elemental before you play this. So you can really protect against that. This one, you cannot protect against the counter spells. So that's the really dangerous part about the new version of this champion, right? Mechanic. The Behold replacing the champion mechanic does leave it really vulnerable to counter magic. So this is a card to consider if you are in sealed and best of 3, of either sealed or draft best of 3, you might want to be running one or two of these as a sideboard if you're in blue. Even if it's not really thematic with your main deck, if you're not in like a blight based deck. So you need to remember that these are a nice answer to the champions. And there's a series of champions, as you saw. There's champions of the shoal, and champions of the perfect. Wait, are there more? Oh yeah, champion of the weird, champion of the path, and there should be a white one. Oh, yeah. This one. So it's really important to remember this. All right. Moving on to black. I might need to go get more tea. Tea is good. Okay. So, and maybe a snack. Okay. I'm gonna go get tea and Pop-Tarts, so I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, but now we start the black. In the meantime, if you want to let me know anything that you've noticed that I've missed from the blue or the white, let me know. BRB. All right, perfect time to also change the laundry. Yay. We did it. Okay. So tea is steeping. The second flush of like 3 tea bags. All right. Whew. Here we go. All right, Auntie's sentence. Okay, so I'm getting an answer to my question a little bit. The removal in the format, is there a shock? Is there a -2, -2? Here's a -2, -2 on a stick. Okay, so, so a long time ago, we had something called weakness as an aura. This would have been when I first saw it in revised. And it gave -2, -1. It was an enchant creature, gave -2, -1. That was considered really awesome. It was 1 mana. Then we got Disfigure. And obviously we got that a lot earlier than it looks like here, because we actually got that in Zendikar original. And this is 1 mana, target creature gets -2, -2 until end of turn at instant speed. It's not an enchantment. We got, in cons, we got a 2 mana -2, -2, in the form of debilitating injury. So you can see here that this is a sorcery -2, -2. This one just sits on it. So even something that's big, you can at least make it smaller, consistently. This one is -2, -2 until end of turn, so it goes a little bit more on the same vein as Disfigure. But you are paying 1 more for it, and it's a sorcery speed. Disfigure is quite powerful anyway, so it's not often included in particular sets. So it depends on, like, especially a smaller set with smaller creatures, because it's just too powerful. This is 2 mana at sorcery speed for -2, -2 until end of turn, which is still good, but it also has the added versatility of choose a non-land permanent card from their hand and discard that card. Since a lot of the creatures are the focus of this, non-land permanent is actually not a huge cost here. A lot of the removal that we've seen so far is enchantments, which are permanents and non-lands, and as well as you can take out creatures from their hands. Now, it won't take out the spells like the counter spells, but it will tell you that that they're there, so you can maybe try to play around them. I do like the versatility on this card. I think this card is excellent. I think this is a B/, on occasion B+. I really think this card is great. But it does also answer that question that I had when I saw this 3/2, that this is the prime target for that card. I wanted to know, okay, so 4 mana for a 3/2. If I don't get to tap at the turn it comes into play, what am I losing if they have that if there are -2, -2 or shock effects in this? And yeah, you're gonna have to play this and make sure you get the value in theory. And or just hope they don't have this common, right? Or any other the ones that we're gonna see potentially. But yeah, I like this card. I think this is a B/B+. I mean, on time, like, based on what we're seeing, there are a lot of 3 toughness creatures, but this can win be played post combat to take care of that creature later, etc. And there have been a lot of 2/4s, I think. So if you tack in with 3/3, you could also do this later. But yeah, it seems like a fine card. I don't think it's going to be B+, in all honesty. I think it's going to be a B. I think you're going to want it, but I do like the versatility of being able to have full information about their hand and or take out a relevant permanent card from it. So decent stuff. Barbed Bloodletter. Okay. All right. So for those of you, Wither is a returning mechanic from Lorwyn. Dealing damage to creatures in the form of -1, -1 counters is what Wither is. Now, Toxic is better. They actually printed something much better than Toxic, than that, which in the form of Toxic, because it does, I think Toxic, wait, hold on, am I thinking of something else? Hold on, Skitherix. How do you spell Skither? I never remember. Is it I in the first? Okay, yeah. Okay, so no, Infect was the one. Infect was better than Wither. And they printed that later in Scars. So, but yeah, Infect included Wither and like Toxic, the form of poison counters. So wait, I want to say, how does Toxic work again? Text Toxic. Players.com to also get a poison count. That was just, yeah, but there wasn't, yeah, it wasn't Wither. Okay, yeah. So Infect gave Wither and poison, so it was pretty sweet. So Barbed Bloodletter is 2 mana to give Wither. So the fact that this has Flash and gives +1/+2, and attaches for free can be a really nice blowout for your small creature blocking their bigger creature, because even if your small creature is going to die, it's going to do at least 2, one assumes, if it's not a 0 power creature, and it's going to give, that means it's going to give 2 -1/-1 counters to that creature. So it will make that creature smaller no matter what. So this is just a fine trick. And again, if -1/-1 creatures matter for on your opponent's creatures, which I think there are some things that care about that in this format, I would assume, that's pretty nice. If you can proliferate or do anything like that, that would be pretty sweet. I would like that. So again, this is just a usable combat trick. I would give it a C+. It's perfectly playable. It's not exciting, but it's perfectly playable. Bile Vile Boggart. That thing has 84 million horns. That is a very horny little boggart. I stand by what I said. Anyway, 1 mana 1/1. When it dies, put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature. So this is the functional reprint of a zombie goblin that we had. Here. Festering Gobbo. When Festering Goblin dies, target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So it's the same thing. This one's a Goblin Assassin. That was a zombie goblin. So goblins doing goblin things. But again, putting a -1/-1 counter onto up to 1 target creature, that is useful in this, sometimes not even to do it to their creature, but remember our little white 2/5, sorry. Again, you can draw cards. I really love this card. This card is freaking fantastic. The Ghast, yeah. No, the Ghast gave -1/-1, not a counter, I believe, and gave an option to give treasure as well. Shambling Ghast. Where'd it go? Yeah. So it gives -1/-1 until end of turn, or create a treasure, but that's not, this is a counter. This is an actual counter. So, yar. But yeah, so I mean, it's just it's a valuable thing in the set. We'll see what else we can do with it, but yeah, Blight Rot. But Jesus, okay. 4 -1/-1 counters on target creature at instant speed for 3. This in this format kind of reminds me of just the, not the H. Okay, so -5, -9 until in turn would exile and death. Obviously this is better, but for most cases, but for the case that the creature's a 6/6, this is actually better a lot of the time. So you can make something very, very tiny and have -1/-1 counters on it and blah, blah, blah. So this is a great piece of removal. Black is going to want to use this a lot. And again, if you have something that, 4 -1/-1 counters on that lovely dude, right? After you remove its original 1 -1/-1 counter, it's still a 2/5, and you put 4 counters on it. You can draw 4 cards over the course of several turns. So it's just a lovely, versatile little bit of card interaction here. So I like this card. I think this is going to be a B plus probably for Black. I think it's going to be a really nice, versatile use of stuffs. We also haven't seen a lot of things with 5 toughness. We've seen that cycler, the land cycler. The blue land cycler had 5 toughness. The Moonlight Lamenter, after you remove the counter, has 5 toughness. We've seen a 5/6 for the Convoke. But again, you can do this at instant speed. So again, if it blocks, and then you can also give it the -1/-1 counters, so it does die. But we've also seen only the 3/5 here, I think. That's the only thing with 5 toughness. So this is actually quite relevant as just a removal spell in general. So I really like this card. All right. Blighted Blackthorn. Butt stack. Okay. I like big butts and I cannot like. Okay, wait, sorry. 5 mana Tree Folk Warlock. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you may blight 2. If you do, you draw a card and lose 1 life. I like it. I like it. This is the biggest butt I've seen. So generally, like, sorry, in black, and white and blue, so Esper colors amongst the commons and uncommons. This is the biggest butt that I've seen in Magic right now. I think it blocks really, really well. And the idea that you can then, right, choose to draw a card and lose 2 life a number of times on the attack or block or do the things. I really like this card. I think this is quite useful. So I think this is a C+/B-. I think it could be a B- just because that's yeah. So it'll become like a 1/5 for 5, but draw a card, lose a life. That's still fine. Or you can just put it into play as a 3/7 and then attack and just blight something else. Yeah, that seems fun. I likes it. So like you could blight this little vile boggart and put a -1 on something else, right? Because remember, okay, so one of the things that's really important to remember is you may blight more than a creature's toughness. So if you're blighting 2, you can still choose a 1/1 to blight 2 onto. You just put 2 -1/1 counters on it, right? That's actually important to remember. You can blight more than a creature's toughness. So don't think that just because this is a 1/1 you can't blight 2 on it. So that's key. So having those little 1/1s is actually really important. And as we're seeing, right, having these blight targets here does actually matter. So this nomad that can like get further value by after it dies, you can exile from the graveyard, get another 1/1 to blight onto. That's pretty sweet too for those decks. But yeah, I kind of like that card. I mean, it does depend on how slow and fast the thing is, but yeah. And whether there's any synergies for putting like -1/1 counters on your own creatures, like sometimes you're gonna get benefits for that. We used to in Amonkhet, there was like Serpent, boo boo bidoo boo ba ba da ba. It was black, 3 mana. Okay, hold on. Advanced, black, 2 and a black. Amonkhet. It was Amonkhet, not Hour, I think. And it was an uncommon search. Nest of Scarabs. Okay, not serpents, but yeah. Whenever you put 1 or more -1/1 counters on a creature, create that many 1/1 black insect creature tokens. So this was really sweet, especially in this one, because this one was also a -1/1 counter synergy set, right? Obelisk Spider, right? This thing, right? Whenever you put 1 or more blah, each opponent did this. There was a lot of things in Amonkhet that cared about putting -1/1 counters on this. So we'll see whether they also have that, which could make this one go up in value as well. Boggart Mischief, 3 mana. That doesn't look like this looks like a Boggart. That looks like a deranged Minotaur. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that one. Okay, so this card is very good for constructed in terms of like your goblin deck, right? And I'm talking about like your fun casual EDH deck mostly. But whenever a goblin creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life is a really nice little thing for a lot of goblin decks, because a lot of goblin decks throw goblins at you. Bastion of Goblin Remembrance, exactly. This allows you to create 2 gobos by blighting 1, which is pretty nice. And I think it's quite good in limited. If you have like a dedicated goblin deck, but also if you just really need a couple blockers and have something and have plenty of things to blight, right? Including that little boggart here. You can replace it with 2 and then drain them for 1. So, and put a -1/1 counter on one of their creatures. So it seems like a good card. It's not great, but because again, you have to have a really, preponderance of goblins for it to be great. But if you do that, if you get a few early, I think that's probably like I think probably I want to say a B, solid B for now. But it could go up in my estimation. Boggart Prankster. Oh god, that frog is not having a good day. Nor is whatever is beneath it. Okay. God. Ew. Alright, so this is a 2-mana 1/3. Whenever you attack, target attacking goblin you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So it's a 2-mana 2/3, which is not actually that bad on the attack, which is not actually that bad, but it also doesn't have to be a 2/3 on the attack. It can make something else into a relevant threat too. And remember, it's whenever you attack, so it doesn't have to attack to do that. So I kind of actually like this, especially in a dedicated goblin deck. It seems pretty good. It seems like a good return on investment. A 2-mana 2/3 these days is pretty standard and nice. But the fact that it's like whenever you attack, right, your goblin gets +1/+0, and then an attacking goblin. In all honesty, attacking goblin. But it seems pretty easy to get goblins going in both black and red. And so I think this is a fine card. I actually kind of, let me think. It's probably still a C+, but it could graduate to a B- as well. Bog Slither's Embrace. Oh. Okay. Has it just swung its sword through the thing? Shadow creatures. I think that's what's being intimated here, is that this creature is basically intangible, except that it can touch you. And that goblin doesn't look happy at being touched at all. Interesting. Anyway, so 2 mana, exile target creature, but you have to blight 1 or pay 3. So it's 5 mana sorcery to exile target creature at its base. But if you blight 1, and again, there's a lot of benefits to that, you can in fact pay only 2. I think that's a great card. I think that's a B+. I think that's a really good removal spell for black. That is really good. All right, Creekwood Safe Right. 2 mana 5/5. Okay, 2 mana 5/5 that enters with 3 -1/1 counters on it. So it's a 2 mana 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, if there is an elf card in your graveyard and this creature has a -1/1 counter on it, remove a -1/1 counter from this creature. So the graveyard theme for elves, I think, is what I've been noticing on the socials. So at its base, it's an elf bear. It's like it's a relevant creature type elf, and then it's a 2/2 for 2, which is fine. But then it starts to grow as long as there's an elf card in your graveyard, and I believe that we're going to see some mill stuff with the elves in the green-black somewhere, because this you can't have that line without it, I'm pretty sure. I can tell you that I don't like this as much as the white one that we've seen so far, the 2 mana 5/4 merfolk that enters with 3 -1/1 counters, and then whenever it becomes a tapped, remove a counter. But I do think it's probably pretty good. I'm gonna give it a B for now, but it could graduate to a B+. I feel like I want to put this one at a B+ now that I've seen a few more things that work with it. But yeah, we shall see. All right, Darkness Descends. Whoa, that art. Taking that out. Look at the half her face is in the shadow and gives the glowing eyes of the Kithkin at night, right? We were looking the other day at Unmake and other things that are the Kithkin, like under Shadowmoor and Eventide, right? Which have the glowing green eyes, green yellow, and this one's just but like half of her is in the shadow and half is the. That's really interesting because the rest of this looks like it's in shadow. So why is half of her anyway? Fascinating. I'll have to read the story. But that artwork is pretty epic. Pretty memorable. Okay, so 3 mana, put 2 -1/1 counters on each creature. That is interesting. Sorcery. So 4 mana, 2 and 2 black, sorcery, 2 -1 counters on each creature. Darkness Descent. So I definitely think a controlling deck will want this. You're going to want to stop all of the early like merfolk that we've seen come through. We've seen a lot of ways to do a bunch of Kithkin that are small and have 2 toughness and a bunch of merfolk that have 2 or 1 toughness. And you can also just make everything small on the board with the -1/1 counters. There is a double-edged sword here, which is that some of the -1/1 counters will actually help your opponents as opposed to hurt them. So, if this lovely thing again, this is the best that I've seen so far, is on the board, they'll be able to draw cards. But that said, like again, there's a certain. I mean, if the -1/1 counters are going to benefit you a lot, also that's also important. But I do think the controlling decks will still want this. I mean, obviously it's a similar idea that we've seen a lot of. Not that. So malicious malfunction and other things that give -2/2 until end of turn, right? We've seen a lot of that. This is only until end of turn. We've often seen the -2/2 until end of turn. The ruinous water bending more recently. But we haven't seen a lot of things that give -2/2 counters. And that is interesting. Definitely shrinks things, could kill a bunch of things. I think the controlling decks want it. I think some of the decks that care about counters will want it as well. On your own creatures, I'm going to see more. I want to see the rest of the black here, especially because I think that's might be where most of them are that really care about having, you know, -1/1 counters on and benefiting on your creatures, but we shall see. For now, I'm going to give this about what I would normally give like Ruinous Waterbending, which is like a C+. You can play it, but it's not exciting usually. This one might be better just because it's permanent -1/1. Because the opponent can occasionally gain benefit from it, that's a little scary. All right. Everybody was really sad that this art was used on a common. But what you need to remember is that pauper players and peasant players and stuff need love too. So, here we're getting an example of the mill cards for this particular card to be good, right? This is meant to put elves in the graveyard. It is stunning art, right? Like I said, pauper players need love too. Although who knows if this is good enough to play in pauper, but maybe pauper cube or something like that. I don't know. So it's a 4 mana 3/3 menace elf relevant creature. When it enters, you mill 3 cards. Then if there's an elf card in your graveyard, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This is somewhat similar to the 4 mana Midnight Hunter Vow. I think it was Vow. Diregraph Scavenger. So this one doesn't have Death Touch, obviously, but it is a bigger creature with menace. And it cares about something happening in the graveyard, right? So this one exiled a card, up to 1 card in a graveyard, which is very important to that one because they had things that could come back from the graveyard and disturb and do blah. But if a creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This is sometimes how you just won a game. The losing 2 and gaining 2 was actually relevant at 4 mana. Now the Death Touch was also relevant in the fact that it was exiling a card from the graveyard. Creature card from the graveyard was very relevant. It is a little bit less difficult than just having an elf card in your graveyard on 4, but you know, yeah, it's pretty. I think this is supposed to be one of the really big enablers for, you know, having elf cards in the graveyard and milling cards. We need to see exactly how much recursion is in this again, to figure out whether that is relevant. Like, I don't want to mill myself out and not have ways to get my stuff back. So A, I don't want to mill myself out. B, I don't want to keep milling myself and then just never have any more creatures. So I want to be able to get some of them back. So we'll see whether this goes up in my estimation, but I'm gonna give it a C+ for now. And it's a playable card. It's just not exciting, except for its art. It's fantastic. Okay, Dose of Dawnglow, 5 mana. Oh, here we go. Here's immediately recursion. Okay. So instant speed, 5 mana, return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then, if it isn't your main phase, blight 2. So this is a way that you can get back, right, a card that you milled at instant speed. It's not tapped, which is really cool. It's random, Kalar. It's random, but if you have a bunch of these, you got to be very careful about not milling out, number 1. And number 2, you can just get unlucky and mill 3 creatures and then just draw lands for the rest of the game, essentially. It's random. It's absolutely random, but you know, you just have to, it's always better if you're running a bunch of mill to be able to have recursion. And here is a piece of recursion. It is at uncommon, so we're going to be looking for common raise dead effects and or recursion effects as well. But this one's 5 mana. It's from the story. It's Oko giving Dawnglove extract to Marilyn, I want to say. I don't remember her name. Sorry. But anyway, we have return target creature from graveyard to the battlefield. So this is a really nice effect because it's not tapped, so it can at instant speed block, but you do have to blight 2. So if that's your only creature, you have to put 2 -1/-1 counters on it. So it may not be the most effective blocker. That said, if you have a little 1/1 in play, you can -2/2 the 1/1 and have your initial creature be as big as you want it to be. But you could also do it during your main phase and not have to blight 2. So you can choose whether you want the advantage. If you can get an advantage from blighting 2, great. Or if you can, if you want to surprise them and blight 2 on something smaller, sure, cool. And then you just go from there. If it's something you're going to be chumping with, right? If it's a 3/3, you can, or at least 3 toughness, you can blight 2 and then just chump with it, and then have this creature come back in as big as it was. So I like this card. I do think it is probably going to be a B/B+. Seems fine. You're not going to want too many of them because I haven't seen a lot of, like, in for example, OTJ. In OTJ, like Back for More, right? Which was the breaking news print, right? Of this, you would return target creature from your graveyard to a battlefield, and you get to fight, right, up to 1 target creature you don't control for only 1 more mana than this. Obviously, it did require a commitment to green and black. So this was sweet, and it came back untapped, which was really, really nice. But in both Ikoria and OTJ, there were a lot more huge creatures than I've seen so far. Obviously, I've only seen some of the black and both the blue and the white, which blue and the white tend to be smaller creatures anyway. We haven't seen the green yet. We haven't seen the red. And we haven't seen all of the black. So there may be bigger creatures, but this was really good because there were bigger creatures that could surprise and just eat something. So for example, the armadillo, right? I can type. Was it called? Yeah, was it armadillo? I can't type at all. Okay, there, yeah. Spinewood's armadillo. This was big. 7/7. You could discard it early and then just back for more it later. That was just gross, right? Things like that were in Ikoria and OTJ, and I haven't seen anything like that yet. And even like the some of the black creatures were larger too, and so on and so forth, and the white creatures as well. So we'll have to see how this goes. But for now, I'm gonna put this at a B/B+, but it could just be a B+. And again, you just don't want too many of them in your deck because, again, you have to have creatures in the graveyard first. but in the milling deck, you're going to heavily prioritize it. All right. Dream Caesar, 4 mana, 3/2 flyer, fairy rogue. When this enters, you may blight 1. If you do, each opponent discards a card. That's pretty sweet. So you can see that this is the homage to Thoughtseize, its original Lorwyn art. This is its original Lorwyn art. You can see the way it was done here is very similar to this idea, but now we've got dream seizing as opposed to thoughts only. This fairy rogue is doing some things, but a 3/2 flyer for 4, not awful, when it also gets the advantage to maybe be a 2/1 flyer that makes opponent discard a card. Seems perfectly fine. And again, you can get rid of one of those smaller creatures that you don't care about and get that advantage of the card advantage there. So seems fine. I'm gonna give it a C+. Playable. Gnarl Bark Elm, 3 mana, 3/4. This creature enters with 2 -1/1 counters on it. So it enters as a 1/2. And then you can pay 3 to remove 2 counters from it, and target creature gets -2/2 until end of turn. Okay. Activate only as a sorcery. That seems good. That seems good. I'm gonna go with B/B+. Yeah, I like it. Good way to get rid of something. -2/2 until end of turn. I really would rather it actually gave tossed its -1/1 counters on something, but that's fine. There are plenty of things that we've seen that have 2 toughness that we would very much like to remove with this. So I think this is a B/B+. So cool stuff. Oh my goodness, it's a reprint of Grave. Oh no, it's Cry. Oh my god. Oh, this is making me sad. This flavor text. So it's mourning another changeling. As you can see, its horns are very similar shape to this, and we'll see a changeling at their funeral. It's a Kithkin saying, meaning they won't be forgotten. Oh my god, this is... I can't play with this card. I'm gonna have to play with the ugly version. Was it Grave Shifter? Is that what it was? No, I don't want to see with that. So I'm gonna have to play with the ugly version. I'm sorry. It doesn't... This one doesn't make me cry. God, this is sad. It's so cute. It's so cute. Anyway, moving on. It's great. It's a great card. A Grave Shifter / Grave Digger. So this is the Grave Shifter is a shapeshifter that was printed in first in Modern Horizons 1 here. This is a play on, so Grave Digger, it's the same card. However, it's not a zombie. It's every creature type. So it was essentially just making sure that you got the value off of the kindred type stuffs. If you weren't even a thing, you can run it in all sorts of decks. But traditionally, a body that returns a creature card from your graveyard to your hand is always very strong. So it's just value. So this is a very good card. I just don't want to cry while playing it. Okay, anyway, take this card. It's probably a B+ in this format, actually. Just because, again, now we're seeing Dose, we're seeing that Grave Shifter as ways to get back your things that you've milled, but also you just get back your best creature each time with those recursion spells. So the recursion spells are pretty darn good, and this one's a B+. The other one was probably a B just because you don't want too many in your deck, but I would play a couple of these at least. So Gut Splitter Gang, 4 mana 6/6. At the beginning of your first main phase, you may blight 2. If you don't, you lose 3 life. Okay. So it is a 4 mana 6/6, which is cool. And you get it free on that turn. But the next turn, right, beginning of your first main phase, you have to blight 2 or lose 3 life. So kind of worst case scenario, you either lose 3 life or it becomes a 4/4. On the attack. Is a 6/6 worth 3 life? So here's the here's sort of what comes to mind when I'm thinking about this. So in Onslaught, we had a 4 mana 6/6 demon. Now you could morph it so you weren't losing life in the beginning, right? Until you wanted to attack with it, right? And could get value out of it. But this was a really good card back then because a 6/6 for 4 was freaking crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, and the cost of 2 life was like, who cares, right? I've got a 4 mana 6/6. These days, you can have 4 mana 5/5s pretty easily. And so it feels a little bit less good, right? To do this sort of thing. That said, Blight 2 is potentially an advantage. This is an uncommon. And then losing 3 life, a little, you can always choose to do it on this if the situation changes from when you first decided it was advantageous to play this card. So it's it's not great. I don't know how to evaluate it just yet. And I do think like I said, I think it does combo. Everything freaking combos with this card. I love this card. This is going to be like an A- for me now. Like, it's so good. But yeah. Like, it still might be good enough because it's just so much bigger than everything we've seen. And the option of blighting or losing 3 is not so bad. I don't know. This one's a tough one to evaluate. I really don't know. I'm gonna give it a B- for now. But that could absolutely change. I mean, it's just so large. And you do have the options, and this could be advantageous to you. So maybe it's I'm gonna give it a B tentatively, and just don't know whether that goes up or down until later. Heirloom Auntie, 3 mana 4/4, enters with 2 -1/1 counters on it. So it's 3 mana 2/2. Whenever another creature you control dies, surveil 1, then remove a -1/1 counter from this creature. If we had like a Splinters effect here, right? If we had like sack a creature, destroy target creature in this goes up in my estimation. We definitely have the blight mechanic, so we can put 2 -1/1 counters to kill something when it dies, and then this can get bigger. I do like the surveil 1, remove a -1/1 counter, but I think that 3 mana for a 2/2 is still just so bad that I don't know. I think I'm gonna give this a C+. I think it actually is playable, but I don't think it's as exciting as it would be otherwise. Like, I mean, anyway. All right, Iron Shield. Oh no. Oh no. So traditionally I just like this card of card. It just makes it's a reprint of Seasoned Hallowblade essentially, and various versions of like things like this. It's discard a card, tap it, it gains indestructible until end of turn. In this case they've changed this, right? This gains indestructible and then tap it, which is actually a little bit relevant. But this in black suggests black is quite aggressive. This type of effect of like discard a card, make it indestructible, or discard a card, do this, or blah, right? Give it hexproof or whatever. Adanto Vanguard, I think, was the actual first version of like a 3/1 effectively that did something to be crazy, like indestructible. This one was pay 4 life, the other one's discard. So we've had a lot of versions of 3/1s that are doing that, and it's almost always in the most aggressive deck in the format, which in the set, which is it's odd that it would be the elves, because I really thought that the white should be the most aggressive. Interesting. But the fact that this allows you to discard a card is very synergistic with what the elves want to do. You can discard an elf because so many of the things that we've, well, not so many, like the one thing that we've seen so far that really cares about stuff being there is if there's an elf card in your graveyard with the Eulogist, and if there's an elf card in your graveyard and has a -1 counter, remove this. So this is a way to enable that while at the same time being a stupid card that's attacking, because a lot of the things that we've seen have a maximum of 3 toughness, so this is going to be a real hellish thing to block. So I think this is very good, especially for the elves. I think this is a B+ card. Statistically, that's been just it's annoying is what it is. I don't really need to see more of this type of card printed. I'm pretty sure I was full of that already. But yeah. There you go. Yeah. Moonglove Extractor, 3 mana, 2/1. Whenever this creature attacks, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Oh. Okay, we've seen that before. Black 2. Come on. It's a common. It was from, I think it was a pirate. I think it was from Ixalan. Something like that. No, it didn't. Okay, did it? Ixalan. Might have been Rivals. This was a really good card in its form. No, it might have been Baldur's Gate. No, not Baldur. Adventures in the Forgotten Realms. It wasn't Deluder. No, you just drew when it was so good. No, it's not that. No, it's a 2/2. It's the same thing as this essentially, but it was a 2/2. Whenever this creature attacks, you draw a card. So all right. Well, I'm just gonna do the whenever it attacks. Hold on. There it is. Audacious. Okay, it's M20. Fine. And Foundation's Jumpstart. Okay. So yeah, Audacious Thief. This card was quite good. In its format, it is a 2/2, not a 2/1. It was a human rogue, which wasn't really it wasn't a pirate, so it was a rogue. This one has a relevant creature type. It's an elf. So I think that's why they gave it 1 fewer toughness. But this was a very good card in its set. But again, that was M20, so it was a while ago. But it's a way to get an elf in the graveyard. Really, they will want to block this. They will not want to give you that kind of card advantage for long. So it's a way to get a card in the graveyard and draw a card and lose a life. It's an elf card in the graveyard and draw a card and lose a life. This is a good card. I like this card. I'm going to give it a B- as opposed to a C+. I think this is a great card. But I am allowing this to color my perception, and it has been a long time since then, and there's been a lot of power creeps, so we'll see. But for now, that's my impression of it. Mud Button Curse Tosser. Sorry. Curse Tosser. This is another Behold, like we've seen before, with the Merfolk and the, Kithkin. So, here's the Kithkin. With the lovely Margaret Organ Keen art. So great. And then, the Merfolk. We actually, I think, had 2 Merfolk with this. Silvergill Mentor. I feel like we had another one, but I could be wrong. But yeah, here's Mud Button Curse Tosser. Yes, behold my stuff. Okay. So, so it's going to be a Savannah Lions at its heart. Unless you can't behold or pay 2. I mean, yeah, or you have to pay 2. Can't block. When it dies, destroy target creature an opponent controls with power 2 or less. I like this. I like this in a heavy blight synergy deck, because I want to be able to kill this later. So I like it in a deck with a lot of goblins, and I like it in a deck with a lot of blight. I don't like it in an elf deck, obviously, very much. I don't think it's very good in an elf deck unless you have a lot of goblins in your elf deck, which is not ideal, because you really do want... The elves really... A lot of the things just really want to have their own kindred type going and make sure that you have a preponderance of those. But, I don't like it that it can't block, but eventually they're gonna have to block it anyway. And this key part about blighting is very important. So I'm gonna give it a B, but I think it's B minus. I think it's a good card in a. It's gonna be like a B plus in a goblin deck. If you don't have a ton of goblins, it's probably gonna be a B or B minus. Yeah. Okay. Nameless and oh, it's back with Dominic Meyer art. Whoa ho. Okay, so Nameless Inversion is a reprint. It was a common. Here is Nameless Inversion from the original set. It's a changeling. So it has every creature count. So it counts as casting that creature for whatever synergies you have, like whenever you cast an elf, blah, blah, blah. And target creature gets +3, -3, and loses all creature types until end of turn. It's a very powerful removal spell, but it can also, if you have a 4/4, it can win the game, because it can do, if they didn't block your 4/4, it can do a 7 damage out of nowhere. Worthy of note. But it kills, at least in the original Lorwyn, it killed most things. And it looks like it still does, because they put it on uncommon now. They learned their lesson. This is a very good card. Take it very highly. This is a B+/A- card. It is a great card. Damn. Okay. They brought back name. I was not expecting them to bring this back, honestly. I am kind of glad that based on what I've seen, it's an uncommon. All right. Nightmare Sower. That's epic artwork too. Jeez. That is beyond creepy. Okay. 4 mana, 2/3 flying lifelinker. That's already good. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, put a -1/-1 counter on the one target. Okay. So in was it Woe? Yeah. Black 3 and a black. We want Woe. And we want uncommon search dream spoilers. So this is a huge upgrade on dream spoilers, okay? So 4 mana 2/2 flyer. Sure. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Instead of a 4 mana 2/3 flying lifelinker. And this one, whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, up to 1 target creature and opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Only an opponent, number 1. Number 2, -1/-1. Number 3, until end of turn. And then this one, put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature. So you can do your own, right? If you need them to die or get benefits from dying, which we've seen a couple creatures that get benefits from dying, right? This one you can destroy target creature. This one you no, not that one. Sorry. I mean, this one cares about other things dying. And then the little gobbo. Lethal Gobbo dies and gives -1/-1 counter to something else. This one little bile vial. Yeah. So, damn. So this is kind of crazy. There have been enough instances that we've seen that this seems pretty darn good. Remember, you can put the -1/-1 counters on your own thing to do the stuffs. This is a crazy card and a crazy upgrade over Dream Spoilers. I will be picking this very highly. This is a probably a B+ pick. I don't think it's an A- because again, having a lot of instants and sorceries in your instants in your deck, casting those spells on there is sometimes very difficult. Like it's going to be something that you can maximize by, you know, building around. But I think a 2/3 flying Lifelinger is so far quite strong anyway in this. So that's why I'm putting it at B+ already. Like even if you don't get this effect, I think it's just a good ROI for now, based on what I'm seeing. So damn. Okay. Perfect Intimidation. 4 mana, choose one or both. Target opponent exiles 2 cards from their hands. And exiles is important because discarding, we've seen some recursion and we've seen some things that care about the presence of elves in the graveyard, for example. Remove all counters from target creature. But you can use both. Well, that's actually interesting. So it is sorcery speed, so you can't like blow somebody out by removing all the counters from one of your crazy duder guys. Like basically on turn 4, right? Suddenly you attack with a 5/4 instead of a 1/1, right? No, sorry, 2/1. But exiling 2 cards from the hands at the same time, and remove all counters from target creature. Yeah, I really wish this were an instant. It would be crazy as an instant. That's probably why they couldn't make it an instant. I'm going to go with a B-/C+. I think it might just be a C+, but no, I'm going to go with B-. I'm going to go with a solid B-. That's fine. It's fine. It's not an expensive rhino because you can do both. I actually think that there's enough things where, you know, you're going to put the -1/-1 counters and it's going to be a small creep. Like, for example, after you get through, like, let's say you play this 6/6, right? Where'd it go? Let's say. And you decide that since you have this card in hand, you can plan around putting a couple Blight 2 counters on this, like swing for 4 when it's still valuable to you to swing to 4, then make it into a 2/2, but then also then the next turn like remove all the counters that turn, remove all the counters from it, and it's a 6/6 again on the attack. I don't know, there's a few things that I think that make this a little bit better than I'm first saying. I still want to give it a B-, but I don't think it's so it's not great, but I think it is actually playable and goes from there. All right, Requiting Hex. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may blight 1. Destroy target creature's mana value 2 or less. If this spell's additional cost was paid, you gain 2 life. No, that's just a good card, period. Okay. I like it. Okay. I'm going to go with a B, but it could be a B+. That's pretty sweet. There are a lot of creatures with mana value 2 or less, and being able to destroy 1 at instant speed is really good if they're double blocking, for example. And the fact that you can choose to blight 1 if it's going to be advantageous to you is great. And then you just randomly gain 2 life. Seems good. Okay. Nice. Wretched Wretch. 3 mana 4/2. When this creature dies, if it had a -1/-1 counter on it, return it to the battlefield in its own control and it loses all abilities. Okay, so I told you I taste terrible. I mean, yeah, that'd be a way to like put a -1/-1 counter. It'd be interesting. It'd become a 3/1 for 3. Interesting. I mean, if black is as aggressive as it looks, this is a fine card. Because you never want to block with this. I'm still going to go with a B or B-, but probably B-, but it... But this is something you can blight and then it'll just come back. I'm gonna go with B. Okay. Like you can literally just put the 2 counters on it instead of like, yeah, okay. Scarblade Scout, 2 mana, 2/2 lifelink. When it enters mill 2 cards, yeah, that's going to enable the elf synergies. Seems perfectly playable. I'm going to go with a C+/B-. I do like 2/2 lifelinkers and the elves that enable it. The closest that we've had to that is the OTJ vampire that committed the crime. So it was enabling the deck that it really wanted to be in, which was not only a crime-based deck, but also a milling synergy recursion deck. So it was pretty nice. So common Desperate Bloodseeker here, right? When it enters the battlefield, target player mills 2 cards. So we've just got an elf version of this that mills you 2 cards only, which is what you want to do in the elf deck anyway, because you want elves in the graveyard for most of what we've seen as far as elves do. That's what elves do. Okay. But yeah, same thing here. And it was just a decent 2-drop, right? So again, I think, you know, C+ probably is where it goes, but it's just a little bit higher than some of the C+s we've seen so far. So again, it could be like a B-, just because it enables that synergy so well. Scarblade's Malice. 1 black mana. Target creature going to Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, create a 2/2 black and green elf creature token. So, basically this is just trying to, so we've seen a lot of stuff recently wherein, you get an advantage in order to be able to kill something, and then you get a 2/2 to replace it. The Manifest card most recently is what comes to mind. So we get, common in Duskmourn. Turn Inside Out. So this one gave it +3/+0, so it would trade. And then you got to Manifest Dread, so get a 2/2. This one gives it Death Touch and Lifelink, so you gain a little back, and then you also kill whatever it's blocking, and then you get an elf to replace it. So, statistically, these cards, like this one was quite good because you'd manifest into something that would be bigger potentially. Like you could actually, not only were you replacing a creature, hopefully having traded up, but you were replacing it for 1 mana for a 2/2, which is pretty nice. So not only using this as like a kill spell for something of your smallest creature, but also getting to replace that creature for 1 mana was serious value. Now, it was extra value though, because the Manifest Dread, yes, it could be a land, but it could also just be, or it could be like a 3 mana creature, right? But it could also just be a 4 or 5 or 6 mana creature that could go big and kill them later. This one's just going to give you a 2/2 black and green elf creature token. I still think it's probably worth it because I think a lot of the things that that the synergies in the black here are the creatures dying, an elf going to the graveyard, for example, and then and you getting another elf on the board seems sweet. So, for example, if we have that, you know, if we have the Moonglove Extractor attacking, right? It's this 2/1 attacks, you draw a card, you lose a life, they block with their 6/6, and then you give it Death Touch, Lifelink, and when it dies, you get another elf. And then you have an elf in the graveyard, you've already drawn and lost a life and done the thing. So it seems like a fine trick. It's not super exciting to me right now. This one got very exciting in this format, so we'll have to keep an eye on this one. I'm for now going to give it a... for now, I'm going to give it a B-. And that's just optimistic. That's where like this one sort of ended up to some degree. But yeah, so we'll see. Shimmer Creep, 5 mana, 3/5 menace elemental. When this creature enters, each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. So again, assuming that we have like those dual color like signposts, let's assume it's 2, right? This is the first one I've seen that's like a decent ROI even for what it is. Like a 5 mana, 3/5 menace is not awful. And even if they lose 1 life and you gain 1 life, that's not the worst case scenario. But for a 4-point life swing of 2 points each, that's actually quite good. And that's even if you're just not even if you're playing like too many signposts or anything like that. You just have one other white creature, for example, in your Orzhov deck. That seems fine. I like this card. Of the elementals that I've seen so far with the Vivid, this one is the one that I'm most likely to play, even if I'm not like heavily into multiple colors. And I think if you are into multiple colors, and if it does make it easy, we have to see later on. But if it does make it easy, this could be nutty. But for me right now, this is a B, solid B. I think it's a good card. Unbury, 2 mana, choose 1, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, or return 2 target creature cards that share a creature type from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so this is we've seen this before in the Pirates. So we've got I want commons, I want black, I want Ixalan. Okay, so March of the Drowned. So in this case, it's going to specify pirates in particular, but you can see here that this is 1 more mana because it's instant speed, but you can return 2 target creature cards that share a creature type. So this is essentially the same idea for 1 mana at sorcery speed, but it particularly targets pirates because that was one of the biggest, you know, thing in the black in Ixalan. So, but you could return any target creature but you could also return pirate cards. So 1 creature or 2 that share a creature type. And that's pretty awesome. Again, this is what I was looking for. As long as I'm milling myself with my elves deck, I'm gonna want recursion. As long as I'm doing the like sacrifice things, put -1/-1 counters on my things to blight them to get value, I'm gonna want to be able to get them back and have, you know, more fodder. So I do like this card. I do understand why they put it at uncommon. For that reason, I think that I probably want to say that this is I think the first copy is like a B+. I think the second copy is like a B. All right. Bold Weird Aggressor. 5 mana, 2/5 double strike. Other giants you control have double strike. Okay. So we're starting the red. I have a drinking problem. Okay. So, here we go. First giant we've seen, I think. I think the biggest thing we saw in white was a treefolk. Nope, there's a giant here. The Burden Stoneback. Right. This was a good one. But activate only as a sorcerer was annoying. Do I see any other? Yeah, no, the giants have not been well represented so far. Obviously, we have shapeshifters. We do have shapeshifters, so this is a giant, right? This Omni Changeling, right? So we do have giants, like that. We have seen more giants than just that one. So giving your changelings double strike is cool, okay? That is cool. So don't undervalue this card just because this sheer like tiny number of giants that we've seen so far. So 5 mana double strike, 2/5 other giants you control have double strike. Yeah, that seems like a way to just win the game out of nowhere with a bunch of tiny changelings, I feel like. I'm gonna give this a B. I think it's a fine card. Boldweir is definitely the name that we are very familiar with. And Giants and Cowards. This is our the one we always remember. Future Sight first printing, then followed by Morning Tide. But this is the artwork I recognize. So cowards can't block warriors, and you can make target creature type a coward until end of turn, and then target creature's type becomes warrior until end of turn. It's super, super fun. Anyway, it's a cute card. So, but this is clearly a person from the same area. I would assume Boldweir. Yeah, Clan Boldweir. Okay. Yep, Clan. Okay. Now they're more territorial than ever. Okay, so I love the fact that the axe is a tree. A literal tree. That's pretty cool. And look at the tiny goats running. All right. Cool card. Bone Club Berserker. 4 mana, 2/4. This creature gets +2/+0 for each other goblin you control. Okay. I mean, it's going to be a very, most likely a very large, very powerful card, except that it's only going to have the 4 toughness. But that could be a thing. For now, I'm going to give it a C+, perfectly playable. Not terribly exciting, but 4 toughness is a thing. Boulder Dash. 2 damage to any target and 1 damage to any other target. I like this card. This is great. This is a B+. This is really nice based on what I've seen in the set. You cannot, notably, do 3 damage to any one target. It is any other target here, so that's very important. It does this does survive Nameless Inversion, yes, but it doesn't survive the common -4 counters. But again, like I said, 4 toughness it does matter. So it's not unplayable or anything like that. It's just ooh, I like this card. That card's good. Take it. Brambleback Brute, 3 mana, 4/5, enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it, so it's going to be 2/3 to start with for 3 mana. You can remove a counter from this creature target creature you can't block this turn and activate only as a sorcery. I like this card. I really like this card. For red, it's also another giant, but I really like this card for the following reason. So on 5, right? It is a 3/4 that makes something can't block, not able to block this turn. That's an aggressive, good card. I think you can win games too. If you get it late, you're just like, okay, well, that creature can't block, and therefore we have a really advantageous attack here. So it reminds me a little, obviously it's not 2 creatures, so it's not quite the dashed card from, was it Wilds? I think it was Wilds, yeah. Bellowing Bruiser, right? So, but like up to 2 creatures can't block it again, or haste, or blah, blah, blah. So you had a lot of different things you could do late game to make sure that it would get through and everything would go. But I just like this card. It's a lot earlier for the same sort of effect. And it's just, I like this card. I think I want to give this I really want to give this a B-. I honestly do, just based on what everything else I've seen. It's just good stats for 5 mana. And it just wants to go in an aggressive deck and make something not able to block. Like, I probably like it more than I should, honestly. On 5, it comes in, makes something not able to block. On 6, it makes something unable to block and attacks as a 4/5. Like, you need to curve well into it, but that's what an aggro deck wants to do anyway, so... You don't need too many of these. I think I'm still supposed to give it a C+, but I want to give it a B-. All right. Burning Curiosity, 3 mana. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you may Blight 1. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. If the spell's additional cost was paid, exile the top 3 cards instead. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. So it's 3 mana to exile the top 2 cards, right? Which until the end of next turn you can play that. So we have seen that in the form of Run's Resolve, right? Exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. So it costs 1 more because it has the option of Blight 1 and then exiling 3 instead. And I think it's a decent card. especially if you have blight synergies, but also if you have like death, you know, things dying synergies to the blight counters, or, you know, anything like that, or you want to put another counter on this so you can make something unable to block again. I don't know. It's no, because it's 3 mana, it's no Ren's Resolve, but so I'm gonna give it, I think it's perfectly playable. I'm gonna give it a C+ for now, but I think it could actually be a it could get to B-, at least the first copy, just to not flood out. Yeah. Okay. Cinder Strike. 1 mana at an additional cost, you may blight 1. It deals 2 damage to target creature. It deals 4 damage instead if it's a blight cost, but sorcery speed. I mean, okay. All right. There's a 4 damage spell at least to blight 1. I would like to exchange -1 for the 4 damage, I think, a lot of the time. But 2 damage as a shock anyway is going to be great, even though it's not an instant. That's definitely, again, taking care of something like this, which is very dangerous. So I am going to want this at like a B. Definitely. Maybe B+. So yeah. Elder Auntie. I think this is a great card. Anything in goblins that puts extra goblins into play, 2 bodies for 1 at a decent ROI, and this is decent. It's not great, but it's decent. 3 mana for 2 bodies, 2/2, and a 1/1 across 2 is really nice. Yeah. So I think this is a B-. I think it's a really good card for goblins, and it's just a good card in general, just to have two bodies with relevant creature type here. And again, it goes well with this lovely 2/4 here, because this will be a 6/4 with these 2 on the board. And it gives you a 1/1 black and red goblin creature that can be used to blight onto. Now, obviously, Boulder Dash can take care of both of those, but you're not really playing around that anyway. It doesn't matter. And this is the only thing we've seen that so far that takes care of 2 things. At any decent rate. Like, there's a 6 mana thing that bounces 2 or frosts 2. So, all right. Enraged Flamecaster. Very upset flame dude. So 3/2 reach, 3 mana. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, deals 2 damage to each opponent. Okay, that could get out of hand pretty quickly. This is similar to the other stuff, the 4 stuff that we saw in Final Fantasy, as we said. Again, I haven't seen a lot. We've seen some Convoke spells, which is nice. But I haven't seen a lot of modular spells, like where they scale. So I'm a little bit wary of the 4 or greater, but seems okay. It does have the reach, which can mean that we can block some of those flying merfolk and stuffs. I think it's C+. Could graduate to higher. Explosive Prodigy, 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters, it deals X damage to target creature and opponent controls, where X is the number of colors among... Oh, this is good stuff. Even if it's 2, that's great. That is fantastic. I'm going to go with a B+ on this one. This one's a sweet card. Target creature and opponent controls. Okay. Feed the Flames, 4 mana, deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile instead. Yeah, that seems to be what we get for red these days. Instant speed, 5 damage, fine stuff. You're gonna want to take it. It's a B/B+ for red. And exiling does matter. Flame Chain Mauler, 2 mana, 2/2, can fire breathe and gain menace for 1 and a red. Yeah, it's a fine early drop and a good late drop to gain to put pressure. I love that it gains menace. That is huge. That's the best we've seen of this for a while, because, you know, at the very least, they can't just block with their own 2/1 or 2/2, right? And expect to have that. It will trade with 2 things in theory. And just be harder to block. I really like this card. Okay. So B-/C+. Flame Braider. 2 mana. 2/2. Elemental Bard. Add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend this mana only to cast elemental spells or activate elemental sources. Yeah, we definitely had something a 1/2, I think, from the original Lorwyn that did something like that. So... And it also had Braider or something. Flame Blader is the name. Okay, I think it was a common. Oh, come on. What? Okay, it's Lorwyn. Red. I'll take off the... Okay. Search. Don't think it was uncommon. Smoke Braider. Yeah, there it is. Wait, did I type something wrong? Why did it find that? That's so weird. Anyway, add 2 mana in any combination of colors to your mana pool. It is 1 in a red. See, okay. Okay. Spend this mana only to play elemental spells or activated abilities of elementals. So it's the same cost. It does the same thing, but it's a 2/2 now because power creep, but it's uncommon as opposed to common. So there you are. It is a good card to enable you to cast big, expensive elementals, and that's pretty sweet. So, again, you have to have, you know, elementals as your theme, but it's a good card in that circumstance. So I'm going to... And remember, you can cast your changelings. Remember, changelings and changeling spells. So this can still cast the kindred blah. Oh, next. Inversion, nameless inversion. Where is it? There it is. So this can still cast this, notably. So remember, this can actually cast stuff with your changelings and shapeshifters because they are elementals spells in this case and creatures in the other. So pretty sweet. I like this card. I think it's a B+ in any deck that has any elementals or changelings. I think it's a B- in anything that doesn't really have a lot of elementals or changelings. But I think you're gonna have some changelings, so yeah, worth it. Flamekin Guildweaver, 4 mana 4/3 trample. When it enters, create a treasure token. Okay, we've seen a lot of stuff like this recently. Usually it's a 3 mana, 4 mana, 3 in a red. For a 3/3 that gives a treasure token, like the Bootylicious. It's not called that except by me. I think it was Rivals. Yeah, Brazen Freebooty. So this was a 4 mana 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, create a colorless treasure artifact token where they had to tell you what a treasure was. And then this is also doing this. So, but this one has trample and it's a 4/3, so we're getting a little bit of power creep there. It's an elemental, which is a relevant creature type for things like this if you want to ramp it into play. And just a fine card. The creating a treasure token is a good way to fix for more mana. So I'm going to have to keep that in mind when we're talking about those elementals with Vivid and how easy it is to play more than 2 colors in a deck. So this is just an interesting inclusion there. I will probably go with a C+ on this one. It's just, you know, playable. Giant Fall, 2 mana instant. Choose one. Target creature you control deals damage equals its power to target creature an opponent controls. Okay, so a punch. Or destroy target artifact. Great. I like it. This is a B+. This is a great card. I don't know how relevant artifacts are. We'll get those toward the end, obviously. But I think that anything that's going to be a punch in red is going to be important at instant speed. So for 2 mana. So a good rabid bite in red. And then also just, you could also destroy target artifact instead. I shouldn't say also in this sentence there. You could destroy an artifact instead. So you have that option. It has that versatility. Goat Nap! So here is Goat Napper from the original Lorwyn with Ron Spencer art. 3 mana 2/2. When it comes into play, untap target goat and gain control of it until end of turn. It gains haste until end of turn. You could take your opponent's shapeshifters, changeling things, and throw them at them. It was so much fun. So much fun. Now I have it on good authority that there are some goats in this, some actual goats as opposed to just changelings. But this is we're gonna goat nap here, but we can gain control of anything. It doesn't have to be a changeling, right? We can untap that or a goat. We can untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn, but you do get a value if it is either a goat or a changeling. It gets +3/+0 until end of turn. So this is a threaten effect. We often get threaten effects in every red set, every set in red. The original Onslaught threaten here. 3 mana. Untap target creature and gain control of it until end of turn. That creature gains haste until end of turn. So it's a pretty valuable little spell, usually to end the game. But also, you know, this is one of the interesting things. I don't know how much sacrifice there is in this. We haven't seen any in the black so far. We have seen that you can blight things, though. So you could steal something, attack with it. If it didn't die or trade up, right? Trade for one of their creatures, meaning you got to 2 for 1, which is nice. You could, in fact, blight onto it and go from there. So it's just an interesting one. I think it's probably a B- still, because threaten effects tend to be that way in non-heavy sacrifice outlet decks, sets rather. So for example, sorry, I didn't type well. Okay, so Sepulchral Ghoul, right? Sacrifice another creature, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. This was in the same set at common and a number of other sacrifice outlets as a threaten effect. And that made that combination pretty darn good. So it was definitely worth... that made the threaten... I think it was Price of Loyalty, probably. That made this effect go way up in value. So we haven't seen anything necessarily like that, though, in this. We've only seen Blight, so... and I haven't seen any, like I was looking for, bone splinters or bone shards or stuff like that. So... you know, this is less exciting to me than a set like that, like Adventures in the Forgotten Realms. So Gristle Glutton, that's my brother's wife, sorry. She eats the... anyway, never tell her I said that, or at least don't show her the card when I said that, because that art is intense. I just mean that she eats a lot of crystal. I don't mean that this is her appearance. All right. 2 mana, 1/3, blight 1, discard a... so blight 1 to rummage. Okay, yeah, I like it. It gets value off of, you know, blighting itself. It becomes an 0/2, fine, but it can do that 2 more times to rummage. I like that. That's perfectly fine. So C+, perfectly playable. Impolite Entrance, 1 mana, target creature gains trample and haste until end of turn. Sorcery speed, draw a card? But the trample's nice. I don't think that the most of these things... haste, yes, and maybe +1/+1, but not trample. And it doesn't replace itself usually. Yeah, that seems decent. You need a big one for that to be really exciting. But it does replace itself, so I think it's fine. I think I'm gonna give it a B. Kindle the Inner Flame. 4 mana, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, except it has haste, and sacrifice at the end of the step. You can flash it back by beholding 3 elementals and paying 2. Oh, I like this card. It's only a creature you control, so that is important. It is a kindred sorcery elemental, so it does count as casting an elemental. For the purposes of our lovely Flame Braider here. Well, huh. I only really like it in like a really dedicated elemental deck. It does target the creature, so if they remove it in response, that's nothing. We can flash it back. Yeah, I think I'm going to give this a... B- C+. There are a lot of good things with ETBs, but It's expensive cloning for having to sacrifice it. I know it gets haste, but... All right. Kulrath Zealot. 6 mana for a 6/5, but it's basic land cyclers. When it enters, exile the top of your library until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Okay, that's fine. I mean, that and the 3/5 flyer in the blue seem interesting. Wait, do we see... Hold on. Did we see a land cycler in the white? There's no land cycler in the white. Basic land cycler in the white. There is in the blue. We saw the 3/5. Right here, the Stratosaurer. There wasn't one in the black. So is it just the red and the blue? Chat, can somebody tell me? Is it just the red and the blue so far? Have I missed something? Do they think white doesn't need the land fetch? Or the green already has, like, fixing? So they went for the blue and the red? I don't know. Anyway, this seems fine to me. Again, it's just C+ for so far. And it could be unplayable. We just have to see how as I explained previously with the other land cyclers, we have to... The blue land cycler, we have to see what the set breaks down to and how fast it is, etc. Lasting Tarfire. 2 mana at the beginning of each end step. If you put a counter on a creature this turn... Oh, there's your payoff! There's your payoff. So instead of Nest of Scarabs giving, dinging your opponent, this one's going to deal 2 damage to each opponent if you put a counter on a creature this turn. So that's super fun with the Blight. That does make casting these kill spells with the Blight pretty nice. Even at that, because you're gonna gain the life back. That's pretty cool. So like the Cinder Strike and the Burning Curiosity isn't a kill spell, but it's and then a Blight, additional cost Blight 1. Yeah, okay, I like it. I would love to build around this. I would love that. It is if I put a counter on a creature this turn. So it's if I put -1 counters on theirs, or if I blighted my own creatures. So it seems pretty sweet. It does take a little bit of work, so it doesn't do anything on its own, obviously. So it is like Nest of Scarabs. You really do have to build around it. So I think in the right deck, though, it's a B+. On just like on average, it's probably a B or B-. But yeah. All right, moving along. Reckless Ransacking. Target creature gets +2/+2, 3/+2 until end of turn. Create a treasure token. I'd prefer Trample. But this is another way to fix for the multicolors, and that is important to remember for the Vivid. You would play it for the art purely? Yeah, it's a Noggle. Yep. Fair. Man, okay, so I don't think this is a high pick. I think it's a C+. It's perfectly playable combat trick, and it does help you fix and or ramp. I don't really like it that much based on 2 mana for the 3/3/2 and the treasure. It's not that great, but we'll see how it pans out. Again, C+, playable but not exciting. Seer is back. Okay. 4 damage to target creature or plays... Wait, maybe I'm thinking of something else. Maybe Seer hasn't been reprinted before. I might be thinking of Searing Blood and other things, but I think Roast and Seer and Blood, everything's been printed. All right, card name Seer. Red, search. So there's that. The Searing Spear, Searing Blood, Soul Seer. Yeah, obviously, I think I'm thinking of something else. So this is the first time this has been printed. It reminds me of Roast and the other this is target creature without flying. They're like all the sorts of red burn. But 4 damage to target creature plane. Oh, it's flame. It's not flame burst. What is it? No. Nope. So many flames. I'm never gonna find it. Okay. But put 2 mana. So what was 1 mana actually? The original one. Okay. It was reprinted at Uncommon recently. Oh god, no. Stop that. Sorcery, I think. Might have been an instant. Okay, I'm not gonna bother to find it, I don't think. It wasn't 1 mana? No. Okay. Yeah, Flame Rift. Okay. That was 4 damage to each player. I'm completely thinking something wrong. Ah, Lava Coil. There are a lot of cards in Magic for me to remember. It was Flame Slash? I think I just... Ah, okay, yes. Flame Slash. Thank you. You are actually correct. This is exactly what I was thinking of. Okay, so yeah, 1 mana sorcery, 4 damage to target creature. This adds, or Planeswalker, and is at instant speed for an extra mana. I think this is a great card. In limited, it's fantastic. I would go plus B+ / A- on this one for red. It's so good. But yeah. So, but yes, that's the one I was thinking of that it reminded me of. The 4 damage there. Thank you. Sizzling Changeling, 3 mana Changeling, 3/2. When this creature dies, exile the top card of your library until the end of the next turn and make a play that card. Seems value. Seems fine. I'm gonna go with a B. Decent card. Get value. Remember, it's all the creature types, so that's important. Soulbright Seeker, 1 mana, 2/1. Here's the Behold. Target creature you control gets trample until end of turn. If this is the 3rd time this ability is resolved, add 4 mana. So you can give itself trample 3 times to net a mana. Seems like fun. But yeah, being able to give creatures trample is actually very relevant. Obviously, in order to play this for less than 3, you do have to behold an elemental, so it's best in an elemental deck, or at least in a deck with a lot of elementals in it. But this is a good card, especially I think best obviously in green, green-red, so Gruul, but seems good. Boros, it depends, because the Boros doesn't necessarily have overpowering stuff. It's more that the green has extra power, and the red too. We only have 1 white giant that we've seen so far, other than changelings. So if you look here, the only white giant that we've had is the Burden Stoneback. That's it, in commons and uncommons. So yeah, maybe we haven't been to gold yet. But there have been some. Obviously, there've been red giants, but I think obviously this is going to shine in Gruul. That said, you know, you can play it in anything and give trample as you wish. It's pretty sweet. So I like that one. I think that one's a definitely, like, could be an A- in a Gruul deck, which has a lot of elementals. But I think it's going to be a B or B plus most of the time. So probably B plus B. So first B plus and then maybe B. So the rest of the time. All right, Sour Bread Auntie, 4 mana Goblin Warrior for as 4/3. When it enters, you can blight 2. If you do, create 2 1/1 black and oh yeah, let's go wide with goblins. I like it. This is a B. I want to say in the right deck it's a B plus. I want to say a B. Otherwise, I like the May Blight. And then the 2 gobos. To get 2 gobos, yeah. I mean. I've not rated anything in the I've rated a couple things maybe as A-, but nothing beyond that. Usually the A tier is saved for rares and mythics. I rarely see commons and uncommons that I'll put at that, but some of the removal I have, and you know, a couple of cards like this card has graduated to an A- for me up here. This Moonlit Lamenter, that's a crazy card in this set. I think that's an A-. So, thank you so much for the tier 1. Really appreciate it. But hope that answers your question. And thank you for your support of the stream. But yeah, I'm gonna go with B for this for now. I think it could be a B+, or even an A- in the right deck. But yeah. Squawk Roaster. What? As Sonar watched the tangle of chirps and flames run by, his eyes lit up. I want one, he whispered. What is that art? It's like baby birds in a nest, but then the body of the bird is underneath and on fire. What the hell? This looks like an uncard. I don't know why this isn't a regular set, but okay. Double strike elemental, 4 mana for a star 4. It has vivid. Its power is equal to the number of colors among permanents you control. With double strike. So if you have 2 colors, it's going to be a 2/4 double strike. That's fine. If you have 3 colors, it starts to get really scary. I'm going to go with the B/B-. I don't think this is that great. But it's still like it's still well above like the you know, the commons, the just playable commons. So Sting Slinger, 3 mana 3/3. That's already good in return on investment that we've seen so far in this set. You can pay 1 and a red and tap it to blight 1, and it deals 2 damage to each opponent. That's pretty cool. Oh, I like this one. I think this is a B/B+. I like this card. I think it's very good. Getting those last points of damage in is already good, and this is already a good ROI for what we've seen. A 3 mana 3/3 seems to be fine in this set. Tweet. Oh. Okay. Ow. Okay. So. Okay. So it's a 3 mana, 3 damage to any target, can go face, so that's already fine for us. The fact that you get to rummage as well is pretty sweet. This is going to be a B/B+. I know it's 3 mana rather than the, you know, we want red and 1 and a red from, Ikoria, no. Yeah, Ikoria, I think it was. Yeah, Fire Prophecy. So this is 2 mana, instant speed, 3 damage to target creature. It could not go face. And then it had Rummage. Technically, it wasn't really discard a card, so you can't fill up your graveyard. This was on the bottom of your library, but draw a card. So it's a different card, but it has the same principles. So the idea of being able to go face with 3 damage to any target and instant speed, we've had in Amonkhet with like Scorching something. I think no, it was 3 mana. Not Scorching Dragonfire. Anyway, there was a 3 mana version of this that didn't have the Rummage. That had instant speed in Amonkhet. Actually, it was Hour of Devastation, I think. Hour of Devastation, definitely. But the idea that you can rummage as well is pretty sweet. So, seems good. So yeah, I like this card. I think it's good. And it kills most of the things we've seen, in all honesty. Warren Torchmaster, 2 mana, 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may blight 1. When you do, target creature gains haste until end of turn. It just gives you the option to give haste. And to give haste twice using this, just blighting on this, which is not so bad. I think this is a B. I think it's a good card. I don't think it's like spectacular, but I think it's pretty good. Yeah. I think this particular card goes very well with one card that we've seen, which is the 6/6. It definitely makes that 6/6 worth running if you can get that first into the 6/6. So Gut Splitter Gang following, this up is pretty sweet, right? So if you put this out and then, a 3-drop, and then you get to Gut Splitter Gang, you can give this haste by blighting itself, and attack with a 6/6 on turn 4, which is pretty nice. So that seems sweet. And again, being able to blight 1 on your for sort of for free, right, on the beginning of your combat does enable this enchantment pretty well, the lasting tar fire. So it's worth considering for those as well. All right, we are on green, which means that I need to run to the restroom really quickly. And then we will be back to looking at these, and I need to get more water as well. So I will be back, but we're gonna this card makes me unhappy. I'm sorry, I was just looking at the artwork. This makes me so unhappy. The elves are such fascist, cruel bastards in this, in Lorwyn. On Shadowmoor, they're actually the anti-fascists, but like to some degree. Obviously, watch Spice 8's video on this; is fantastic. But the lore has always been that these are they call everything that's not an elf an eyeblight, and every elf that's not perfect is killed and like banished and is an eyeblight as well. So like, irk. Although it does say some elves still cling to the old ways of treating outsiders, so maybe they've learned a little bit of a lesson. Who knows? I've got to read the story. But I don't like the art on this card. This is mean. Leave the flamekin alone. Okay, anyway. Leave Brittany alone! Okay, I'll be right back. Get that water. Soma. Hi, Quinn. All right. Whew. I also did the laundry stuff. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're now warm again. All right. Okay. So, as much as I hate the art on this card, it's really well done. It's just I don't like the content. Poor Flamekin dude. All right. Whew. Okay. Here we go. Green. Let's go. Assert Perfection is a punch, but it's sorcery speed. It does give the +1/+0. I prefer the instant speed red one that we get, but such is life. Obviously green is going to want this. It's good removal, even though it's sorcery speed. But it is rough, that sorcery speed, because again, they can 2-for-1 you very easily by just getting rid of that creature. You can't do much about that. So, unless you get that hexproof thing that we saw, unless you're running like blue-green and you get, where to go? Architect's Defenses. Slow down, catch me. Yeah, sorry, I was running up and down the stairs for the laundry. So, unless you get this, you can, protect your creature. You can also do it, by, noggling their thing. There's a few ways to, like, stop your thing from dying, but not much. So, Assert Perfection, you're gonna want it. It's B+ or B. For green removal, it's probably what you get here. They reprinted Blossoming Defense. Okay, so this was originally in, Kaladesh. I can't type either. Sorry, my keyboard is at an angle to me right now, and it's probably not my best decision I've ever made. While doing these. But yeah, so here's the Kaladesh original version. +2/+2 against hexproof until end of turn. That is yet another way to make your fight spell less likely to go poorly for you if you have this in hand to back it up. But this is always just a great spell. I really like the spell. It's a B/B+. It's a very good spell to make sure that you can blow out a piece of their removal. It's also just a 1 mana +2/+2, so it can win combat. I like this. Good stuff. Okay. Bristlebane Outrider. Kithkin Knight. Kithkin are green? Do I remember green Kithkin? I only remember white Kithkin and red? Hold on a second. I have to do some exploring. Kithkin. Obviously, shapeshifters are Kithkin. Ah, Gaddock. Gaddock is a very famous one that was green-white. Okay. Kithkin all white so far here, besides Gaddock. Okay, here's Dagger Dare was okay, and Mourncaller. Okay, so we've seen 3 green. Everything else been this Kithkin's been white, but we've seen 3 green. And that looks to be all of it. There's only 3 green Kithkin previously, besides the shapeshifters, and that was what I was remembering. Okay, good to know. Okay. Bristlebane Outriders, a 4 mana 3/5 Kithkin Knight, can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. As long as another creature enters the battlefield on your turn, it's going to be a 5/5. Yeah, seems perfectly reasonable. Again, this is one of the types of creatures you want to have trample. So again, that's why I said the Gruul is best for that Kithkin. Sorry, that flame caller, the flamekin that gives trample. But this is just a fine ROI return on investment here. It also wears -1 counters pretty well because it has a lot of butt. It's clearly from the Shadowmoor version, which is interesting. Memories of oil and blood haunt her rides. She patrols Kithkin lands driven by the fear of losing another down. Wonder which down they lost first. Anyway, I'm gonna give this a B. Could graduate to a B+, but it's a perfectly reasonable good card. Oh, it's cute. So this is a shapeshifter changeling that is a the same cost as a lovely reclamation sage, but it has a reversed power and toughness. So for those of you who have not seen the million versions of reclamation sage that have been printed, here's what it looks like. When its creature enters, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment. It's a 3-mana 2/1 as opposed to a 3-mana 1/2. This one has changeling, meaning it is all creature types, so that it does make it additionally relevant. But it's just a good card. And I have seen plenty of enchantments you want to destroy in this. Both white and blue, their removal is primarily enchantment based. There's a few things in blue that have tempo, right? But the removal itself is primarily enchantment based. So you definitely want this in your deck. And I'm sure we'll see, you know, some more things that make it matter in the artifacts that come up. So yeah, good card. I would go for a B/B+. Yeah. I mean, obviously it's going to be like an auto include as your sideboard in a best of 3. But I suspect you'll actually just want to run one of these at all time, even in best of 1. Okay, Crossroads Watcher. What happened to your neck, dear friend? Did you decide you just wanted to look like a weasel yourself? Do all the Kithkin have necks from hell? Like, what? I mean, this is the opposite of when we say someone's got no neck, right? Like, what? What is going on there? We just saw some Kithkin. You have no neck. No neck. What the... Hold on a second. Not really a neck, just the big head we identify with Kithkin. Again, if this is a Kithkin, a normal neck. A slightly longer neck here, but still normal considering, like, where the shoulders are placed and the fact that her head is tilted up. Slightly longer than normal, though. Normal necks. Normal necks. Okay, this is not... This is creeping me out. Okay. Sure. That is, Okay, anyway, moving along from the neck, which I can't unsee, and it's just glaring me in the face. I will only look at that every time I see this card, even though the rest of the art is spectacular. Why did it have to have that neck? It looks like a naga. Like, it looks like one of those naga, like, like the neck and the snaky naga thingies. No, but it's not all the Kithkin. Most of the other Kithkin are just normal. Like, we just looked at all of them. This is not normal for a Kithkin. That's why I was looking. I was like, is this just what they do with Kithkin now? Sorry. The ferret is so cute, and the lighting is beautiful in this, the way they've done the light and blah blah. Like, why did you do this? Makes me uncomfortable. Anyway, let's take a look. Yeah, let's like, it looks like it like grew its neck because it's looking in the distance. I don't know. Anyway. Sorry. Anyway, this is a 3-mana 3/3 trample Kithkin Ranger that has basically the same sort of template as the Foundations common that we saw recently with elves. So this one was a 2 and a green, and it was so Foundations, and it was a common and search. So this was the Beastkin Ranger. So it was a trample 3-mana 3/3. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gets +1 +0 until end of turn. So it's the same card essentially, but it's a Kithkin Ranger instead of an Elf Ranger. Which is weird because this is an elf set, but apparently we're doing green Kithkin for now. Neckin. Neckin. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. I guess it's, yeah. You say you look like your pets, right? Like, sorry. Oh. So, yeah, okay. Anyway, this card, I mean, obviously, as we knew, the Beastkin Ranger was pretty good, especially if you could put multiple creatures into play per turn. And there were a few things that put multiple Kithkin and multiple Merfolk into play and multiple Goblins in play. So this has some, you know, some utility. Also, a 3/3 mana for 3, as we've discussed before with one of the other 3/3 mana for 3, is a decent ROI in this. And the fact that it does have trample and the plus can guarantee a little bit of damage getting through in theory. So it's not bad. I really don't like its neck. I'm so sorry. I'm such a particular person about this, but that just creeps me out. Anyway, everything else is great. Just put your head down here. Just turtle a little bit. Anyway, sorry. Okay, moving along. So this one's probably a B-, as far as a common goes. Seems decent in this set for like ROI. Dawn's Light Archer, 3-mana 4/2 flash reach. Elf. Hi, Floof. I haven't seen anything that I would... Yeah, I just pet the cat because he was meeping. So it could block this, but this could give itself +2 +0. Can block this. Could eat this. Trade with this. Trade with this. Get eaten by that. That doesn't matter. Trade with that. I don't really like this card. Hey, Fluffa. Trying to think about synergies for this one. Doesn't wear blight counters well. I mean, it's 2, and then you lose a 3 mana investment. Are we able to hear him purring, or is the mic not picking it up? It is picking it up? Great. Some kitty ASMR for you. Alright, cat, let's get you some treats so I can do more of the review. That was a very nice cuddle session. Good job, Cat. He's he has such an overbite, so it's hard for him to eat sometime. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give this a C+. I think it's playable. I think it's gonna be fine when you have some pump on your like an elf lord or something, or some pump to protect it. The flash is nice because, you know, maybe you're aggressive and you get down early. We've had a lot of, you know, 4/2 flashers recently. This one happens to have reach and be an elf, which is a relevant type. They're usually not that good. We'll just put it that way, because 2 toughness is just so brutal. So maybe this will be okay. I'm going to currently give it a C+. I think it's a playable card if you have to. All right, Dundulin Weaver, 2 mana, 2/1. When it enters, if you control 3 or more creatures, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, all right. I love that artwork. That's stunning, and it doesn't have a weasel neck, so yay. Or snaky neck. But yeah, I think this is perfectly doable. I would definitely not want to get it on 2. I would want to be able to play it later on and actually get the full value. But I think that's a decent card. I actually almost would prefer it cost 4 mana and be a 3/3 or something like that. I really think that would be perfectly fine for what it wants to do, because you're almost never going to control 3 or more creatures on turn 2. I don't think there's any chance. Because even in constructed, like, but yeah. So I really feel like I would prefer it to just be a little bit bigger and then do the thing, but Kithkin are often quite small anyway, so I guess that wouldn't make too much sense. I still think it's a good card. I think it's a B, and I think it could graduate to a B+ in certain decks. Gilt-Leaf's Embrace, 3 mana, flash, enchant creature. When this enters, enchanted creature gains trample and indestructible. And oh, that's actually quite nice, and gets +2/+0. Okay. But this only trample and indestructible until end of turn. Okay, so that could definitely win a couple games. With +2/+0. I think you really want to win the game or win a really good combat with it the turn it comes into play. So it's going to be a C+. It's going to be perfectly and indestructible. You could protect a creature too. Yeah, I think it's still a C+. I mean, it could graduate to a B-, but I think it's a C+, given that it's an aura and even though it has flash, and it only gives this until end of turn. Great Forest Druid, 2 mana, 0/4, add 1 mana of any color. Yes, put it in my deck. This is a B-. This is a good card for a common. I like having ramp, especially ramp that blocks well early. This is great. Nice. The only thing that is a little bit rough on this. So here's the small downside to an 0/4, add 1 mana of any color. Is in sets that have, so we had in Duskmourn, we had a 2 mana 1 and a green that it was uncommon, and it would block. It was an 0/4 or a 1/4, I'm not absolutely certain. There it is, Overgrown Zealot. It's an 0/4, and it could help you cast your morphs, or turn morphs face up, but it was weak in this set because of the mechanic known as Survivor. So the thing is, you want to block early aggression, and that's great, right? But it didn't kill anything, and so survivors cared about being tapped after combat, so they would still get whatever benefit that they were doing from attacking with Survivor, and this wouldn't kill them. And so it was a rough thing to play on 2 when you were really counting on stopping the survivors from getting their value early. It was really rough to see like a reluctant dude role model coming in at you with your 0/4, right? When you didn't play a 2/2 to block, right? It was really painful. And to some extent, this has the same thing. And let me show you why. There's a bunch of things that care about being tapped. So if this comes in, like, I mean, obviously that's not going to be as relevant. Like, but if this comes in and you know, yeah, your 4/4 blocks it, but it still gets the 1/1, right? Or if this comes in and taps, it gains the 2 life, right? There's a few things that really kind of punish you for not having any power on turn 2. That's just always the case these days. In limited, it's just things are very powerful on turn 2, and you often need a turn 2 drop to just really to at least trade with the attack, right? In order to stop the thing from snowballing. So while I do love this, and I used to love it even more, right? At the time of Ether Revolt, Druid of the Cowl was a nutty card because it could stop the early aggression. It didn't kill anything, but it could stop the early aggression and ramp you. Also, it has Magali Villanova art, and it's spectacular. But they didn't get anything from having a tapped creature. And so this was a way better card than this was in Duskmourn, even though this could ramp you. Not only that, but it could also help you turn your stuff face up. It was just, and so I'm worried that this is going to be a similar drawback. So right now I still want this. I think it's a great card. But it's a great target for -1/-1 counters. Absolutely. Right. So I still really like this. I still want to give it a B-, but I do want to give you the caveat that, again, keeping those things in mind is good. And if your deck does not need the ramp or a target for the -1/-1 counters really early, if your deck is aggressive, you won't want this card. I'm pretty sure that's how it feels like to me so far, having seen what I've seen of the commons and uncommons, if that makes any sense. I do like being a turn ahead, but again, this is a 2-mana investment where they've already got probably 2 mana on the board for their 2-mana investment. So 2 power on the board for their 2-mana investment. So I haven't seen much Tree Folk synergy yet, but again, we were just getting into the green. So again, I want to give this a B- /B, but again, I'm just noting. All right. Luminalusk. Luminal. Lusk. So here's the Vivid. It's a 4-mana 2/4 Death Touch, which isn't bad because, again, we've seen a lot of things being relatively lower powered at this point, and so a 2/4 is actually pretty good. I don't care about this gaining life that much. I really just don't. So I really wish this were just a 3-mana 2/4 Death Toucher. That would just be great. I don't think this is that good. But a 2/4 Death Touch right now, based on what I've seen, does block most things. I wish it were 1 cheaper. I don't think it needed to be 4 mana. I don't think the Vivid justifies that. And I think we have had like some decent 2/4 Death Touchers, or even 1/3s for like 2 Death Touch recently. So I'm not that impressed with this card based on past sets performance. But again, based on this set's performance, I think it does have a really relative butt. So at 4, it just feels a little expensive for what it does. So I'm going to give it a B- for now. Sorry, I'm going to give it a B just because it does seem to block everything, but I think the red removal takes it out really easily. The black common removal takes it out really easily. I think white and blue will have a tough time with it. They'll use enchantment-based removal, and at least we have that Rex Sage Changeling here, so that's interesting. Okay. Lissalana Dignitary. So 2-mana 2/3, and as an additional cost, behold an elf or pay 2. You can add 2, activate only if there's an elf. Jesus, that's a lot of restrictions. I don't like it. Okay. Anyway, so it's a 2-mana 2/3, which is already a good ROI if you can behold an elf. So as long as you have a pretty heavily, elf-based deck, it's still a good, play on 2. I don't think you're going to be adding mana until later, until there's an elf card in your graveyard, which means that, that's not when I want to be able to add mana early. I don't want to add mana late. So you've got to get an elf card in the graveyard, which means that, where's that one here where you discard a card? This thing is nutty with that. Right, you can discard an elf card to set this going, but I'm just really upset that the elves feel really weak right now. In terms of like, or at least this card doesn't feel good because you want to ramp early and you can't guarantee an elf in your graveyard early. So not only is this difficult to cast on 2, but it's not ramping you at all on 2. I would rather have this lovely like Great Forest Druid ramping me. And notably, this is any color, so again, it's another thing that allows us to vivid a little bit better and run a lot of different colors in our deck. But this one just seems like... I want to be excited about this card, but an elf card having to be in the graveyard just feels like I'm not going to be able to ramp with it, so all it is a 2/3 for a long time. Well, not a long time, but like a few turns at least. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I mean, you could blight an elf to get there, but I think this is not going to be ramping until at least turn 4. This one is the one that I think enables it best, but, yes, there is the self-mill. There's the other 2 mana one that is a lifelinker. The copy of that vampire from, what's it? This one. But I don't think you're ramping with this until turn 3 or 4, and I just don't know that that's good. And that's only if you get the perfects into that. So I really think this is a B- card. Like, I think it can do work, but I think a lot of things have to go right. Not only do you have to even have an elf to play this on 2 as a 2/3, which is a nice ROI, but like, yeah, I don't know. All right. Anyway, Lissalana Informant, 2 mana, 3/1. When it enters or dies, surveil 1. This is a reprint of the puppies that we've had recently. So you can see right here, Wary Watchdog. When it enters or dies, surveil 1. We also had I think it was a cat from March of the Machines that did the exact same thing, that Wary Thespian, I think it was. It's the wary things. This one's not wary, though. Shame on it. Okay. Oh, Siddharth. Okay, yeah. I was like, I recognize that art. Okay, 2 mana, 3/1. I mean, that's just a decent ROI these days. It seems to be what you get for this mana. This is really important for the elf deck too, because you can surveil an elf card into the graveyard to try to get elves to do their thing. I think it's just a really, fine inclusion in this. It's C+ is still replaceable, but it's decent for getting elves to do the stuffs. Midnight Tilling, 2 mana. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's less cute. A trail of root prints leading into the forest. Oh, so the point is it's tilling the earth and bringing up little tree folk sapling haunted biddies. That's probably it. But anyway, mill 4 cards and you may return a permanent card from among them to your hand. Okay, that's milling for the elves. It's pretty good. This one says return a creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. And this is 4 cards and it's a permanent card. So it's slightly stronger, but it's slightly stronger than Grapple with the Past. So it's among them though, as opposed to generally from your graveyard to your hand. So this, you mill 3 cards, then you get anything, even stuff that was already in your graveyard. This one, it has to be among those 4 cards. So there's the difference in it. This is slightly stronger late game, and then this is probably slightly stronger earlier game. So, but it makes sense for elves because they want to mill early. It's a fine card. It can do work in decks that want to fill up their graveyard. We did see a bunch of recursion spells and raise dead type effects, so there is definitely a market for this in the elves deck. Black green probably maximizes this. I don't think any other colors do in particular. But yeah, it's an option. I think it's a, still think it's a C plus. But it can make sure that you hit your lands. So maybe it graduates to a B minus in this. Especially if you need fixing or things like that. So you can kind of see it in the same thing as we saw the, town greeter. So you can sort of treat it, I mean, yes, it's not a body, which is annoying. But it can get any permanent, not just a land, but you can sort of treat it as a similar slot as the town greeter for this. And again, it does help out your black mill synergies for your elves. So it's definitely worth to them. No, like I'm saying, you can treat it like this. Yes, it's not a body, so it doesn't impact the board, but it does, get you perhaps that land that you need, or something, right? A creature to play, or blah blah blah, right? I would play it in some other decks as well. Again, I wouldn't play it in a spell heavy deck at all. If you need a creature heavy deck / permanent heavy deck there. So it is not meant to be probably in your like blue green decks at all, but yeah. Okay, moving along. Mist Meadow Council, 5 mana 4/3. The spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a Kithkin, so it'll be a 4 mana 4/3 and draw a card when it enters. Not bad. C plus, perfectly playable. Yeah. Obviously green white probably maximizes this one in this particular set. Moon Vigil Adherence, 4 mana 0/0 trample. It creates +1/+1 for each creature you control and each creature card in your graveyard. Yeah, so the elves deck is gonna really love this card. And recursion, obviously, and lots of recursion. So this is each creature you control and each creature card in your graveyard is a very relevant set of stats, because we've often had in the past +1/+1 for each creature you control. We have seen that among other things. Obviously, the first original one was Keldon Warlord, which I saw first not in Unlimited but in Revised. So the stars below are the number of non-wall creatures on your side, including Warlord. Thus, if you have 2 other non-wall creatures, Warlord is 3/3. If one of those creatures is killed during your turn, Warlord immediately becomes 2/2. They need to tell you exactly what's going to happen. They don't just tell you about what the card does. Like, I love the depth to which they explained this card originally. So this is Keldon Warlord, which is the first sort of star creature equal to the number of creatures that you control. Obviously, non-wall caveat there. But this one is +1/+1 for each creature you control and the ones in your graveyard, and it has trample, so that's pretty sweet. You loved Keldon Warlord. Yeah, it was a really good card at the time, surprisingly so. Pretty cool. Very bad to play on an empty board because the 4 mana 1/1's not what you want. Same thing with this, but one assumes with your elves you're going to be pooping out creatures, and that's going to be most of your focus. So, and again, you're going to have some stuff in the graveyard if you run this tilling. So the elf deck really wants that tilling card and values it quite highly. I would say this graduates to like a B in an elf deck, just to make sure that you get there. But again, you're going to want all of those, so you're going to want Berry, right, to get 2 elves back. You're going to want, where'd it go? Dose of Dawnglow to return target creature from a graveyard to the battlefield. And there's like 1 or so others, I think, that you're going to want to make sure you prioritize to get stuff back. This gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. It counts itself, so it's always a 1/1 no matter what. Same thing with Keldon, right? Including Warlord. Yeah, Grave Shifter. Thanks, Skunk. But yeah, so this is gonna be a fine card. It can be quite big, but again, it can also, it's situational. But that milling will help you play it. Of course, I will mill it every time. But yeah, so decent card. I think it's a B. Good stuffs. Morkant's Eyes, 2 mana at the beginning of your upkeep. Surveil 1. That helps too. That helps fill up your graveyard as well. So that gives you value each turn a little bit, but for 2 mana. Pay 6, sacrifice to create X 2/2 black and green elf creature tokens where X is the number of elf cards. Oh, I like it. Okay. Depending on how fast the format is, this is good. If the format's very fast, it sucks. It's too little reward. But it is an elf on the battlefield, which is interesting. It's also an elf in the graveyard, notably. So if you mill this, it's still an elf in the graveyard. So that's sweet. Yeah, I think this is probably a B. Seems useful. Nice to yeah, spider spawning 5, exactly. Nice to get some value early out of it, and potentially later. But I don't think it's, you know, I don't think you're taking it over a good elf most of the time. It can't, so if you played another one, if Morkan's Eyes is in the graveyard and you play a Morkan's Eyes, it will see the other Morkan's Eyes in the graveyard. It is an elf in the graveyard. So if you mill this, it's an elf in the graveyard. So Kindred Enchantment Elf, it's an elf spell. So it's the number of elf cards in your graveyard that matters. Oh, you mean when you sacrifice it? Yeah, I think at the point that you sacrifice it, it will check post, so it will check on resolution. And when it checks on resolution, the sacrifice is part of the cost. So it should, the resolution should check and see that this card is in the graveyard. So you should get at least 1 2/2 black green elf creature token as long as this is in the graveyard. Does that answer you, Baldric? But yeah, it should count itself because the sacrifice is part of the cost. So, I do think this is a B, could be a B+. Again, again, I think a lot of the elves just really want to get on the board pretty quickly and then care about elves in the graveyard later. Pitiless Fists. 4 mana, enchant creature you control. When it enters, enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls, gets +2/+2. Okay. It is 4 mana, so it's a Hunt the Weak, right? That gives +2/+2 instead of +1/+1 and is an aura and sticks around. So, whoa, hey, go back. I typed that in the wrong place. So this is Hunt the Weak. It's 4 mana, put a +1/+1 counter, and then that creature fights target creature you don't control. So it gets a permanent +1/+1 counter, but it doesn't have an enchantment on it that gives it +2/+2. This seems like a perfectly fine spell. You just have to be very careful about when you cast it, because again, all auras are asking for a 2-for-1. Every time that you play an aura on something, you have to make sure that they're tapped out usually. If they have something, again, at instant speed, you're just asking for a 2-for-1. It's a little bit rough. So just be careful about when you use this and go from there. But otherwise, it's a very strong spell. Hunt the Weak was always very strong too. But again, giving +2/+2 permanently, pretty sweet. It's another target for our lovely little Chomping Changeling. So again, good stuffs. Yeah. So I'm gonna give it a B because you really do need removal. It could graduate to B+ just because depending on exactly how many instant speed effects that we have that can deal with it, or the creature that's on. I've seen a few in blue. I've seen 1 or 2 in black. The red at uncommon can maybe do a 4. So you have to just keep in mind what, instant speed things you might have. So we'll see. Prisma Basher. That is the thing. 6 mana, 6/6 trample. Woo! It's back. Sorry. So 6/6 trample for 6 is a good ROI usually for limited. When it enters, up to X target creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. You're usually going to have 2. You can usually depend on having 2. And so up to 2 target creatures getting +2/+2 until end of turn is awesome. They don't gain trample, but that is really nice. Vivid is not an old keyword. Vivid is new. Dreadmaw and Shambles, I know, but this one's uncommon. Look, what do you expect of a common, huh? What do you expect of a common? But yes, so this is new, Vivid. It's on elementals that we've seen, 1 on each color at least that we've seen so far. But it's like where X is the number of permanent colors among permanents you control is interesting. So yeah, it's permanents. It's not just creatures. Understood, but you're not really running. Like I'm talking about how, like you're running other stuff. Bloom Tender Mechanized. Well, actually, if you want to think about it, it's actually not Chroma, but the so I want so not that. I want Domain was the lands, which is the basic lands that you control. So it's domain, but for like permanents. Yeah, it's domain, but for permanents. But this one's just colors among permanents. That was colors among like lands, right? Basic land types, I think it was. So restraint, collective restraint. So this had like domain, they can't attack you and blah blah blah, right? And they like there was another one, Sphere of Resistance. No, that's not what I meant. Okay, hold on. White 2 and a white. It was an enchantment. Enchantment. I think it was a rare. Oh god, there's been too many. Might be able to find it quickly though. Hold on. Remember the artwork. Hey, Omega-san, how you doing? Yeah, we're discussing the new set. It's awesome. Oh, there it is. Spirit of Resistance. It's not Sphere of Resistance. So if you control a permanent of each color, prevent all damage that will be dealt to you. So this is the same principle as of like, if you have 5 colors, you're just, nothing's happening to you. It's so much fun. But yeah, this is the new set. We're taking a look at the, commons and uncommons to start with for the new set so that you can go to your pre-release well informed. If you missed a moment and you want to hear it again, all the full VODs are on YouTube, so you can go check it out. And if you want to see me evaluate a particular card, it's all in order. We're only doing the uncommons and commons right now, so you can definitely check those out. But what we're doing, my whole point of doing this is just to give you some ideas about some synergies that you may or may not be aware of, talk you through what the mechanics are, and show you some potential interactions that might be interesting, and give you a rating for the cards to see exactly how valuable I think they are. Hey, Kitty Cat, how you doing? Kitty Kate, sorry. I mispronounced there. My bad. I hope your stream was awesome. But yeah, the early access, the other way to get a lot of information is the early access will be on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern to Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern. So you'll get to see your favorite streamers play Limited and I think Constructed as well on Wednesday. So you'll get another idea of exactly what cards do and synergies and various things and how to evaluate the power level of certain cards at that point. Right now we're just going into blind, and I'm going into it by showing you things that like have existed prior, and we're going to try and evaluate them based on the relative value there. So we did talk indeed about the relative. I did bring in a couple of the rares here just to show the difference between champion in the past and the current champions, right, that have the Behold. So these are way more vulnerable to counter spells. This is just a little bit vulnerable to removal, but not vulnerable to counter spells. This is a huge 2-for-1 if it's countered. But yeah. So here's the Prisma Basher. We were just looking at this in Vivid and talking about things like, Spirit of Resistance and Domain and other ways that, they've given us value for having multiple colors of permanence or multiple types of basic land, etc. So this is a 6 mana 6/6, which is just automatically better than our poor little Dreadmaw. Our poor little Dreadmaw. But again, this is an uncommon, and it can give, and again, we're just assuming that you have 2 colors. This is just really, really nice. It's a 6 mana 6/6 trample, which is already a good ROI, especially in the set, which makes it bigger than most things that we've seen so far. And then also gives up to 2 target creatures you control +2/+2 until end of turn. So that's pretty sweet. Now, that's the sort of floor that we can usually expect with this. The absolute floor is 1 creature gets +1/+1, right? Which is still not the worst to have a 6/6 trample for 6 for that thing. And it is an elemental, which is a relevant creature type. Again, you can ramp into this via the little braider that we had. And again, we showed that there was another braider. Where'd it go? Yeah, flame braider. So you can ramp into this. That's an elemental that you can ramp into. So you can ramp into that on 4 for 2 mana of any colors. So you can actually cast this on 4 mana for that. So ROI is return on investment. So basically the amount of mana that you spend versus what you get for that mana. So again, but remember, this can ramp out these elementals. So that's really important to think about. So this doesn't have to be a 6 mana card. It could be a 4 mana card. And I'm not looking forward to when that happens to me. For me, sure. To me, no. But anyway, I like this card. I think this is a B+. I like this card. I think it's just very good. Prismatic Undercurrents is a 4 mana enchantment that has Vivid on it. When it enters, search your library for up to X basic land cards, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. Reveal those cards, put them into your hand, then shuffle. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't like this card. We have proven recently that limited is fast enough that ramping on 4 is actually quite bad, usually. Now, this set might be slower. Don't get me wrong. Lorwyn has, statistically in the past, Lorwyn has smaller creatures overall. It's got a few giants and things like that, but it's a slower set. It's mostly creatures, less interaction, and stuff like that. But I think that this at 4 mana, this is just really rough. So as you noted, like nobody's taking the shrine, the Kyoshi shrine, right? What was it? Kyoshi something. Island Plaza here. Nobody's taking this and ramping at 4 for one thing. Maybe ramping at 4 for 2 was okay, but it was still slow. It was still slow. Like unless you were playing shrines, you weren't playing this card. So like that's too slow to get 1, and even to get 2, right? No, sorry. What the heck was the name of the card? Explosive Vegetate. That's what it was. Okay. So this card is just too slow these days. Like, it's just too slow. Encroaching Dragonstorm you were only playing because you had dragons, right? You could get it to keep going, keep happening, and you could thin your deck, right? Encroaching Dragonstorm was playable only for that reason. Same thing with that shrine. It's only playable if you can keep getting it to happen. Explosive Vegetation isn't that good anymore. This used to be good. When I was little, this Onslaught card was amazing. We're so good. Anyway. But this, you can't recur. And frankly, after 4, if you're looking up for, let's say you're looking for 2 basic land cards, you've ramped to 6. How much more are you really needing to play an additional land on each of your turns? This is not a good card in Limited. I'm pretty sure you could make it good in some other stuff, right? If you on 4 are putting out 4 basic land cards because you got 4 colors on the battlefield in Constructed, great, right? But this isn't even going into play. This is putting into your hand. Like, so Explosive Vegetation at least put him into play, right? Tapped, right? So like it's brutally bad, I feel. like, you can get this into your hand and play it. So you ramp 1. So you go to 5 mana in theory, right? Because if you play on 4, you play your land, you play this, you get 1 land. Let's just assume maybe you get 2, right? You can play another one beyond 5, and then you have your 6 drop on the next turn. But, like, you're not going to need that many more double land drops. Like, it's just not... I don't like this card. Sorry. I'm going to put this as a C- / like, F. And I'm willing to be wrong. We have to see, again, we really do have to see whether there are, like, multicolored things. Like, in the past, it'd be like, this card is all colors, right? Let's see if I can find one of them. Hold on. Yeah, so, like, Falaji Wayfarer, this is all colors, right? So, like, this is a card from Commander that could do it, right? Was there another one? I forget. Oh yeah, Scrap Basket could become all colors, right? In the Shadowmoor set, right? So, if they have something like this, right? If we have, like, a couple commons like this, maybe we could make something out of the Vivid, like, things that are nearly unplayable like this one. And I think, like, again, I could be wrong, but I do think that this white one is basically unplayable as well without some sort of help. Like a 7 mana 3/3, like, ugh. Like, even putting 2 bodies into play as a 5/5, that's just way worse than our old giant from Lorwyn, the one that can gain flying. But yeah, so we're gonna see what it has, but, like, there's a rare only. Oh man. So yeah, right now I'm gonna label this unplayable, but again, we're gonna see whether those things exist. That would change my evaluation. Pummeler for higher, 5 mana 4/4 vigilance reach, not bad. Ward 2 as well. Okay, when it enters you gain X life, where X is the greatest power among giants. You gain 4. Yeah, okay, I like it. I like it. I'm gonna give this a B+. I like this for green. I think it's fantastic. You do need reach for green here, and the Ward 2 is really important. There are a lot of flyers that we've seen in both blue and white, and the gaining life here just already for 4 is sweet. This is great. I love this card. Okay, Safe Right Cavalry. So it's a 4 mana 4/4. That's already a good return on investment. I like it. It's an elf that's a relevant creature type. Giving 5 target elf you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Seems fine. Can't be blocked by more than one creature. Love it. I like this card. I'm gonna give this a B-, not even a C+. I'm gonna give this a B-. That's a nice thing. And 4 mana for a 4/4 seems a really good return on investment in this. We've seen giants, and so we saw 1 giant in the white, we saw multiple giants in the red, and now we've seen a couple giants in the green. But we can look. Shimmer Wild's Growth. 2 mana enchant land. As it enters, choose a color. Enchanted land is the chosen color. Whenever enchanted land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional 1 mana of the chosen color. Okay, so this is wait, what? Fertile ground. So enchanted land is tapped, its controller adds an additional mana of any color. But this also changes the land to a chosen color, which is interesting. So it does enable Vivid. Yes. This does actually, so Fertile Ground does the second part of this, but the first part is choose a color, the land is the chosen color. It can still produce, right? I believe this does not change what the land can produce normally. I believe that if you play this on an island, for example, that island will still be an island. It will just also be, for example, green. Because it normally has no color. But let me look at this up. Yeah, it's independent. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah, I don't think it's gonna yeah, the island will be green but not a forest. Exactly. It doesn't produce green unless you add an additional 1 mana of the chosen color. So, like, for example, if you make an island into green, the island will produce blue normally, but you can also add an additional, for example, green. So, but this is just enabling Vivid to give you another color. So it doesn't replace itself. So it's not as good as some versions of this that we've had. But I like the Vivid working with it. Yeah, Utopia Sprawl is one of the ones that would replace itself. No, that one doesn't replace itself. But yeah, that one just chooses the color. It doesn't change the thing, and it can only enchant forests, and it was only one. Abundant Growth, that's the one that replaces itself. Yeah. Okay. On 1 map, yeah. But this one again doesn't change the land into a color, so that's the Vivid stuff really cares about that. This card was so much fun. But didn't add an extra one. Yeah, this one just fixed. But there was also, in the set that it was in, in this set, you cared about enchantments, casting enchantments as well. So it was pretty cool. And you cared about fixing. Okay. So yeah, this one seems fun for enabling. I don't know how to rate it yet. It doesn't ramp, it just fixes. It does do good things for Vivid, but again, the Vivid cards are mostly uncommons that we've seen so far. I think you can build around it, but I'm gonna give it a B- for now. And go from there. I think you can build around it, but I just don't think it's like great. Oh yeah, it does ramp. Never mind. It does ramp because it's an additional 1 mana. Okay. Actually, so I'm gonna give it a B. It's good. You're right, because it adds the additional. I keep forgetting about the additional. Surly Farrier. 2 mana, 2/2. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains vigilance until end turn. Activate only as a sorcery. It's a perfectly usable card. It's a C+. It will be fine. I really hate the activate only as a sorcery, but again, if it's going to gain vigilance, that doesn't matter as much. Yeah, everything else you can do on turn 2 in the amount of enchanters, it's probably not the best, but still okay. Like the thing, because of the Vivid, because of the ramp, I think it's still a B. Yeah, I think this is a C+ still. Seems fine. Tend the Sprigs. That's really cute. That is really freaking cute. I just want this card art. All right, 3 mana. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Then if you control 7 or more lands and or treefold, create a 3/4. Whoa. Okay, so what we're doing is we're comparing this to Rampant Growth. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So for 1 more mana, what you're getting is a little bit of a slower ramp, but it is ramp. And if you get it late game, you get to do a 3/4 Reacher. I like this card. I'm going to give it a B-, but I like this card. That's nice. Also, the art is just so cute that I kind of want to play it anyway, no matter how much it is. But okay. Thought Weft Charge. +3/+3 until end of turn. If a creature entered the battlefield on your turn this turn, draw a card. Under your control this turn, draw a card. No trample. I mean, it replaces itself. So here what we're seeing is giant growth. Which isn't that great these days, but for 1 more mana, you can, if a creature entered, you could draw a card. It's not just a cantrip, though. It actually have to jump through a little bit of hoops, because the creature has to have entered the battlefield under this turn. I honestly would have preferred something with trample. I would have preferred anything with trample here. For this green that I'm seeing. I just Right, but having to hold up two additional mana though, Caroline. That's not like that's not great. And you can't be used defensively and draw a card, essentially, so I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this. It does mean that your creature will probably survive most of the conditional removal from red and black. It is definitely better on your turn, and it does promote attacking, but it doesn't give trample, and it doesn't... Yeah, I do think it's best in green-white for what it's worth, and that is reflected from the fact that these are Kithkin. I don't think it's as good in, like, red-green, for example. Because in green-white, you're likely to have played a small creature, for example, before this, as opposed to, like, green-red, which is probably going to play the more expensive, bigger creatures and not have the extra 2 mana necessarily to do this, or wait for a turn where it does. Yeah, it's fine. I'm still going to go with, like, a B to B minus, B plus, yeah, B to B minus on this one, just because, I mean, again, I think it will make sure that your creature survives a lot of things, but, I want I want trample on this. Unforgiving Aim, 3 mana, choose 1, destroy target creature with flying, destroy target enchantment, just create a blah. Okay, the versatility on that is crazy. Yeah, let's keep it. Let's go. This is very, very nice. So in the past, what we're looking at is something like Broken Wings here. Destroy your artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Instead of being able to destroy an artifact, you can create a 2/2 black and green elf creature token instead. But that means that this card isn't dead in your hand if they have nothing with flying or an enchantment. So that means you get to create a creature token, and I'm super happy with that at instant speed, which is really nice. Now it is a creature token, and elves, statistically, a green elf creature token is actually less useful to your elf decks these days than the original Lorwyn, because these care about elf cards in the graveyard, and this is not going to be a card in the graveyard. So this is I think it's a good versatile card, and I would still be running it, and I certainly, with the amount of enchantment based removal in both white and blue, I will be running this. Again, green also wants to be able to destroy those creatures with flying, so I will be running this. It's just I do want to note that, you know, statistically that token is less interesting. Yeah, if it was Kindred Elf, it would be so good. It would be so good. So yeah, I'm gonna give this a B minus. Really nice, really playable. Good card. Definitely into the main board, yeah. Although these days, this in Best of One, this was always like the Broken Wings these days is almost always main board. People just have too many good artifacts, enchantments, and creatures with flying. Not so much Broken Wings as the one that cycled. But yeah, good stuff. Vinebred Brawler, 3 mana, 4/2. I watch for the plot. This creature must be blocked if able, and whenever this creature attacks another target elf you control gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Oh, that's a good stuff. I like it. I really like that, because that is also going to put elves in the graveyard, certainly, and it's going to hopefully trade up for things as it does so, and hopefully get something else, the other elf, in for more damage. Yeah, I really like this card. I think this is a B plus for the elf deck. I think this is actually really good. All right, Virulent Emissary. 1 mana, 1. What? Excuse me? So the most recent 1/1 Death Touch that I thought was the best we were gonna get. You mean Soul Warden? And it's not a Soul Warden. Soul Warden's better because it's any creature. But this I thought this was the best. Like Vigilance Reach, Death Touch. That's crazy. So this one's still crazy. I think I still prefer it to this, but this one's also crazy. But the one you're talking about, Soul Warden, is everybody's creatures. So whenever another creature enters the battlefield, period. But there was also several. The ones more recently have been just on your side of the board. This is the best it's ever been. Yeah, Hinterland Sanctifier is one. Yep. That one is only your creatures, right? 1 mana, only your creatures from... hello. Excuse me, cat. Right, but that's not helpful to people who haven't been playing the game that long. That's what we're trying to do, is show them actual cards with the actual names. There's a lot of different like versions of this now that almost always are just like, will you stop? I need to work, honey. I need to work. I love you. Go down. All right. There we go. So yeah, so Soul Warden here is this, but this stuff you use. The Sanctifier is similar. This is a really good card. This is dumb. But yeah, this card is excellent. Jesus Christ. So, the Soul Warden was eventually reprinted, as an elf in green in, Planar Chaos? No, hold on. It was color shifted. And then, so this is green, and then it was a, common, yes, it was definitely Planar Chaos. And this is Essence Warden, yeah. So this was when it was shifted. Oh my god, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, so Essence Warden was the first time this was printed as an elf. Whenever another creature comes into play, period, you gain 1 life. It was just a reprint of the Soul Warden, but in green. And because this has been printed first, this was in Exodus here. So then they shifted they color shifted some cards that had already been printed in a different thing. You may understand though. So Mana Tithe, right? You might recognize, and that was originally printed here in Planar Chaos as a shifted Force Spike. No, cat down. Thank you. So, but Planar Chaos was such a cool sort of exploration, which was first printed, by the way, Force Spike was first printed in Legends. But Future Sight and Planar Chaos were really cool explorations of like what happens when you shift things or show new things and so on and so forth. Yeah, Damnation for Wrath of God. Yeah, so many things. But this looks really good. I'm going to give this a B plus here. I think it's just very good. He loves jumping up on the keyboard. Yeah, that's my cat right now. Usually I can put him down once and he just understands that he's not supposed to get up right now, but yeah. It's been going. Okay. So we have Wildvine Pummeler here. 7 mana Vivid, 1 less to cast for each color among permanents you control. 6/5 Reach Trample. That's not bad. And 1 less, so let's assume 2, so that's going to be 5 mana, 6/5 Reach. That's good. I think this card is good. I like this card. It reminds me of the one from Edge of Eternities. Green, I forget what it's actually mana cost. Let's go Edge of Eternities. Common, search, Fungal Colossus. So this one, right? X is the different number of differently named lands you control. This reminds me a lot of that because this was often overlooked because of its huge cost, and it was just relatively easy to cast it on 4 or 5 in the set with their things. So this one, even if it's just 2, it's a nice ROI for a 6/5 reach trample. Like, I think that's still 5 mana for that is still good. And then if you can get 3, that's just wonderful. So I actually quite like this card. And I obviously we're about to get to the gold and the artifacts, etc. But we've seen a few things that produce treasure to ramp us into this, and other things to ramp us into this. But we'll see exactly how many things produce or multiple colors that are going to be interesting and allow us to run 3 color decks. So this seems pretty nice. All right, so we are about to get into the dual colors. Okay, this is pretty cool. So let's see what we got here. Is it time for me to go change I don't think it's quite time for me to go change the laundry. So remind me during the middle of this to go change the laundry. Deep Channel Duelist. Oh, it's Richard Kane Ferguson art. Yep. Okay. So Richard Kane Ferguson, for those of you who don't know, is one of the most amazing artists in Magic, and has a very, very particular style that you can always recognize. So let me show you Richard Kane Ferguson art. So let's go first with Pillage, View All Prints. So this is among just the first ones that I remember being crazy. But he has this amazing style. But this is Pillage, and then let's look at some other stuff. So there's this a really particular amazing, like Glass Asp. Look at that. Goblin War Drums, right? It's this wispy but also slightly impressionistic, like crazy cool, like textured style. It's very interesting. Here's Farrell's Zealot. I remember seeing this card very early on in Magic. This is Fallen Empires. It's just such a cool, and obviously Salone, this is a great card. Legendary Landwalk, yeah. This card was good back in the day. A 6 mana 4/4 first strike and Legendary Landwalk. How can we possibly go wrong? But yeah, so Hazezon Tamara is also an iconic thing to play with here. So from Legends, there's so many amazing bits of artwork that Kane Ferguson has done, and oh god, the way he's holding and the sands are shifting in his hand, it's so cool. Drain Life, this particular Mirage version, yeah. And then Commander Masters, this one, he did the new Dakon. I think he did the old Dakon as well. That's why they chose him for that. Let me just see if I can find the Dakon Blackblade. Might be above. There it is. That's actually right next to him. Okay. But yeah, this was the original. And then they had him do the new one, which is pretty cool. The Shadow Slayer. But yeah, he's done so many cool things for this. Arcane Denial, I think both artworks, yeah, from Alliances. So this is someone who's an artist who's been around since the beginning, and so it's just so nice that they keep bringing it back. But look, bringing Kane Ferguson back to do cards. But look at that, that's stunning. It's just so nice to see some people, some real iconic artists returning. So here's Deep Channel Duelist. It's a merfolk. It's Azorius colors, 2/2. It is a lord. Other merfolk you control get +1/+1. At the beginning of your end step, untap target merfolk you control. Okay. It's a lord for merfolk. You're gonna want that. Merfolk go wide, and yeah. Untap target merfolk you control is pretty cool. Give Ursat's Vigilance to something. And also you got a lot of merfolk that care about tapping down, so you can again untap them and make sure that you have enough blockers for later on. So again, this is 2 colors. And again, we have some basic land fetchers in only the red and the blue, I think, that we've seen. So those do fix. We've got a couple ways to make treasure tokens, so casting them is fine. So yeah, it's possible that we can make 3 colors work. Eclipsed Marrow. All right, so we've got hybrid mana, either white or blue, and white or blue. 2/3. When it enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You reveal a Merfolk, Plains, or Island card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Tappy untappy effect. Okay. Not that one. That one. Okay. So, reveal the top 4 cards of your library, put all goblin cards, reveal those way into your hand. This was a great card for goblins. In the past, in Lorwyn, we had Harbingers. So, when it comes into play, you can search your library for a tree folk or forest card, reveal it, then shuffle your library and put that card on top of it. This one, it's going to put into your hand, but it's only going to be the top 4 cards of your library, but you get the options of a Merfolk, Plains, or Island card. On a 2/3 body for 3. Here, let me show you the Elvish. Actually, let me show you the Merfolk Harbinger, actually. I think it was one of the worst ones in this one, but it's still interesting. It's Marrow, I think, maybe. Yeah, okay. So this had Island Walk, and you can search your library for a Merfolk called, reveal it, and shuffle your library and put that card on top. I think overall for value, I prefer this one. Searching for any Merfolk is so nice. But this is still value. 3 mana for 2/3 that draws you a card, right? Hopefully, right? If you have a Merfolk, Plains, or Island in the top 4 cards, is a decent ROI. Obviously, this is a, you know, you really do have to be blue-white for this to work, or monocolored. It's not as good in a 3-color deck. But hopefully we'll still be fine. I'm trying to compare it to the Harbingers, and I think I prefer the Harbingers. But okay. I'm gonna rate this as a B for now. But it can definitely graduate to a B+, just because finding a Plains or Island card is pretty sweet, even though it's only the top 4 cards. Just on a 3 mana 2/3, that just seems like a good return on investment. It seems like a fine thing. So I'm gonna go B or B+. I do think you need to have a dedicated blue-white deck, and it has to be dedicated Merfolk for this to be maximized. All right, another Richard Kane Ferguson. Yeah. 5 mana 2/2 Convoke Flying Vigilance. When it enters, create a 1/1 white and blue Merfolk creature token. So, it's a flying fish. Sorry. Anyway, although what's this one doing? Is it like trying to catch it, or is it just the one that's pooping out? I don't even know. Anyway, so you get a 2/2 and a 1/1, so 2 bodies across, so for 5 mana, 3 power across 2 bodies for 5 mana with Convoke. Flying Vigilance. It'll be, I think it's fine. It is 2 colors, which is, you know, good for your. I think I'm gonna go with a lot of your Merfolk care about being tapped, so that Convoke is pretty strong. Has a lot of synergies with various of your Merfolk. And obviously, if you're running this lovely giant here, it also the Merfolk giant, you're super happy because you can Convoke this and make it bigger. And then we've got a few other things like the, you know, gain 2 life here. Get it on 3 so you can get your 7 draw. Yeah, exactly. So, but like, yeah, it would be really fun to start off with this one here. Silvergill Mentor on 2, Revealing Marrow Sky Swimmer. So that you have a 2/1 and a 1/1. And then on 3, you can convoke this into play. Then you have a 2/1, a 1/1, a 2/2, and a 1/1. So that's 4 of them. And then you can convoke... Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's still a 2/2 Vigilance for that, and it carries a 1/1. You got to convoke, so that's a little bit of a cost on tempo. But again, hopefully you have the tap synergies that'll work. Yeah, magical Christmas land. I think this is probably a C+/B-. I think it's fine. But yeah. Ooh, Shapeshifter Flash 2/2. Mischievous Sneakling. Okay, all right. It's, remember, all creature types, and it's got 2 colors. That's pretty sweet. This can enable some of your vigilance decks. It can also eat a 1/1 that's attacking. I kind of like this card. Again, it's just a C+/B-. It's a C+. It's replaceable, but it's a good card to run. Voracious Tome Skimmer. 3 mana in the black and blues. Flying, whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, you may pay 1 life if you do draw a card. Yeah, nice. Nice. Okay. So, I like this one a lot. I'm going to give it a B+. I do think that the heavy commitment to blue-black, again, is going to bring them down just a little bit in estimation. I think a 2/3 flyer for 3 is not bad as a return on investment, and I think that if you get even 1 card off of this, it's worth it. There were a lot of instant speed things like the Nameless Inversion in the black, and in the blue, plenty of stuff. So, yeah. So again, I think this is a B+ for the fairies. I think it's just, for blue-black, I think it's just very good. It could come down in estimation, it depends. But we were comparing it all the time to the Dream Spoil something, I think it was. Yeah, Dream Spoilers. It's way better than those. So was the other one, the 2/3 lifelinker. So yeah. Boggart Curse Crafter. 2 mana, Death Touch, 2/3. Whenever another goblin creature control dies, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Okay, so it's yet another version of the Bastion type effect. So we had that in black, the uncommon Boggart Mischief here. You could blight 1, get 2 goblins, and then whenever goblins, this one drained as opposed to just doing damage. So that's fun. And it's whatever another, so it's not it, but it is a 2/3 Death Touch for 2. Seems good for Rakdos. This is a B or B+. It depends on, again, I usually like to pull these, like, this isn't strong enough to just put me in these colors. So, like, if I see these cards, like, none of these have been strong enough to just put me in these colors. This one's the closest, I think. But yeah, so, seems good. B or B+, depends. Chaos Spewer, 3 mana, 5/4. When it enters, you may pay 2 if you don't blight 2. So it can be 5 mana, 5/4, or you can blight 2. Again, blighting 2, there's a lot of things that value that. I don't, and again, you do want things like the little 1/1s to sort of get value off that. Like, if this is in play, and then on 3 you play this, you blight 2, do this, and kill one of their 1 toughness things, or make something smaller on their side. So yeah, I think it's a C+/B-. I think it's a playable card. It can go up to B- if it's in the right deck. Eclipsed Boggart, 3 mana on those. 2/3. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a Goblin, Swamp, or Mount. Okay, so it's the same thing as the others. The white one that we've seen so far. The white-blue one, this. The fairies didn't get one of those. They just got a... Okay, got it. Goblin, Swamp, or Mountain. This one's a lot stronger just because it's very difficult to draw/ramp... draw/make sure you hit your land drops in these particular colors. So I really like this much better than I like the white-blue one. Yeah. seems fine. Gangly Stomp. So, yeah, probably about a B. Just because, again, of the commitment to the colors. Gangly Stompling, 3 mana, 4/2 Changeling Trample. Hmm. It definitely punches really well. And there are a lot of good punch effects in green. I can't remember, chat. Are shapeshifters those creature types in the graveyard as well? I think they are. I think in any other zone they are also all creature types. Yeah. So I think you can that's why you can fetch up, right? If you need to fetch up an elf, you can fetch up a shapeshifter you want, or this counts as an elf in the graveyard too. So, yeah. So I think this is if I'm remembering shapeshifting and changeling correctly, I think this is there because this is why my Death Bellow works in my deck. I don't know how to rate this. It does punch well, like I said, and there's a lot of green punch effects, and there's one red one. And it probably trades up, or at least gets in for a little damage, based on what we've seen as far as power toughness on opponent stuffs. Giving this double strike, that's the thing. That's the card that works best with this, I think. The Boldweir Aggressor goes so nicely with this. Because remember, this is a giant, so double strike trample 4/2. It also does make the 6/5 trample reach cheaper by 2. This dude. So yeah, I do think it's replaceable still. I think it's still a C+, but I think it can graduate a little bit higher for certain things. If only Flingworth is said, yeah. Noggle. Here's a Noggle. Here's an actual Noggle. So 3 mana, 3/3. When this creature enters or dies, create a treasure token. Okay. I mean, the fact that it enters or dies is super sweet. 3 mana, 3/3, and double colored in this set is actually very, very useful. It's good ROI because 3 mana, 3/3s are actually decent based on what I've seen as over the overall power level. And then enters or dies, create a treasure token. Because the first instinct is to be like, okay, yeah, look at this card. Eat your heart out, right? Enters the battlefield, create a treasure token, 3/3 vigilance, trample. But you know, the fact that when it dies, it also creates a treasure token is pretty sweet. So, but again, this thing was absolutely freaking nuts. And yet it wasn't the best card in the format. The best common. This was. Anyway, moving along. That format was messed up in Banth. But anyway, so this one seems fine. Again, I think that's just a good ROI, and then also the fact that it's ramping you on coming into play and leaving. I like this card. I think it's a B. It's a decent card to have in there. Eclipsed Kithkin. Well, that's creepy beyond all reason. 2 mana, 2/1. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. Oh, so this is the same. Okay. Yeah, and I think that's really important, especially on 2, to be able to ramp or find a creature. This is great. I actually think this is more important for the Kithkin deck than any of the others have been for the other decks. So I'm going to rate this as a B+ for this is good stuff. Yep, you can get the 4/2. Remember, the Kithkin, the changelings are all creature types, of course. But yeah. Yeah, it's 2-drop instead of 3, which is really key. And that does mean that it's less of a, like, huge commitment to those colors. Thoughtweft Lieutenant. 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever this creature or another Kithkin you control enters, target creature you control +1 can trample until its turn. Okay, yeah, good stuff. Kithkin can, and any other, okay, only another Kithkin, actually. Hold on. So the as long as you have a heavily Kithkin based deck and or shapeshifters, this is quite a powerful card. I think I'm gonna go for a B on this one still, just because it only says Kithkin. And I do like the and it's a little bit harder to cast because it's both white and green. So I do actually still like the reprint of the Elvish Warden in this, with the freaking weird neck. Better, actually, a lot of the time. It does +1/+1 trample, but it does require a Kithkin. So again, this is only for a heavily Kithkin based deck, so it's kind of a little bit more narrow in what it's doing. So I would choose to put this as a B. Wary Farmer, 3 mana, 3/3. At the beginning of your end step, if another creature entered the battlefield under your control this turn, surveil one. Yeah, that's useful. Also a fine ROI. I'm gonna give it a C+. It's perfectly playable. Could graduate to B- just because it's 2 colors. But doesn't require you to have lands that are 2 different colors to play it, which is nice. Prideful Feastling, Shapeshifter, 2/3 lifelinker for 3, and it's 2 colors. Oh, I like that one. Oh yeah, this is a very good Kithkin for the elf deck. That's a good point. Yes, surveilling 1 is always really nice for the elf deck because you want elves in the graveyard. Life gain does matter. It hasn't yet. It hasn't yet. We haven't seen anything that says when you gain life X. But 2/3 lifelinker for 3 that's a relevant creature type, obviously in any deck. This is nice. I like this card. I think this one I think might be a B-, but it's probably still a C+. Reaping Willow. That, I see what they did there. Okay. Enters with 2 -1/1 counters on it. Lifelink, so it enters as a 1/4. For 4, you can pay 1 and a white/black to remove 2 counters from this creature. Return target creature card from mana value 3 or less from graveyard. Oh my god. That card is great. Yeah, this is a B+. This is an awesome card. This is very good. Okay. Eclipsed Flamekin, 3 mana, 1/4. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You reveal an elemental, island, or mountain card from among them. Put it in your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Seems fine. I think it's a B. In these particular colors, still seems B. Just with the stats. Flaring Cinder, 3 mana, 3/2. When it enters, and whenever you cast a spell with mana 4 or greater, you may discard a card if you do. I'm not impressed with that one. I know the 4 mana or greater card, synergies here, but just getting to rummage is not. If this were loot, I would be so much happier with this card. I don't really like this one. I think it's a C+ still. It's perfectly playable. It's just I'm not excited about it in the same way that I was for some of the other cards. No, 3/2 is not low-key good because we've seen so many removal pieces for that at common. So, for example, we've seen Nameless Inversion, obviously, which is not really what we're talking about. There's a 1 mana -2/2 thing somewhere around, or 2 mana -2/2 thing. We also seen Darkness Descends. We've seen, there's here. Nope, not there. Also destroy target. The mana value 2 less. That was 3. Where was the one that I was thinking of? That's weird. Hold on. Huh. Here, Auntie's sentence. Target creature gets -2/2 like that. The existence of that, and then the red one. Obviously Boulder Dash is uncommon, but the Cinder Strike is common. I don't really like this card. It's still fine. Like, it's still fine. But, like, it needed loot, I think, not rummage. It does do it when it enters the battlefield, which is nice to fix up your hand a little bit, but... eh. Twin Flame Travelers. 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. Okay, not too bad. If a triggered ability of another elemental controls triggers, it triggers an additional time. That could be fun. I think it requires a lot to go well. And it is a... yeah. I'm gonna give this a B. It could graduate in my assessment, but if you get a dedicated elemental deck with some of the mythics or stuff like that, that would be nutty. And a lot of all the vivids are triggers of elementals, so that's key to remember. But yeah, still gonna go with a B for now, just because it's a 4 mana 3/3. It's still flyer, but like, yeah. Eclipsed Elf. Top 4 Elf, Swamp, or Forests for 3 mana 3/2. That's fine. It's a fine card. The rest go on the bottom, so it's not like you're filling up not like you're filling up the graveyard with elves or anything like that, but it can just get you the next elf or the next swamp or forest, so that seems fine. Again, commitment to that, so still a B. Oh, I saw this already. This one I did see online. The Elf Lord, and then when it dies, return another target elf from your graveyard to your hand. This card is fantastic for elves. Absolutely fantastic. This is one of the ones, like the Merfolk Lord, that might put me into the actual archetype. So I'm going to give this a B+. It could graduate to an A-, especially if you're already in elves. This is nutty. Stoic Grove Guide, 5 mana, 5/4. 1 and a black or green. Exile this card from your graveyard. Create it to... oh, excellent. Wait, what? No, why does it cost 5? So your ideal thing to do is mill this card. I don't like it otherwise. I mean, it's a 5 mana 5/4, which is fine. It's not great. Not for what green can do these days. But, and then after it dies, you'll get this value. But what I want from this is, like, obviously we're going to be milling things and get, 2/2 black blah. It's fine. I'm not excited about it. It's not going to make your Vivid that much cheaper or doing interesting things. It is two bits of value off of a 5-drop and a exile, but you don't really want to exile your elves from your graveyard. You want the elves in the graveyard to do the things. So and obviously you'll get plenty of elves, so you'll need to you'll want to you don't need that many often, right? So there's only a couple cards that care about exactly how many elves you have in your graveyard. We saw the enchantment that cares. Where's the enchantment that cares? 2 mana. Morkan's Eyes. So this one cares about the number of elves in the graveyard. There's another couple that care about the number of elves in the graveyard, but yeah, I don't know. I just this one I'm not excited about at all. So I think it's value if milled, absolutely, but I think it's really meh otherwise. So I'm gonna go with a C+ here, completely replaceable. Feisty Spikeling, 2 mana, 2/1 changeling, and has first strike during your turn. Okay. Cute. I mean, it can help you do Vivid. I think it'd be best in a red-green deck. And then you get this, and you get the extra stuff early. Yeah, Fresh Face Recruit is exactly what I was thinking of for the previous one. So from the previous one, so Fresh Faced I think was Gate Crush or something like that. Guilds, that's what it was. As long as your turn Fresh Fate has first strike. They decided that first strike was too good on both your turn and theirs. This was kind of when they decided that, because in the past they had actually not done as long as it's your turn. But then, so this one's here, it has a relevant creature type. I do think it's best in red green to make those big things in the Vivid better, but seems fine. A 2/1 first strike has been decent, looks decent in this set. It doesn't wear blight counters very well, so the first blight counter is going to kill it. So if you have things that care about creatures dying, that'll be nice, but otherwise, meh. Again, C+, it's replaceable, it's fine, it's better, I think, than this, but not by too much. Hovel Hurler, 5 mana, 6/7, enters with 2 -1/-1 counters on it, so it enters as a 4/5 for 5, which isn't the worst. but it also has that remove a counter from this creature. Another target creature can go against +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. Ooh, okay. So this is looking a little bit like it's calling back to this card. We've got, this was an original Lorwyn, lifelink, and then you can sacrifice a creature, deals damage equal to the sacrifice creature's power player. It's just reminding me of this where it just flings something. So, and you can see here, right, this person is gonna have a great time. But another target creature gains +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. This could end a lot of games on the next turn, unless you have 7 mana, in which case it might end the game that turn. But seems like a fine card. It's probably only like a one of, if you're really running Boros, it's not that aggressive. So it's going to be like a top end to just get that last points of damage in by giving evasion and +1/+0. But hurdles, goblin, ram gangs, yes. So ram gang here was Gruul, I think. Yep, ram gang. There's it all. How help this one? Yeah. Okay. What? Why are you trying to suggest it? If it okay. We'll see if it's too. There it is. Okay, but what? Boggart, not goblin. Got it. Boggart ram gang. So Goblin Warrior 3/3 haste Wither. This was a really cool one from Shadowmoor with the triple do this. So I don't know if you, so this was at a time when you could get oh, this, no, sorry, I won't go into that. That's too long. Too long a story. Okay. Anyway, but this was a super fun card, and they're all in this like tree, and they kind of look like that, and so you can kind of see that throwback here that Konana is talking about. But yeah, so it seems like a fine top end for that Boros deck. I'm gonna give it a B. I think it's pretty good, but not, you know, exceptional. Chitinous Graspling, again, Richard Caden Ferguson, 4 mana 3/4 Changeling Reach. I like it. I like that card. I think that's good for blue green. I'm fine with this. It blocks most of the flyers. It's 2 colors. It keeps, you know, getting your vivid stuffs. Ooh, laundry time. Yes, almost. So, and that's good too, because I could probably need more tea because I'm losing my voice a little bit. Okay, so I kind of like this card. I think it's still a C+, but it's on the higher end of the C+. I just think it's really nice. A bunch have reach, but that's because we have a ton of fairies and flying. So yeah. Delver of Secrets, it reminds you of? Interesting. It does have some of the characteristics of that. This one's Niels Ham, who does a lot of really, really cool stuff, but has a slightly different style than Kane Ferguson. But I can see how they both have elements a little bit. You can see a little bit of the sort of fading and rough edges here that Kane Ferguson also has. So, and a little bit of the slightly impressionistic thing, or like fog. So I need the original printing here, so I can see how you would see that it would remind you of that. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. All right, I'm gonna see if I can make it through at least until the end of the dual colors. Glister Bairn. All right, so this is 5 mana, including 3 that are Simic either hybrids. For a 1/4, at the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of colors among permanents you control. So this is 2 at least. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. That's pretty sweet, but for 5 mana, it's kind of a lot. For a 1/4, no matter what, like even if you got +3/+3 for that one turn, it doesn't give trample, doesn't do, and it's just this stat is pretty rough. I still think it's good. And I still think that if you're running multiple colors, it's going to be obviously better. And it's going to get 1 attack in most likely before it dies. It's going to get a 1 creature in on attack that's pumped before it dies, most likely. Unless they kept up an instant speed removal. But even if it gets +3/+3, it's a little bit sketch with this 1/4. I'm a little bit worried about it, but we have seen not that many pieces of removal that get rid of a 4 toughness creature. But this just like 5. I'm gonna give it a B, but I could be completely wrong about this card. This could go so far up, and I'm not sure. All right. Well, oh, now we're on colorless. Okay, so I will go do the laundry really quickly and get some more tea, and then I will be right back. Wait, how many of these are one, two? Oh, then we get artifacts, and then lands. Okay, then we get the commander. Oh, we're almost there. This is really good. Yeah, the 2 minute instant four damage is definitely rough, and the like -4 counters at common in black for 3 mana, like. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's just I wanted to be, but I think it might end up being a B plus. I might just be undervaluing it. No, but that gave first strike. There's a whole world of difference between +2/+0 and first strike and just +2/+2. Like there's a whole world of difference there. Like MVS was and this was +1/+0 against first strike, but that +1/+0 within the context of the set, that was enough to win combat most of the time. So, but yeah, but the +2/+2 is really nice. I just, like I said, I think for 5 mana I'm not sure about it yet. This one's hard to evaluate. Yeah. So, it's a good. I'm not sure. I'm gonna monitor this one over the course of the thing. Of course it can be, but we're just looking at the base of the card. But yeah. Okay, I will be back. Okay, got tea and did laundry thing. Okay. So put this tea over here so I don't burn myself with it. By the way, speaking of bairns, we have my favorite. This is my baby. This is Nils Hamart. Gilderbairn from Eventide. So you can pay 2 a green or a blue and untap it. For each counter on target permanent, put another one of those counters on that permanent. So you basically double the counters on something. But all of the types of counter on target permanent, and it's so much fun. And I have a foil of it, and it is spectacular in foil. So this is a Bairn. We actually had a another Bairn introduced in like Modern Horizons, like it was. But yeah, this is sort of harkening back to that. Oof. Oofy. Okay, so the colorless here, it looks like we've got Shapeshifter, colorless, Changeling 3. When this enters, you may search your hello? Hi, cat. You may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So, and it's a 1/2. We've had various things like this. Not that. No, stop. Stay down. All right. Surveyor. It was a surveyor. No. Skittering, that's what it was, not scuttling. So Skittering Surveyor was a 1/2 for 3. When it enters the battlefield, you can search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. So this is a reprint of that, but it's a shapeshifter. So it has a relevant creature type always, right? In theory, for your deck, if you actually care about, you know, a type. And then this is always going to be nice for making sure you hit your land drops, right? And fixing your mana. So again, wanting to run 3 colors does seem like it will be an actual feasible thing in this deck now that we've seen a few things that produce treasures, a few things that find basic lands, etc. So I do like this card. I do think it's going to be picked up pretty decently highly because of the Vivid and people trying for the Vivid to really maximize it. It notably doesn't have a color itself, so it doesn't add to your Vivid, but it gives you the basic lands such that you can play more colors and more creatures of different colors that add to your Vivid. So I do like this. I think it's probably a B-, and I'm going to keep that at that. Rooftop of Riches, a 5/5/3/3 changeling flying. When it enters exile to 2 cards from graveyards, you gain 3 life. This can be an answer to some of those recursion-based decks, / raise dead base decks / mill and get value out of the graveyard decks, like the elf decks. I don't really like it though. And if you really don't have any flyers or reach, maybe you want to run it. Gaining 3 life is a thing, I guess. But I'm not super impressed with this. This isn't a completely, you know, it's runnable, but it's completely filler. So C+ or C, that's fine. Dawn Blessed Pennant. Because, like, it could be a 4/4 if you have a Lord in play. If I'm in a 4/4 with it does this, then it gets better, but we'll see. Dawn Blessed Pennant, 1 mana. As this artifact enters, choose Elemental, Elf, Fairy, Giant, Goblin, Kithkin, Merfolk, or Treefolk. Whenever a permanent you control of the chosen type enters, you gain 1 life. But only you control. Okay. 2 mana tap, sacrifice, return target card of the chosen type from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so that's recursion as well. That's going to be best in the elf decks, most likely, although you can get your best card back in any of the other decks as well. It's also going to be really good in the elemental decks that have evoke. So I like this card. I think it's quite good in particular decks. I think it's less good, obviously, in the non-elemental elf decks, but it's still fine. Incidental life gain, blah blah blah. So let's go for that. Like I said, we've never seen anything here that says whenever you gain life X. We've seen multiple things that gain life, but no payoffs for it as such. If we did, this would go up even further in my estimation, but I think for now this is probably a B+ in like the elemental elf decks, and I think it's probably, well, B in the elemental elf decks and maybe B- in the others. It's not something I'm going to really heavily first pick, but it's fine. Fairdock Core. 3 mana changeling, add 1 mana of any color. So it'll be an elf in your graveyard, definitely, but it can become a 4/4 artifact creature until end of turn for 4. But it's otherwise a 3 mana rock that can add any color and fix your deck for having more colors in it. So maybe there's a way to run 5 color Vivid. Who knows? But this is interesting, definitely. The fact that there exists so much artifact and enchantment destruction in this does make me a little wary of running this. I'm not hugely into this one. I think it's probably a C+, but I could be wrong. Could be very wrong. Foraging Wickermaw. Oh, it's a Scarecrow. 2 mana 1/3. When it enters, surveil 1. Okay, fine. And add 1 mana of any color. This creature becomes that color until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Okay, that's a way to get Vivid going, certainly. Because you can change it into a color that your other creatures aren't. So that's pretty sweet. And then you can also, fix your mana each turn. I like this card. I think this card is good. I've always liked anything that filters these days, just because a lot of the time you can get really highly punished if you don't have your secondary color or tertiary color in 2 or 3 color decks that you're running. So anything that filters the mana has been really, really important for best of one. And this one I think is going to be important if you're going to do, as many colors as you might for the Vivid or maximize your Vivid stuff. The Surveil one, it can be really relevant in the elf decks, and it just fixes your draw on the first. So I actually really like this card. So that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I like this. So I'm going to go, why has mana filtering become a Scarecrow thing? Like, what's the lore? Oh, that's a good question. There was a banner, right? Patchwork Banneret, right? Or Banneret, something, yeah. No, those are the old things that made things cheaper. It was a in Bloomborough. It was colorless. 2 Bloomborough. Common. 3-tree mascot. It looked like a patchwork thing, but yeah, it was a shapeshifter. So this one was a 2 mana 2/1. We get this filter. That was only activate once each turn. So is this. And we've had a few others recently that do the same. So this just helps this way. Void for colors, but don't have anything for all colors. Oh, interesting. Yeah. But yeah, I actually like this. I'll probably be heavily prioritizing 1 in the best of 1 stuffs. But I think this is a perfectly fine thing to make certain decks work. It's probably still a C+/B-, but it is definitely runnable in this format. Gathering Stone, 4 mana. As this enters, choose a creature type. Spells you cast with the chosen type cost 1 less to cast. Okay, so it's kind of this is now giving you the little bannerets ability, right? It's cost 1 less to cast, right? This gave you 2. Each of these bannerets gave you 2 different types that cost 1 less to cast. But this gives you only 1 creature type. But when it enters in the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's a card of the chosen type, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into the graveyard. This is going to be excellent with elves and really good with everything else. I like this. It's a little slow because you only really want... I don't think you actually... So you... It's going to be super good in the green to do the... to ramp out the big things, but it's also going to be good in Kithkin because it basically draws you the next Kithkin, hopefully, right? To keep playing. So I do like it in this set, even for across all of the types. So even the small things that it's not really ramping you to, but that it's at least finding you more of. So I really like this card. I think this is probably, if you're especially into one particular thing, it's only going to be working if you aren't 4 different creature types heavy in your deck. If you're heavily 1 color, that's the main thing. So you do really only want this in that sort of thing. But but if that's the case, and I think it probably is a lot the case, and remember shapeshifters would be the cards of the chosen type anyway. I think this is probably a B+ for me. So I think I think the first one's a B+. I think they go down after that, but I think the first one's a B+, especially, and it's a really high pickup late in the packs if I have a really good Kindred or Typal deck. So, yeah. Puka's Eye. Well, that's not creepy at all. Are you sure this isn't artwork left over from, like, Duskmourn? Jesus. Anyway, 2 mana. When it enters, draw a card, then choose a color. This artifact becomes the chosen color. Okay, that helps you with the Kindred, and you don't even have to run a third color in your deck. Nice. 3, draw a card, activate only if there are 5 colors among permanents you control. So the more of these, the better. The more of these, the better. Oh, that's so fascinating. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay. And obviously you can use Puka's Eye with the like green enchantment that we saw that makes your land into a particular color, the Shimmer Wild's Growth. Interesting. I think I want the first one of these is super important just for any Vivid deck, less important for anything else. So this is a really high, like, okay, if you're going for Vivid, you must have this. Sensei's Divining Top, no, there does not appear to be a way to manipulate the top of your library in this. But this is, yeah, so this is, again, if you're going for Vivid, you want as many of these as you can get. But, and if you're going 5 color, you want as many of these to get. But I think, yeah, so the thing is, you can pick up a bunch of these and then never get a Vivid card. Like, there are a few commons in Vivid, but like there's mostly uncommons that we saw that would matter. So I don't know. It's useless if you're not doing that. So I think so again, it's unplayable unless you're going for that, in which case you want them. And I think if 2 players at the table are going for that, since this is uncommon, you're going to be struggling. So anyway, I'm going to play as unplayable for now, but also with the caveat, if you're going for that, yeah, do your thing. All right, Springleaf Drum. It's reprinted. There it is. So this was originally printed in Lorwyn. It was reprinted in Brothers War. And others as well, but this was the original one. You want to see the artist was conveying motion and lots of it. But this is one of the ways that you can tap creatures without attacking, so it combos really well with that blue card we saw in the beginning. This one, beautiful combination with this. Whenever this comes tapped, create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. It also combos a little bit with other things that want to be tapped in the white, like the gaining 2 life here, like the Stoneback to remove counters if you don't want to make something indestructible and you just want to attack with a 2 mana 4/4, right? Or this one, which, you know, you want to remove counters here, or the 1/3 flyer that we saw. Where was that? Here. Whenever this becomes tapped, another target Merfolk gets +2/+0 until end turn. So this Springleaf Drum has a lot of utility. Not only can it fix your mana by tapping a creature, but it can do all sorts of stuff for things that want to be tapped already. So I do really like it in this set. And it accelerates you basically if you can already play a creature, which is really nice. So let's see. I'm probably still going to rate it as a B. There are certain decks that just don't really need it. But it's good in other ones. That don't want to, you know, to take this at a price of a card, a different card. So, Stalactite Dagger, 2 mana. When it enters, create a 1/1 color shapeshifter creature token with Changeling. Okay, equips you gets +1/+1 and is all creature types. There's a 2 mana 1/1 that you can equip for 2, gets +1/+1. So it reminds you of the Glimmerlight here. Right? Create a 2 to 1/1 white Glimmer enchantment creature token, equip gives you +1/+1. But this one equipped for 1, which was much better. Not gonna lie. But this one does make it shapeshifter, which means that its creature type is very relevant in this set. So this is just like if you're low on, you know, creatures, go for it. And I think +1/+1 is more valuable in this set than +1/+1 was in Duskmourn. Doesn't necessarily win as many combats, maybe as this one does. Or it just might be that the shapeshifter is way more valuable. But you can cast this on 2 without other stuff. So if you get desperate for 2 drops, it's a good one to do. That can then later pump your other things and flyers, etc. So this one does go. So now we're seeing a little bit of pump stuff. We are seeing there was an 1/3 unblockable here. This gravel gill, sorry, scoundrel. So just pumping this and having it be unblockable, tapping something else for value is pretty sweet. And it becomes an actual threat at 2, so it's just interesting. Again, this is filler, so C+, so runnable, but meh. Eclipsed Realms. As this land enters, choose Elemental, Elf, Fairy, Giant, Goblin, Kithkin, Merfolk, or Treefolk. You can add colorless, or you can add 1 mana of any color, but you have to spend that color only to cast a spell of the chosen type or activate an ability of a source of the chosen type. So basically, this is a very much more restrictive thing as for. So it has to be the particular card type. But we have the Secluded Courtyard from Neon Dynasty originally. Choose a creature type, add 1 mana, do the thing. But this gives you the opportunity to choose only these creature types and not any other creature types. So you have to choose one of these creature types, but this can't go in your EDH deck and help you cast, zombies, whereas this could. So this is specifically for this, and it's a shame because that's gorgeous artwork too. But yeah, I mean, this is to help you cast things of multiple colors, and seems like it will go pretty well in a deck that has specifically these creatures more than others. I don't think it's going to be a high pick for me at all, again, unless I have a bunch of that particular type. Because, like, Secluded Court was basically unrunnable in Neo for the most part. Right. This does work for Kindred as well. So again, if you chose, right, elemental, and you played an elemental spell as opposed to a creature, this would work to do that. If you played a shapeshifter spell, it would also work to do that. But yeah, you get the idea. Evolving Wilds, good. Fixing is nice. And then that's it. Okay. So that is all the commons and uncommons from this set, ranked as we would choose to take them. Having looked through the whole thing again, I have not seen, someone said there were life gain synergies, but I haven't seen them. I've seen ways to gain life, but nothing that says when you gain life, do X. Or if you've gained life at the end of the turn, do X. I'm sure there might be some on the rares, but I'm less concerned about that as a sort of an archetype when we're talking about sealed and things like that, than I am, and limited, because you're going to see more commons and uncommons than you are rares and mythics, although less so these days with play boosters. So, yeah, that is the thing. So, when we go, let's see here, if we add the rares and mythics and take out the commons and uncommons, this is what we will be starting with next time to do that. And I might want to, I want to check exactly how many there are. Let's look. Oh God, let's just go advance. Fine. Come on. You can do it. All right. So what we want is enter a set name. We want the Eclipsed. We want only the rares and mythic rares, and we search. And then we sort by color. So it's 87 cards. That's not so bad. That one we can definitely get through in one go. That's actually relatively few. Is this a small set? Let's start on it then. Okay. let's start on this. Okay. So, no, maybe, okay, so wait, hold on, there's the thing though. I bet I can get through this pretty quickly, and that's good because the early access is on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, all the way through to Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Right now, I should probably go create a graphic for it and post it on socials. And I also tonight have, I should sleep because tonight I will be on Joe Kilcar's EDH stream. So I probably should actually be responsible. God. Doesn't that suck? And the lands we won't have to go, those are the shocks. Take them. So that was good. But okay, cool. So we'll get through that later on. And for now, we will just go back to rating somebody cool. And go from there. Because I'm going to be responsible. I'm sorry, I'm going to be with the thucks. I hate it. I was like, I can get through those, but yeah. I probably won't have a voice if I try tonight if I do the stream. All right, so let's go see who's online to raid. Oh, Akil's online and Mythic Maria's online. Okay. Oh, there is a special guest sheet. Yes, so we should go through those too. Thank you for reminding me, nobody. I'll do that when we do the rares and mythics. So Akil is doing best of 3 Avatar Draft Trophy Hunt. Meta Magic Mage is doing Powered Cube Best of 1 drafting. Mythic Maria is actually doing a limited set review. So you can see, I mean, I think probably Mythic Maria doesn't limit it to only commons and uncommons at first. Because I really want to get those out of the way because, again, those are the things you're going to see most frequently when you do drafting or sealed. And the sealed is for your pre-release, so I really, really wanted to prepare you as much as possible for that. But if you do Mythic Maria, probably you'll see the rares and the mythics, and she's only on blue, so if you have anything that you in particular want to raid here, we absolutely can. I think those are the 3 that I would recommend most. There's also Andre Mangucci doing Modern, and Andrei Strosky doing PT testing Standard. So does anybody have a preference on whom to raid? We can do whatever you'd like. So there's Akil on Best of 3 Avatar Draft, Meta Magic Mage on Cube Draft, Andre on Standard, Andre Mangucci on Modern, Maria on Lorwyn Eclipsed Limited Set Review. So whatever you would like. And if not, I will make an executive decision. And I hope to see you with Joe Kilcar tonight. I think, hold on, I'll go try and find the more limited. Okay, so limited set review with Mythic Maria or best of 3 Avatar Draft then. That's also limited. And so is Powered Cube. Be specific, please. I'm looking for something. What was I looking for? Crap. Oh yeah, when the game is tonight. I've got it on my calendar. Maria. Okay, set review. Okay, so 8 p.m. Eastern, I'll be on Joe's stream playing Commander. Okay, Maria. Okay, so here we go. Let's go, Maria. All right, so let's start this raid. Maria's wonderful, and you'll get some. So it's always good to take to go for multiple, if you can, if you have the time, go for multiple people's perspective on limited set reviews, because they will come up with different synergies and interactions, each person, and they might value something differently, and they'll tell you why. And it's really good to understand those types of things for when you're going to be doing your pre-releases, etc. So I highly recommend getting multiple perspectives, and so this is really going to be valuable for you, I hope. And Maria's just a really, really great player, so you'll get some really cool insights here. So yay. Please don't feel like this is going to be a rehashing. It's not. You'll get new insights, I promise. So and yeah, it's gonna be great. And also you can add your own insights should you wish. So okay, I will hope to see you again soon. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I hope you have the most wonderful morning, noon, night, afternoon tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you. Check out the sponsors you get the chance: Fractal, Magic, Jank, and Rogue. If you missed something and wanted to see it, the full VODs are on YouTube, as well as edited drafts, arena directs and arena opens, and box openings. So check those out when you get the chance, and consider liking and subscribing if you do actually like. And subscribing if you want to get the newest updates. So, all right, I love you all. Have so much fun. Hope to see you with Joe Kilcar tonight for the EDH. Cheers. Mwah! Are you talking about standard? Ah, Fidelity. Rihanna, hello. Thank you so much for your raid. Also, nice to see you. Hope your stream went well and hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Can't wait to play against you tomorrow. The early access and the day after. So I'm just doing my first impressions / limited set review of Lorwyn Eclipsed. As always, just for the sake of staying true to these first impressions, I haven't looked at the spoiler, so I'm reading all the cards and then we just discuss them, how good or not so good they are for limited gameplay, draft and sealed in particular, in which archetypes they would fit, and like all of that, just talking about limited in general. No, I do not use Instagram. So you can find me on X or Twitter at @secretarial_, and also upload my VODs on YouTube channel at Mr. Mrs. Spike. Finish all the comments and comments. Yeah, I'm doing like it all, just like reading through the cards. We started by discussing archetypes. So it's kind of, underwhelming that the official archetypes, so this 5, because already we sort of defined Orjol and Dimir as other archetypes. But anyways, yeah. This is part 1. Tomorrow I'll be back with